Chapter 101, Ladder of Ascent, High Garden, Rose Garden. The garden was filled with meticulously cultivated roses, blooming in a myriad of colors. Margaery Tyrell put away the letter and gazed at the flowers with eyes as gentle as a doe's. The 2 letters Greene had written to the Duke of Metz and Margaery in King's Landing were now in her hands. Today marked the 3rd time she had read Greene's letters. The letter to the Duke of Metz was straightforward, detailing the progress of their plans in just 3 concise lines. The remaining paragraphs were filled with novel military theories that Greene's father had recently been discussing at length during banquets. Greene elaborated further in the letter, and Margaery recalled how her father's face had lit up upon reading it, full of praise for Greene. Although Greene is young, he has already learned a lot of skills from me. Young people have a bright future, her father had said, his face glowing with pride. Margaery remembered those words, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. She sighed inwardly, knowing her grandmother had not objected, as long as her father was pleased. 2/3 of the letter addressed to Margaery was dedicated to praising her beauty. Greene complimented every visible feature, her hair, eyes, nose, lips, with words so eloquent they could not offend. Despite her initial wariness, Margaery found herself in a good mood as she read. Her maid had not been wrong to call Greene a bard behind his back. After the flattery, Greene detailed the progress of their plans, more thoroughly than in her father's letter. Margaery noted the difference in detail, but felt a slight offense for reasons she couldn't quite pinpoint. At the end, Greene mentioned he had been entrusted with an important task by the king and would be traveling to Essos. Although he assured her it would not delay their plans, he did not specify his return date. Margaery frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. The Golden Rose valued results, and she trusted Greene understood the importance. Her grandmother's teachings echoed in her mind, reminding her that the ever-growing Golden Rose family could take the initiative at any time. The reason for Margaery's repeated readings was to glean more about Greene from his letters. People like Greene were unfamiliar to her, and she knew it would take effort to control him. She also looked forward to their next meeting, as he still owed her advice. "Miss Margaery, let's start the game." The laughter of Margaery's maids interrupted her thoughts. Margaery's tone was a bit helpless. "Sometimes I really envy your liveliness. I just took a break." Meg Tyrell, the loudest among the maids, chimed in. "Miss Margaery, you have been here for a long time." Ello Tyrell added with concern. "Margaery, you really should relax." Arlen Tyrell's voice was soft. "Margaery, would you like me to play a song for you?" The maids spoke over each other, all expressing their concern for Margaery. "I know, I'm just busy lately and can't always relax. Don't worry about me," Margaery replied helplessly. Meg glanced at the envelope on the table. "Margaery, are you reading that bard's letter again?" "Bard again?" another maid teased. "His tongue is sweet." The maids burst into laughter, and Margaery couldn't help but join in. Crab Claw Peninsula, Whispering City. The blue sky was cloudless, and a fresh breeze was refreshing. At the gate of the castle, the well-dressed Kalea looked up eagerly. Bachelor Al, standing next to her, blinked and said in a teasing tone, "Good girl, don't be anxious. It's a good thing that the people love the Lord." Kalea's cheeks reddened slightly. Bachelor Al. Under Greene's arrangement, Kalea had been studying with Bachelor Al and had been exposed to a lot of novel knowledge. The more time passed, the more Kalea admired Bachelor Al's knowledge. She felt that she would never be able to reach his level in this lifetime. Quickly, she composed herself. There was no need to be shy. Women from the Crabclaw Peninsula always strive for what they were for. Aunt. Bachelor Al noticed the changes in Kalea's expression and smiled kindly. As a 4th-generation veteran of the Kleb family, Greene's grandfather, father, mother, and himself, Bachelor Al had spent most of his life in Whispering Castle, witnessing the family's many ups and downs. In his view, Greene's behavior and actions were a unique variant within the Kleb family, which had always been known for its unscrupulousness. A family that only knew how to wield swords had unexpectedly welcomed a head who preferred to use his brain. The Kleb family had endured many trials, and now, with Greene's emergence, they had a chance to rise. This opportunity might have been planted when Mrs. Kleb paid special attention to Greene's education. Thinking of this, Bachelor Al couldn't help but straighten his back. I taught Greene how to read and write, he thought proudly. The Kleb family already controlled nearly 2/3 of the land on the Crabclaw Peninsula, with tens of thousands of citizens. The young lord would not stop there. Bachelor Al believed that the remaining land on the Crabclaw Peninsula would soon belong to the Kleb territory, establishing the family's absolute rule and making them a pivotal figure in the royal territory's military nobility. Bachelor Al sighed inwardly. This might be the beginning of a real war. Although Duke John and the nobles of the valley had not directly used weapons, they had caused much bloodshed on the Crabclaw Peninsula. After more than 10 years of accumulation, it had become a blood feud. Bachelor Al cheered himself up. He would live a few more years and continue to serve the Lord. By the way, the valley had also prevented him from adding new books for several years. He could still hand Greene a knife. At the gate of the castle, Greene dismounted from his horse. Lord Greene. Kalea held up her skirt, walked quickly, and rushed towards him. Greene felt her soft fragrance, but couldn't fully appreciate it. To show the majesty of the Lord, he always wore Kleb's ancestral armor. They hugged, and Greene gently patted Kalea's back, a gentle look on his face, though he was puzzled inside. Had he forgotten something important? Bachelor Al grinned, revealing his few remaining teeth. Master Greene, Kalea is growing up, and Kleb has never lacked courage. The two separated, and Greene chuckled, reaching out to stroke Kalea's dark hair. He glanced at Bachelor Al and said, Sister Al, I am very happy to see that you are still healthy. You seem to be several years younger than before I left. Bachelor Al placed a hand on his chest. Lord Greene, thank you for your concern. I deal with territory letters every day, and seeing good news always makes me physically and mentally happy. Greene nodded with a smile. Come on, Sam. When Samwell heard Greene's voice, he stepped forward and greeted Bachelor Al shyly. Good day, Bachelor Al. His name is Samwell Tarley, from the Reach, and he will be your steward, Greene introduced. Bachelor Al smiled kindly. Samwell, you have a pair of bachelor's eyes. Welcome. Samwell nodded quickly in thanks, scratching the back of his head shyly. At this moment, Kalea stared at Greene and said, Master Greene, I have prepared hot water for you. Greene raised his eyebrows and said to everyone, Let's go in. 3 days later, they arrived at Kleb Manor outside King's Landing. The blue sky was as clear as water, with not a single cloud in sight, and the sultry air made it hard to breathe. Dick clenched the dagger in his hand and approached a strong rooster gently. They were about the same distance apart, and just as Dick was about to raise his arm, the rooster flew away, leaving him empty-handed. A few feathers fluttered behind. Dick gritted his teeth, ready to chase after the chicken, but Geoffrey stopped him. Dick, you only have one chance. If you fail, you're already in danger. The enemy is not a chicken waiting to be slaughtered. Hearing this, Dick sat down on the ground, feeling dejected. In the first stage of dagger training, the chicken had one leg tied up. As long as he moved quickly, he could strike it with one blow. Recently, Kleb Manor had been eating roast chicken every day, all slaughtered by Dick. Whatever the reason, Dick showed good perseverance, and Geoffrey's opinion of him improved significantly. Wrist strength and speed still need to be trained. Let's take a rest and then continue, Geoffrey advised. Dick stood up, patted his clothes, straightened his back, and said, Okay, Mr. Geoffrey, I think I've found some tips, and I'll just think about it. After Dick finished speaking, Geoffrey frowned slightly. He thought for a moment, but did not speak, simply nodding. Some personalities cannot be changed as long as you can achieve your goals. Geoffrey stopped and said, You must master it within a week. If you can meet the requirements within a week, I will take you and your sister to Whispering City to meet Lord Greene. After a pause, Geoffrey stared at Dick and added, If you can't complete it, I can only let you and your sister stay here. Dick, this is Lord Greene's order. Dick's pupils shrank. Stay. Stay here? Sir Geoffrey, I don't quite understand what this means. Geoffrey shook his head. No, Mr. Dick, you understand very well. I am an illiterate hunter, just repeating Lord Greene's original words. Don't question Lord Greene. Do you understand? Geoffrey's eyes became sharp, making Dick feel the danger. Dick swallowed hard and, trying to sound relaxed, said, Don't worry, I don't think there is a problem with me. Please help me tell Mr. Greene that I will never let him down. Geoffrey nodded silently and started walking again. After Geoffrey's figure disappeared, Dick wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Here it was again. Dick faced various threats almost every day, and the heavy pressure was suffocating. He looked in the direction of his sister's house for a while and braced himself. At least now he had good food, good clothes, and good housing. It's so painful. Dick wanted to cry. It was really hard. He really wanted to go back, but not to the old days, not to a dirty and smelly place. He liked how his sister looked like a noble lady now. He was an older brother, and he had to be strong for Yulia and himself. Dick suddenly felt a surge of strength. After staring at the energetic rooster for a while, his shoulders slumped again. How could this little thing be so flexible? It would be better if it had no wings. Red Keep, Prime Minister's bedroom. John Arryn was alone in the room. He threw a note into the brazier with a heavy expression and trembling hands, and the flames suddenly rose. The note that Prime Minister John burned was secretly sent by Lord Stannis Baratheon. After seeing the content, he had no intention of lying in bed to recuperate. Stannis suspected that the 3 legitimate children of King Robert and Cersei Lannister were not King Robert's blood. Stannis pointed out that he knew Robert's bastard children all had black hair, while the 3 children born to Cersei, Joffrey, Myrcella, Tommen, all had blonde hair. Although Duke John and Duke Stannis had political differences in many areas, Duke John trusted Duke Stannis very much. Prime Minister John felt that if he could choose the most honest person in the 7 kingdoms, it would be Stannis Baratheon. John's expression was bitter. If this matter were true, it would cause great turmoil in the entire kingdom. If not handled well, it could easily turn into a war, and the scale of the war would be no less than that of the war more than 10 years ago. This matter was too significant to be handed over lightly. Duke John didn't dare to trust anyone, so he had to investigate it himself. The first thing that came to his mind was the genealogy and history of the major nobles of the 7 kingdoms in the hands of Archmaester Pycelle. This book recorded the physical descriptions of the Baratheon children through generations. Secondly, the illegitimate children that King Robert had fathered outside the palace were readily available evidence, and each one needed to be investigated and documented. If it was true. Prime Minister John closed his eyes, his expression heavy. This was not only a disgrace to the royal family, but also a personal shame for the hand of the king. Despite his illness, Duke John began to secretly mobilize the men he had brought from the Vale. That night, Petyr Baelish learned from Lysa Tully that Lord John had suddenly mobilized his loyalists from the Vale. Although Duke John had kept his actions hidden from everyone, he couldn't hide them from his wife Lysa. Peter's gray-green eyes trembled. He sensed that something significant was about to unfold in the Red Keep. What could it be? Peter pondered, his demeanor striking Lysa Tully as nonchalant. "Petyr, we haven't seen each other for several days. I can't feel your love, and it makes me sad," Lysa said, her voice tinged with sorrow. Peter's expression softened, and he lowered his head, feigning surprise. "My Lysa, I was just reminiscing about our youth. I may have gray hair now, but you remain as charming as ever." There was only deep affection in Peter's eyes. Lysa hugged him tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. "Littlefinger, you are still the handsome young man from Riverrun who loves only me." Peter gently lifted Lysa's chin and placed a tender kiss on her forehead. "My Lysa, I will always love you," he whispered. As he raised the corners of his lips, his eyes flickered with ambition. The chaotic ladder of power seemed to be within his reach. Chapter 102, The 30 Captains' Whispering City, Lord's Hall. Greene took the horn glass handed to him by Kalea, took a sip of the territorial red wine, and naturally frowned. It still tasted terrible. He handed the horn cup back to Kalea and addressed the short, stout man kneeling below him. "Rake, a descendant of the ancestors, I accept your allegiance." Rick Snow, in his early 30s, illegitimate son of the North, leader of the Valley Maritime Mercenary Group, Petyr's gift. With that, Greene stood up from his chair and strolled towards Rake. His footsteps echoed in the hall as he approached. Greene stood in front of Rake, looked down for a moment, then drew his sword. He stared at Rake, who had his head lowered and remained motionless, and nodded slightly. Rake felt the cold blade on his right shoulder, and a drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. He felt like a trout waiting to be slaughtered, with no chance of survival. He didn't dare to move. In a moment, his back was covered in a fine cold sweat. "Rick Snow, I hope the next time I draw my sword, it will be to knight you as my sea knight." Hearing this, Rake couldn't help but raise his head and look at the owner of the voice. He suppressed the surge of emotion in his heart, held the long sword on his shoulder, and spoke in an excited tone, almost shouting. "Earl Greene, I will always be at your disposal. I swear to the old and new gods until death." Greene retracted his sword, glanced at the excited Rake, turned around, ascended the steps, and sat down on the Lord's wooden chair again. He lowered his eyes and stared at Rake without speaking further. Under Greene's gaze, Rake calmed his excitement and lowered his head anxiously. Greene then spoke. "Rake, I order you to recruit sailors at Mermaid Port, enough sailors for 3 ships to sail across the ocean." "I obey your orders, my lord." "Get up, Rake." Greene's gentle tone at this moment made Rake feel anxious, and his expression became more respectful as he stood up. Greene looked at Foley, who was standing aside, and said, "Captain Foley, help me settle Rake and his family." Before Foley could reply, Rake's eyes trembled slightly, and he spoke first. "Sir, thank you for your kindness." Greene glanced at Rake and showed a look of satisfaction. "Rake, Kleb is a descendant of the ancestors. You will have a new life. Go on." Rake nodded and left the Lord's Hall with Foley. After the two left, Greene tapped the armrest of the chair with his slender fingers. He was thinking about his cousin, Lyanna Crabbe, whom he had met yesterday. Lyanna had given up Kleb's inheritance rights, and Greene needed to make corresponding arrangements. Lyanna had already married once for the benefit of the family. Now, whether she seeks beauty alone or true love, Greene has no intention of intervening in her emotional choices. Will she meet a bad person again? Please listen to the whispers in the crypt. Whispering City will always be Lyanna's home. As long as Greene is still there, Miss Lyanna will always be protected by him. Therefore, as long as Greene is still there, the people who should worry are those Lyanna Kleb is interested in. A week later, after Greene inspected the new-style farm in Kleb's old land, he and his retainer knight, Mason Baker, arrived at Whispering Castle, which was once Kleb's castle. Whispering Castle was already an abandoned fortress overgrown with weeds. The castle was built of ancient rocks without mortar and stood on the top of a cliff. Thick moss grew between the cracks in the rocks. Trees sprouted from beneath the foundations. The walls on the cliffside had collapsed, and clusters of poisonous red vines sprouted from the piles of rocks. 50 feet below, waves poured into a crumbling old lighthouse, and behind the tower was the entrance to a large cave. The sea had eroded holes under the cliff. When the waves passed through the underground holes and passages, they made a rumbling sound. This is where the name Whispering Castle comes from. Here is the cleaned-up and enhanced version of Tor. He provided text. Another legendary version of the origin of the name of Whispering Castle tells the tale of Clarence Crabbe, the legendary hero of Crabclaw Peninsula. Clarence was an imposing figure, standing 8 feet tall and possessing the strength to uproot a pine tree with one hand and hurl it half a mile. No horse could bear his weight, so he rode a bison instead. Clarence's wife was a forest witch, and each time he killed someone, he would bring the head home. His wife would kiss the lips of the severed head, bringing it back to life. These resurrected heads belonged to lords, wizards, knights, pirates, and even the king of Duskendale Town. Because they were only heads, they could not speak loudly and would whisper incessantly to pass the time. Thus, Clarence's home became known as Whispering Castle. Greene stared at the ruins of the ancestral castle for a while before saying, "Mason, I plan to repair the ancestral castle." As a descendant of the Kleb family's retainer knights, Mason was naturally elated upon hearing Greene's words. Mason had grown up in Whispering Castle and held a deep affection for the place. In his memory, the castle had always been in a state of semi-ruin. The Kleb ancestors never seemed to care much about their living conditions, as long as the castle could accommodate people. They were truly semi-savage nobles. After the Reaver War, when Mrs. Kleb, Greene's mother, moved westward with the remaining tribesmen to what is now Whispering City, the castle fell into complete disrepair over the next decade. Loyal Knight Mason, I plan to leave this matter to you, Greene said. Mason nodded and replied, My lord, I am honored to be entrusted with the important task of rebuilding Fort Klebs. Greene nodded slightly. The restoration of the ancestral castle signified that Greene had completed the recovery of the old Kleb lands. The eastward expansion of the Kleb family was in its final stages. Whispering Castle was not only a symbol of the Kleb family's dominance, but also tied to their noble title. Once the restoration was complete, Greene planned to rename Whispering City. Perhaps it would be called Blue Castle, as a distant echo of King's Landing's Red Keep. Before parting ways, Greene appointed Mason Baker as the commander of the Garrison Corps. The name itself indicated its responsibilities. Mason would be in charge of the general defense of Kleb territory. After bidding farewell to Mason, Greene continued his inspections, visiting the current locations of the Survey Corps and Thorn Corps. Upon meeting Greene, the leaders of these corps, Per Peely and the leader of the Thorn Corps, received the same order, to recommend captains for the 30. Greene's main purpose in establishing the 30 captains was to further strengthen control over the regiment, aiming for seamless coordination. The lowest-ranking officer in the Kleb Corps was the 10 Centurion, followed by the Centurion. The newly established captain of 30 would rank above the 10 Centurion, but below the Centurion. Each Centurion would have one direct commander, 3 30 Centurions, and 9 10 Centurions under their command. Each 30 Centurion would oversee 3 10 Centurions. Greene was cautious about naming conventions and decided against calling the position platoon captain to avoid confusion. The commander of the Kleb Legion Corps was equivalent to a commander of 1,000 in scale. Once the selection of the 30 commanders for each regiment was complete, Greene planned to establish a higher level to select centurions, 3 centurions in total. Starting next year, year 298 in the Westeros calendar, Greene would host an annual banquet for officers of all levels. For example, there would be a banquet for the 10 centurions, where all the 10 captains of the Kleb army would gather to participate in a feast hosted by Greene himself. Similarly, there would be banquets for the 30 centurions and the centurions. This version corrects grammatical errors, improves sentence structure, enhances descriptive details, removes redundancy, clarifies ambiguous parts, and adjusts formatting for better readability. The Banquet of 3 Centurions, held annually, is one of the many ways Greene maintains control over military power, much like the annual festivals in Kleb's territory. Regardless of how large the Kleb army grows in the future, Greene will ensure it remains firmly under his control. When Greene returned to Mermaid Harbor, it had been exactly 1 month since he last left. Mermaid Harbor, Government Affairs Office. Greene observed the changed Dick and nodded in approval. Although Dick was still thin, he now stood with a straight posture and carried himself like an aristocratic young man. His eyes, which once wandered aimlessly, had improved significantly, no longer giving the impression of a thief at first glance. Greene didn't demand perfection. A score of 60 was a pass, and Dick, now scoring over 70, was satisfactory for Greene. Lord Greene had always been strict with himself, but lenient towards others. Greene then turned his attention to Yulia, who had completely transformed into a noble lady, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. "Sit down, Dick, Yulia," Greene said gently, causing both siblings to tremble slightly. Perhaps Greene's cold demeanor would have made them feel more at ease. Greene smiled and repeated, "Sit down, sit down." Yulia complied more readily, while Dick hesitated before they both took their seats. After a brief pause, Greene continued, "Dick and Yulia, I have never treated you as outsiders. You have always been part of my tribe. But, even if you are a tribe member, you should be punished if you make a mistake." Dick's smile froze, and he nodded nervously. Turning to Yulia, Greene said, "Yulia, you will receive a manor on the Crabclaw Peninsula and be protected by Kleb." Yulia's face showed disbelief as she tried to confirm what she had just heard. She had thought Greene dressed her up as a noble lady for different reasons. Her emotions were complicated, and she didn't know what to feel. Yulia stood up and curtsied towards Greene, saying, "Earl Greene, thank you for your kindness. I will always remember your generosity." Greene smiled and nodded, then looked at Dick, who appeared happy. Sensing Greene's gaze, Dick immediately stopped smiling. "Dick Weishai, Your sister is still getting married. Whether Yulia can maintain a superior life depends on you." Dick stopped Yulia, who was about to speak, and stared at his sister before nodding. He gritted his teeth and said, "Master Greene, please give me your orders. I am confident that I can complete the mission." Dick had some confidence in his ability to handle tasks, and for Yulia, he was willing to risk his life. As long as his sister could continue to live a good life, he was not afraid of sacrifice. Greene observed the siblings, who looked as if they were about to part ways, and nodded approvingly. "Dick, you are one of my people. I will not put your life in danger or assign you dangerous tasks such as killing. If possible, I hope you live well and have a castle of your own." After a pause, Greene continued, "When the mission is completed and you and your sister are reunited, you will not only receive my reward, but I will also grant you the legal surname Kleb. As a legitimate child, Yulia will find a husband who satisfies her and become the mistress of a certain territory. She will love her husband and raise their children together, and you, Dick, will have your own territory and castle, and your legitimate son will be your legal heir." The surprise was overwhelming. Dick's eyes turned red, and he said, "Master Greene, I—" He couldn't continue and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes fiercely. He couldn't afford to cry. It was too embarrassing. Greene approached and patted Dick on the arm. "When it comes to the future of the family, the strong Kleb is your foundation. Work hard for the strength of the family, and the family will also protect you. Dick, for your sister and for yourself, complete your mission well." North Winterfell. Winterfell is located in the center of the northern region of the Seven Kingdoms, with the Kings. The road connecting Winterfell to King's Landing and the Wall is a vital artery in the north. Winterfell itself is a massive castle spanning several acres, enclosed by 2 thick walls and a village at its gate. The castle is built around an ancient godswood and a hot spring. Steaming hot water is piped through the walls, warming the rooms and making Winterfell more comfortable than other castles in the harsh northern winters. Among all the rooms in Winterfell, Catelyn's bedroom was the warmest, so much so that it was rarely necessary to light a fire in the fireplace. Catelyn Tully, the wife of Lord Eddard Stark and the eldest daughter of Hoster Tully, Duke of Riverrun, found solace in this warmth. Eddard Stark, however, could never stand the heat. He often remarked that the Stark family was born for the world of ice and snow. Catelyn would laugh and reply that if that were true, their castle was built in the wrong place. After making love to his wife, Eddard Stark climbed out of bed, drew back the heavy brocade curtain, and opened a narrow window. The chill of the night air rushed into the bedroom. At 35, Eddard was a tall man with a serious demeanor. He had the long face typical of the Stark family, with dark brown hair, gray eyes, and a neatly trimmed beard that had begun to turn gray. Catelyn pulled the warm fur up to her chin and watched her husband silently. She was still a little sore, but it was a pleasant ache. Catelyn had auburn hair and blue eyes. Despite being in her 30s and having given birth to 5 children, she remained beautiful. "Catelyn, I received a letter from Robert a few days ago," Eddard said. "He mentioned that Jon's health is very poor and asked me to come to King's Landing to assist with the Prime Minister's duties." Hearing this, Catelyn sat up in bed, her voice tinged with anger. "Duke Eileen, is it serious? My poor sister Ned, you should have told me this earlier." "I'm sorry, Catelyn. I didn't want to worry you," Eddard replied. Catelyn snorted softly. "A lone wolf dies, but a pack of wolves survives." Eddard shook his head. "I can't fault the Tullys." Catelyn glanced at him and said comfortingly, "Grandmaster Pycelle has excellent medical skills. Don't worry too much." After a pause, she added, "King Robert actually asked you to go to King's Landing. Could it be that Jon is already terminally ill?" Eddard nodded. "That's exactly what I'm worried about, but I don't think it's the case. I know Robert. If it were that serious, he would have written it down." Catelyn breathed a sigh of relief. She was most worried about her sister Lysa and Lysa's young son. "Ned, what do you want to do?" After pondering for a while, Eddard said, "Winter is coming. My home is here, and my responsibility is in the north." Catelyn was worried and hesitant. "He won't care about that. He is the king now, and the king cannot be treated like an ordinary person. If you refuse him, He will wonder why and might suspect you of hiding your true intentions. Can't you see the danger that may come to us if you refuse?" Eddard shook his head firmly. "Robert will never do anything bad to me. He loves me more than his own brother. If I refuse, he will fly into a rage and curse endlessly, but after a while he will scoff at it. That's just how he is." Catelyn disagreed. She felt that Eddard was sometimes too naive. That was him in the past. The current king has become a stranger to you. Eddard's tone was sad. "My father only went to the south once in his life, and he never came back." King's Landing would always be a painful memory for him. His father and brother both died there. Catelyn ignored the fur quilt slipping off her body and reached out to her husband, who looked sad. "Ned?" Eddard came over and held his wife's slender fingers in his large hands. "What is it, my love? Are you going to do something about it?" Catelyn asked, her voice tinged with concern. Ed patted her hand reassuringly. "Tomorrow morning, I will ask Maester Lewin to arrange for a messenger crow. I want to contact Renly to understand the situation first, and then make a decision." For some reason, Catelyn suddenly felt a wave of fear wash over her. She hugged her husband tightly, seeking comfort in his embrace. Chapter 103. Imperial Meeting. The Red Keep, the Throne Room, the Royal Council. The throne room was adorned with opulent furnishings. The floor was covered with Mirish carpets, and in the corner stood a wooden screen from the Summer Islands, intricately carved with hundreds of lifelike and colorful rare birds and animals. The walls were draped with exquisite tapestries from Norvos, Qohor, and Lys. Flanking the door were a pair of Valyrian Sphinx statues, their round rhododendron eyes set in black marble faces, gleaming brightly. At the head of the conference table, the king's chair, distinguished by the golden-crowned stag pattern on its backrest, stood empty. Lord Jon Arryn sat to the right of the king's chair, a position symbolizing the king's right hand. The other royal ministers seated around the long table included Minister of Justice Renly Baratheon, Minister of Finance Petyr Baelish, Captain of the Kingsguard Barristan Selmy, Grand Maester Pycelle, and Intelligence Chief Varys. The seat of Sea Lord Stannis Baratheon was also vacant. The recent travels had left Prime Minister Jon even thinner than before. His eyes were sunken, his face pale, devoid of any trace of blood. He sighed inwardly but still asked, "There are only 6 of us. Stannis still hasn't come?" After Jon spoke, a tense silence enveloped the room for a few seconds. Petyr, dressed neatly like a monk, his gray-green eyes scanning the expressions of everyone present, finally said, "Your Majesty, Prime Minister, you know Duke Stannis and his fleet are so busy, it's hard for him to get away." Renly laughed, his tone teasing. "Lord Petyr, your words are so convincing. I almost believe that the upright Stannis bribed you." Petyr smiled and shook his head. "It would be an honor for me, and I would never forget it for the rest of my life." Everyone chuckled, breaking the solemnity of the throne room. Prime Minister Jon glanced at Renly, who was smiling. Renly wore a dark green velvet doublet embroidered with 12 golden stags and a gold-woven half-cloak fastened by an emerald brooch hung from one shoulder. When Robert took the Iron Throne, Renly had been just a 7-year-old boy. Now Renly looked exactly like Robert, as if time had turned back, allowing Jon to see the heroic Robert who had returned victorious from the Trident River. Prime Minister Jon stopped reminiscing. He had convened the Royal Council today for an important matter. Regarding the issue of royal bloodline, although his investigation was less than halfway complete, he had almost confirmed that Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen were not of Robert's bloodline. Once he collected all the irrefutable evidence, he would report it to King Robert personally. Jon could already predict the shockwaves this revelation would send through the kingdom under King Robert's wrath. This matter could not be hidden, nor could it be ignored. As the hand of the king, if the evidence was conclusive, even a moment's delay in informing King Robert would be a dereliction of duty on his part. The gravity of the situation was immense. When the time came, the only thing Jon could do was to persuade King Robert not to hold a public trial, but to deal with Cersei Lannister and her children privately. Perhaps they could all die of illness. King Robert was still young and full of energy. He could marry a new queen and have a true legitimate heir. This was the best response Jon could think of. In this way, at least the 7 kingdoms would not be shaken, and the kingdom could smoothly survive the impact of this incident. However, John knew King Robert's temper very well. This was his extravagant hope. He had no confidence in persuading King Robert, but could only give it a try. Maybe, for the sake of the kingdom's stability, King Robert would be able to remain rational of the kingdom. Prime Minister John knew he needed to prepare in advance to prevent and respond to the worst-case scenario. His first task was to find a plausible reason to block King's Landing and indirectly control the Lannisters in the city without arousing suspicion. John glanced at the ministers present and began, "My lords, I believe you have all heard about the incident in the Prime Minister's study. Ha! I think some of you might even have a better grasp of it than I do. There are things I have forgotten." Grand Maester Pycelle, seated at the end of the long table, interjected, "Duke John, the secret passage leading to the Prime Minister's study has been there for years. It's a remnant from the old dragon's time, a hidden danger left by the Targaryens. This shows that their remnants have not given up." Pycelle had a kind face, with tufts of white hair hanging on both sides of his bald forehead. His long, snow-white beard flowed down to his chest, and his maester's necklace, made of 24 different metal links, hung from his throat to his chest. The kings Pycelle served include Aegon Futh, Jaehaerys II, Aerys II, Mad King, and Robert Force. Peter Baelish, though outwardly composed, inwardly looked down on Pycelle, who he saw as a sycophant. Most people could tell that John was merely sighing, but Pycelle seemed eager to excuse him. There was no need to specifically address the incident in the Prime Minister's study. Everyone knew it was a legacy of the Targaryen dynasty. Baratheon was the usurper, so it was normal for some oversights to be inherited. In fact, King Robert should bear greater responsibility as the master of the Red Keep. Petyr felt that Pycelle's words, though seemingly meant to please John, unintentionally placed all the responsibility on him. Petyr's eyes moved slightly. Was Pycelle a fool, or did he have other motives? Petyr's eyes met Varys's, who had been silent, and they both looked away. Petyr raised the corners of his lips and looked deliberately at the old Grand Maester. "Grand Maester Pycelle, are the remnants of the old dragon still active? It sounds like you're suggesting that Prime Minister John and Lord Varys have been neglecting their duties," Petyr said, staring at Pycelle. "I think this is a joke." "Of course, I am joking too." Pycelle stood up tremblingly, his maester's necklace clinking. He looked towards John, nodded, and said, "Duke John, I never meant that. Lord Petyr misunderstood me. I was only speaking out of public interest." Prime Minister John waved his hand for Pycelle to sit down. He glanced at Petyr, who had a helpless expression, and said, "Grand Maester Pycelle, I have never misunderstood you. I have always trusted you." Pycelle, now seated, nodded his thanks and ignored Petyr, the instigator, entirely. Petyr found no flaws for the time being. Pycelle's behavior was no different from usual, fearing he would offend John and lose his position on the royal council. Petyr shrugged and leaned back in his chair, but became wary of the seemingly harmless Pycelle. He decided to bribe the young maids around Pycelle to monitor his every move. Petyr, who calculated every step, already had a legitimate excuse. He would find a suitable opportunity to contact Pycelle in person under the guise of apologizing. Some things are only reliable when confirmed with his own eyes. Thus, the royal ministers never spoke nonsense in the royal council, except for Renly. Prime Minister John did not forget the purpose of today's meeting. He paused and continued, "After this incident, I have had trouble sleeping and eating. I am old, but the problems that arose when I served as the king's hand, I don't want to leave them for the next king to handle," Prime Minister John declared, his voice resolute. Suddenly, all eyes in the throne room turned to him. Facing their collective gaze, John continued, 1 month, 3 months at most, I will seal off the entire King's Landing and thoroughly investigate all the secret passages left by the Targaryens. Anyone connected to these passages will be arrested." A heavy silence fell over the room following John's proclamation. Renly, visibly surprised, broke the silence. "Duke John, did I hear you correctly? Block King's Landing for 3 months? Petyr, frowning slightly, interjected coldly, "Duke, Renly, the Prime Minister means a maximum of 3 months. Everyone knew that Petyr was a confidant of Prime Minister John, handpicked from the Valley. He was considered one of their own. Peter had always made it clear that he would support John in the royal council. His consistent actions allowed him to represent John on many occasions without explicit instructions, without arousing suspicion. This was one of Peter's strategies in the Game of Thrones. Renly spread his hands, his tone still light-hearted. "Duke John, isn't this too drastic? If we're not careful, it could cause riots. There are more than 500,000 people in King's Landing." John's eyes sharpened as he glanced around the room. "I need your support," he said firmly. Varys stood up from his chair, nodding. "Duke John, I support your decision. It is my great honor to serve you, and this is also my responsibility," he declared without hesitation. Everyone looked at Varys, the first to show his support, with a mix of surprise and suspicion. Given his role as the royal intelligence chief during the Targaryen era, many, including John, suspected him of being an insider. However, John, adhering to his lifelong principles, would not embarrass Varys without concrete evidence. Varys's actions at this moment not only dispelled John's suspicions, but also increased his trust. Peter observed Varys with a mocking smile. When Varys sat down, he acknowledged Peter's gaze with a slight nod. Peter returned the gesture with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. After more than a decade as the king's hand, those around John had come to understand his temperament well, especially Varys, the chief intelligence officer. Barristan Selmy, the captain of the Kingsguard, who had been sitting like a statue, suddenly spoke. "Mr. Prime Minister, the blockade of King's Landing requires the personal signature of His Majesty the King." Captain Barristan, like the other members of the Kingsguard, wore silver armor and a white cloak. At 60 years old, he was tall with sad blue eyes beneath his white hair. Despite his age, he still appeared strong and elegant. Known as Barristan the Fearless, he was the eldest son of Lord Leonor Selmy of Harvest Hall in the Stormlands. At 10, Barristan became a mysterious knight with donated armor, participating in a tourney in Blackport and challenging Prince Duncan, earning his fearless reputation. During the Battle of the Ninepenny Kings, Barristan single-handedly charged into the Golden Company and killed the ferocious Malus Blackfyre, ending the Blackfyre Rebellion and securing his name in history. At 23, Barristan gave up his family's inheritance to serve the realm. Under the recommendation of the then captain of the Kingsguard, Gerald Hightower, Barristan donned the white robe. After the Usurpers' War, King Robert pardoned Barristan and appointed him captain of the Kingsguard, despite his previous loyalty to the Targaryens. Though Barristan had moral reservations about serving King Robert, he faithfully fulfilled his duties. Prime Minister John looked at Barristan, his voice tinged with an imperceptible weariness. "Sir Barristan, I will first obtain His Majesty Robert's approval." Barristan nodded. "When the time comes, I will fulfill my duties." Renly spread his hands and smiled. "Duke John, please inform me in advance before closing the city. Unless Robert orders it, I do not intend to be locked up here. I will go to the Kingswood to hunt and wait for you to finish your work. I'll come back again." Prime Minister John's pale lips moved slightly, but he said nothing and simply nodded. Peter turned to Prime Minister John. "Your Majesty, Prime Minister, we have to consider the food issue. There are hundreds of thousands of mouths in King's Landing." Prime Minister John had already devised a plan. "I will not restrict food from entering King's Landing. Peter, I will leave this matter to you." Peter gracefully caressed his chest. "As you wish, Prime Minister." Pycelle looked at Peter and questioned. "Lord Peter, this is not a small amu, Nente. Can the kingdom's treasury come up with this golden dragon?" Peter raised his lips and looked at Pycelle with a mocking tone. "You mean the kingdom's treasury? Grandmeister Pycelle, please stop pretending. You and I both know that the treasury has been empty for many years. Even rats would hate that place now." After addressing Pycelle, Peter turned to Prime Minister John. "Prime Minister, I think the Archbishop will be happy to help us at this time. I will contact him in advance." Prime Minister John sighed inwardly. "Peter, we still need the Archbishop to help us stabilize the hearts of the people in King's Landing." By this time, his plan had already passed the Imperial Council. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Prime Minister John secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fatigue suddenly washed over him, forcing him to lean back in his chair. Peter, looking concerned, was about to speak when they were interrupted by a sudden commotion. Everyone in the royal council heard the loud announcement. The Queen has arrived. Chapter 104, Imperial Meeting 2. The Queen is here. The heavy wooden door of the throne room was pushed open. Cersei Lannister appeared, wearing a queen's tiara and a strapless red dress, and slowly walked into the hall. Following her was her loyal bodyguard, Jaime Lannister. All the court ministers were taken aback and stood up, placing their hands over their hearts in salute to Cersei. Jon Arryn looked at the proud Queen Cersei with complicated eyes. Cersei stood still and looked at Prime Minister Jon, who remained seated. Their eyes met, and Jon sighed inwardly. Despite the looming revelations, Cersei was still the queen representing the royal family. Jon grabbed the armrest with trembling hands, stood up from the wooden chair that symbolized the hand of the king, and nodded to Cersei. Queen Cersei raised her smooth chin, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth. She glanced around, noting the empty first seat and then Prime Minister Jon next to it. Cersei walked to the position facing the king's chair and said, "Good day, gentlemen. I will sit here. Sir Jaime, please bring me a chair." Jaime, unfazed by the occasional glances from others, placed a wooden chair behind Cersei, his lips curled up in a smirk. Barristan Selmy, clad in silver armor and white robes, glanced at Jaime and then closed his eyes, as if to block out the sight. Barristan disapproved of Jaime Lannister's choices. As a Kingsguard, Jaime had broken his oath and killed the king he was sworn to protect. Barristan believed Jaime's white robes should be replaced with black, symbolizing his fall from grace. After Queen Cersei took her seat, everyone else resumed their places. Renly Baratheon raised the corners of his lips and said, "Your Highness Cersei, why have you graced us with your presence today? You are a rare visitor. The last time you appeared here, I can't even remember, it must have been years ago." Cersei, who disliked Renly for his resemblance to Robert, was irritated by his teasing tone. She snorted coldly, looked at Renly with her piercing eyes, and raised the corners of her lips. "Duke Renly, if your sincerity were genuine, I would attend every royal meeting, for your sake and for the sake of the Seven Kingdoms." Renly laughed and said no more. Excluding Queen Cersei, who represented the Lannisters, from the royal council was a tacit political understanding among everyone. Even a slight hint of her involvement was unwelcome. After Renly's laughter, the hall fell into a tense silence. The atmosphere around the long table grew increasingly solemn. Petyr Baelish's eyes moved slightly as he looked at Prime Minister Jon, who wore a heavy expression. Sensing Petyr's gaze, Jon nodded almost imperceptibly. Petyr then turned his attention to Queen Cersei and broke the silence. "Your Majesty, your Highness, please forgive my presumption, but what are your orders?" "Petyr at your service at any time." Before Petyr could finish, he felt the Queen's contemptuous gaze. Queen Cersei didn't bother to acknowledge Petyr's words. Petyr showed a somewhat helpless expression, shrugged, and fell silent. Would Petyr secretly resent Cersei for ignoring him? The answer was no. Everyone in the Red Keep, including Petyr, had long been accustomed to Cersei's domineering attitude. If Cersei treated him gently, Petyr would suspect a hidden conspiracy. After a while, Prime Minister Jon spoke slowly. "Queen Cersei, please speak frankly." Although Queen Cersei smiled with satisfaction, she made no secret of her disdain for Jon. "Duke Arryn, I see that your health is indeed very problematic. I will arrange for the maid to go to the temple to light candles and pray for your speedy recovery." Prime Minister Jon frowned. The timing of Queen Cersei's appearance was too coincidental for him to ignore. Prime Minister Jon wondered if something had gone wrong with the secret investigation. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. If their plans had been exposed, Cersei would not be sitting across from him, taking the time to ridicule him. Prime Minister Jon's eyes were sharp as he addressed her. "Queen Cersei, please tell me frankly. The Royal Council still needs to continue discussing the kingdom's political affairs." Before Cersei could respond, Maester Pycelle interjected. "Your Highness, the king's hand never lies. Before you arrived, we were discussing the blockade of King's Landing. We still have many issues to discuss." Petyr's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt that the cunning old fox had finally shown his true colors. On the surface, Grand Maester Pycelle, who often appeared a bit muddle-headed, had taken the initiative to support Prime Minister Jon. This was typical of Pycelle's behavior, always eager to flatter the prime minister. However, the timing was crucial. Even if the same thing was said in a different context, it could have a completely different effect. With Queen Cersei present, Pycelle's words effectively undermined Prime Minister Jon's proposal to close the city. Although Jon's plan had garnered the support of most royal ministers, it still needed to go through the final process of the Royal Council, voting. Only proposals that had been voted on by the Royal Council were considered legal. Jon was just one step away from success, but Cersei's interruption had changed everything. Now, Pycelle had, accidentally, revealed the matter in front of Cersei, creating unexpected complications. While the power struggle unfolded in the throne room, Greene was battling the elements in the narrow sea, where huge waves rolled. Lake Snow shouted, "Lord Greene, we are being targeted by pirates, but don't worry. The wind is in our favor and we can lose them before dark." Greene glanced at the 3 black spots in the distance and raised his voice. "Lake, you are now the commander of Kleb's fleet." He took a few steps, grabbed a cable, pointed in the direction of the pirate ship, and shouted, "Get closer, you have the final say." Lake, invigorated, wiped the seawater from his face and shouted, "First mate, prepare to turn. Full left rudder. Hold on to the cable." The first mate responded loudly, "Yes, Captain. Full port rudder." The ship gradually tilted, and Lake observed the waves before ordering, "Correct the course." "Yes, correct the course." The sailors shouted as they tightened the cables connected to the sails, controlling their direction. The bow of the ship broke through layers of waves, and the Kleb sailboat left a trail of white foam in its wake. Greene's ears were filled with the sound of rushing water. He took a special longbow from Marshal Baker. "Marshal, follow me!" Marshal, quiver full of arrows, responded loudly. "Lord Greene, please don't worry." The pirates also noticed the prey approaching them. They had 3 boats, while the other side had only 2. The advantage was theirs. The pirate captain clung to the railing and shouted arrogantly, "Who do they think they are? I am the king of this sea. Pull the ship over." As the 2 sides drew closer, the sea calmed slightly. "Reef the sails. Prepare for a boarding battle," both captains ordered simultaneously. On the other boat, Mengton donned an iron bucket helmet. "Ungai, the wind and waves are still strong. Don't get too far forward. Be careful not to fall." Ungai, observing the surroundings sharply, nodded. "Mengton, I have almost adapted to the shaking." On the ship. "The main reason is that the ship is too narrow, so you need to pay attention," Mengton said, pulling up his visor and smiling naively. "Have you decided who to marry?" Angie was indeed welcomed by the spearwives in Kleb's territory, especially after he couldn't help but defeat several spearwives who were too strong in his opinion. Despite appearing very popular, Ange had unspeakable difficulties. Wanting to change the subject, Ange suddenly said, "Mengton, how do I feel? You have been avoiding Lord Greene recently? Don't you usually like to follow the Lord the most?" Mengton wanted to scratch his head, but his fingers touched the cold helmet, and he retracted his hand. Looking at Ange with blank eyes, Mengton said, "Ange, I didn't pay attention to this. You may have seen it wrong." With that, Mengton turned his attention to the approaching pirate ship in the distance, raised his buckler, and said, "I'm going to the front." The ship was still shaking violently, but Mengton's steps were very steady. Ange glanced at Mengton's broad back in confusion, then withdrew his gaze. There was still some time before the boarding battle, so Ange carefully checked his bow and arrow again. Red Keep, throne room queen. Cersei's lips curved in a mocking way, and her tone was cold. "Jon Arryn, not only are you suffering from health problems, but are you also an old fool?" Cersei's words seemed to freeze the entire throne room. Facing the various eyes focused on her, Cersei raised her chin proudly and snorted coldly. Prime Minister Jon clenched his fist and said in a warning tone, "Queen Lannister, this is the Royal Council, not your inner chamber." After saying that, Prime Minister Jon's throat felt itchy, and he couldn't help but cough. Peter hurriedly stood up and walked over, but was waved off by Prime Minister Jon. Queen Cersei, who was originally very angry because of Jon's inner chamber comment, saw Prime Minister Jon's unusual embarrassment with her own eyes, and her mood suddenly brightened. After finally stopping his coughing, Prime Minister Jon leaned feebly on the back of his chair like a helpless and weak old man. Would Cersei sympathize with the weak hand, Jon? Cersei never sympathizes with the weak. She only takes pleasure in others' misfortunes and adds insult to injury. She is merciful by sitting back and doing nothing. Queen Cersei looked at Prime Minister Jon and said leisurely, "Is Duke Aaron interested in my bedroom? When did this start? Hand of the King, you rarely make me curious." The rise and fall of Duke Jon's chest increased. "Queen Cersei, don't tarnish my honor at will." Queen Cersei said coldly, "Only a coward would blockade King's Landing with great fanfare for his own safety. I will give you a dress next time you come." Facing the suspicious looks around him, Prime Minister Jon felt like he was about to vomit blood with anger. How could the old lion Lord Tywin have such a daughter? Naturally, Cersei didn't know that Prime Minister Jon was ostensibly investigating the secret passage, but his real purpose was to block King's Landing in advance in order to control the situation after the royal bloodline issue was revealed. Cersei thought that old Jon was frightened by the discovery of the secret passage, so he wanted to go to war. According to Cersei's guess, Prime Minister Jon's actions were the actions of a coward. The words that made Prime Minister Jon the most angry were not Cersei's words about giving him a dress. Of course, this sentence did not make him angry. Mainly because of some of Cersei's specious words, Prime Minister Jon felt that he had truly seen Cersei's debauchery. This was the queen he personally selected for King Robert. Everyone knows that there are no secrets in the Red Keep. Doesn't she care about her reputation? Of course, Cersei doesn't care about fame. It's just that Queen Cersei's chief affairs officer, Greene Kleb, got off to a bad start. In Cersei's opinion, whoever dares to slander her will. Cersei Lannister still reminisced about the time she sent Greene to get his head kicked. She felt a sense of nostalgia. I, Cersei Lannister, have never known fear. In the confrontation between the Prime Minister and the Queen, none of the ministers dared to intervene, except for the king's brother, Renly. Renly wanted to support Prime Minister Jon, but he could never find the right opportunity. The Baratheon family naturally leaned towards Jon, and Renly had once planned to remove Cersei from her position as queen to make Margaery Tyrell the new queen. This would not only weaken the Lannister forces, but also gain the support of the Tyrell family. Unfortunately, the plan had barely begun when Jaime started spreading gold coins everywhere and investigating Relental, Essley. This forced Renly to halt his actions and cautiously redirect the clues to the Riverlands. Conspiracies are always shrouded in darkness, and while everyone uses them, no one likes them. If exposed, it would tarnish the honor of the Baratheon family. Faced with Jaime's unpredictable actions, Renly had no choice but to step back for the greater good. Renly and his close advisors had been planning for a long time and had seen some progress, but it all ended in vain. In the tense atmosphere, Renly suddenly burst out laughing. His laughter was hearty, reminiscent of King Robert. Renly calmed the atmosphere in his own way. "Your Highness Cersei, you may not know Duke Jon very well. He has never understood humor, and Brother Robert could never grasp it either." After Renly finished speaking, everyone laughed. Cersei snorted and remained silent, unaffected by Renly's words. Renly's mention of King Robert was a subtle warning. He was reminding both King Robert and Prime Minister Jon of their special and deep relationship, urging Queen Cersei not to push too hard. However, the arrogant Cersei didn't catch the deeper meaning of Renly's words. She just looked at Renly's face, which resembled a young Robert, and felt disgusted. Cersei hated everything and everyone related to King Robert. Sometimes, misunderstandings can be beneficial. At that moment, Renly felt that although Cersei was a bit willful, she knew when to advance and retreat at critical moments. If she hadn't been born into the Lannister family, she might have been a qualified queen. Renly's smile was carefree as he continued, "Your Highness Cersei, you suddenly attended the royal meeting. I assume there must be something important. Shall we discuss your matters first?" After saying that, Renly looked at Prime Minister Jon. Renly was still too young. Jon sighed inwardly and didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. Cersei looked at Renly, who was smiling, and couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Prime Minister Jon, I heard that due to your health, Petter is now performing the duties of Prime Minister on your behalf. You plan to train Petter to be the hand of the king. Is that true?" Chapter 105, Imperial Meeting, End. The content of Cersei Lannister's words made Peter Baelish's heart tremble. Peter spread his hands and said in a helpless tone, "Your Highness the Queen, this, I have to say, it is very tempting. I hope that is the truth, but I know that I am not capable and I am just a herald." Varys held his hands together and said in a comforting tone, "Lord Peter, your talent is obvious to all, so there is no need to underestimate yourself." Peter's eyes twitched. "Lord Varys, I only know how to do my duty." Varys immediately replied, "This is the most rare quality." Peter's tone was sarcastic. "Being loyal to one's duty is not worthy of praise. Why do I feel like you mean something?" Varys nodded slightly, his eyes shining. "I just want to use Lord Peter to inspire me, who is mediocre. After all, only your excellence is well known." "I hate him," Peter thought coldly. "Lord Varys, your pervasive special ability is obvious to all." Varys's tone was modest. "The Emperor needs someone who can inquire about information. I happen to appear here. This cannot compare with your ability to govern the country. It can be said that no one can replace you." Varys's sweet words sounded sarcastic to Peter's ears. Peter's words began to sound a little angry. "I would really like to know who can take your place." Varys's tone was still humble. "Lord Peter, there is no need to worry. Anyone can do it, as long as they are literate." Peter's smile deepened, but it didn't reach his eyes. Varys didn't seem to notice Peter's anger at all, and his posture became more humble. Why did Peter and Varys suddenly and inexplicably quarrel? They were deliberately diverting attention. Those of them who relied on Machiavellian tactics for survival tacitly chose not to let Queen Cersei continue to speak. They all felt that Queen Cersei's next words would be shocking, and they were not ready for it. After a few more words, the quarrel would naturally escalate, and Peter or Varys would leave angrily, or both at the same time, forcibly ending the royal meeting. Queen Cersei could only attend the next royal meeting. Because there is a time difference, if they find out that it is not good for them, Cersei will not have another chance. What happens in the end depends on whether it is profitable. It's a good idea, and it conforms to the rules of the Game of Thrones, but it's a pity that they met Cersei. "That's enough. You two, please be quiet." Cersei's shout directly interrupted the rhythm of Peter and Varys. Cersei didn't see anything. She just simply felt that these two men, a man and half a man, were quarrelsome. How dare they quarrel unscrupulously in front of her? "Do they take me seriously?" Cersei ignored the different expressions of the others and said impatiently, "Duke Eileen, I came here today to recommend the successor to the hand of the king." After Cersei's words fell, the throne room seemed to freeze for an instant, and everyone present was stunned. Seeing the reactions on everyone's faces, Queen Cersei raised her smooth chin proudly. "Greene's tricks are exactly what I like." The court ministers were not so shocked by Cersei's words, but more surprised by her willfulness. The royal council has its own rules of the game, and they can't tell if Queen Cersei doesn't understand or is deliberately ignoring them. Could it be that the Lion family in the western region finally couldn't stand it anymore when they saw that he was seriously ill? Queen Cersei suddenly broke into the king's council today, and Prime Minister Jon suspected that Tywin Lannister was behind the incident. Prime Minister Jon felt complicated and said in a cold tone, "Queen Cersei, I never forget my responsibilities. I have arrangements for this kind of thing." Cersei sneered and said, "Duke Aeron, you don't even dare to ask who I recommend. Do you want to leave the king's hand too?" At this point, Cersei paused deliberately for a moment and mocked. "Is it planned to pass it on to your youngest son, Robert Aeron? You, cough cough co, H." Prime Minister Jon began to cough violently, his face turning red with anger. Jon was so infuriated by Cersei's nonsensical words that he couldn't help but cough again. Renly Baratheon laughed and said in a teasing tone, "Your Highness Cersei, little Robert is still young and will take a long time to grow up. Your humor made me laugh." It was rare that Renly's frivolous tone did not anger Cersei, because his words made sense. Cersei did doubt whether the Aeron family would always hold the position of prime minister. Although Jon's heir is young, Cersei only temporarily put down her guard because the Aeron family represents the Vale, and there are more than just Aeron families in the Vale. Cersei doesn't want to wait for Joffrey to sit on the Iron Throne and let the Arryn family or the nobles of the Vale continue to linger in front of her eyes. By then, she will expel all the eyesores, leaving only her Lannister kin in the Red Keep. Jon stopped coughing and stared at Cersei for a while, then said, "It seems that among everyone present, Her Royal Highness is the only one who has no selfish intentions." Prime Minister Jon had identified Lord Tywin as the successor to the Hand of the King, a position Cersei had gone to great lengths to recommend. Cersei is the queen, and Tywin is her father. No matter how she defends her father, she cannot avoid accusations of selfishness. Moreover, Jon cannot die for the time being. When he solves the problem of the royal bloodline, at least while King Robert is alive, half a Lannister will not be able to appear in the Red Keep. Therefore, he will give her the opportunity to formally propose the successor to the Hand of the King, and she should not affect his sealing off the city. They will deal fairly. Peter lowered his eyes, his gaze deep. He felt that although something unexpected had happened today, he was aware of an excellent opportunity. Peter's gray-green eyes moved slightly and glanced at Prime Minister Jon, who had a sickly, flushed face. According to Queen Cersei's previous words, while Prime Minister Jon is seriously ill, the matter of acting as Prime Minister as a herald should be actively ended. The great nobles have noticed him, and they will not allow outsiders to get involved in the power of the Prime Minister for a long time. Prime Minister Jon's value to Petyr has been greatly reduced. No, he still has the last bit of maximum value left to create a ladder for me to rise. Petyr lowered his eyelids, hiding the coldness in his eyes. Cersei snorted softly and said, "I am the queen, so of course I do it out of public interest." Cersei's curly blonde hair that fell to her collarbone shone in the sunlight. "I, Cersei Lannister, in my capacity as queen, recommend Lord Mace Tyrell of Highgarden as the successor to the Hand of the King." Queen Cersei's speech at the Royal Council shocked everyone. She raised the corners of her lips and said in a contemptuous tone, "How about it? Duke Arryn, do you still want to question your queen for no reason?" Cersei was pleased with the effect of her pre-conference meeting. None of the incompetent imperial ministers were her match. She took a long, slow breath to suppress her warm excitement, and the long and fair legs in her skirt moved. Peter's eyes trembled. It was definitely not good news for him that Duke Mace took over as the Hand of the King. The powerful Golden Rose family had the ability to stabilize the kingdom's situation in a short period of time. Without chaos, his ascending ladder would not appear. Petyr's thoughts were racing, and he couldn't stop it directly. There are no secrets in the Red Keep. What happened in the Royal Council today will be known to the Golden Rose family sooner or later. Petyr did not want to directly offend the Tyrell family. His heart moved, and he ran to the wolf. Duke Jon moved his lips. What he was most worried about now was whether the Tyrell family and the Lannister family had secretly reached an alliance. If the Lion and the Rose have formed an alliance, the war will begin when the all bloodline issue is revealed. At that time, the royal bloodline issue will become the catalyst for a larger conflict. The best excuse for the Lannisters to completely bind the Westerlands and the Reach. When the family's fundamental interests conflict, no one will pay attention to the fact itself. If this war breaks out, all 7 kingdoms will be involved, and its scale will be no less than the war more than 10 years ago, or even bigger. For the sake of the kingdom's stability, should he take the initiative to cover up the ugly truth and tarnish his honor with his own hands? Prime Minister Jon couldn't make up his mind for a while. His poor health could no longer cope with the complex situation. Peter looked at Prime Minister Jon, who kept his eyes closed and remained silent, feeling secretly worried. Peter had no choice but to remind him, "Master Prime Minister, you should respect Queen Cersei's recommendation, and the Royal Council must not ignore Her Highness the Queen's advice. You can report the successor to the King's Hand to His Majesty Robert." Prime Minister Jon opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in his cloudy eyes. King Robert has been ignoring government affairs for many years, so Jon has become accustomed to taking all problems into his own hands to solve. Queen Cersei can recommend candidates, but the final choice rests with King Robert. Who will King Robert appoint as the next Hand of the King? Duke Jon already knows the answer to this. Regarding Pater's timely reminder, Duke John sighed in his heart. He had always been very optimistic about Peter's talent, but it was a pity that he was not noble enough. Otherwise, Duke John recovered his thoughts and said, "Queen Cersei, I will report the candidate you recommend to King Robert." Duke John cheered up. Whether the Lion and the Rose reached an alliance or not, he would still find ways to drive a wedge between them. Perhaps Queen Cersei personally recommending the Duke of Metz as the Prime Minister is a good opportunity in itself. Cersei nodded coolly. At this time, Renly suddenly said, "Duke John, please also report my name, by the way. I recommend myself to be the next hand of the king." Renly's smiling words made it impossible to tell whether he was joking or not. Prime Minister John looked at Renly. "Renly, are you serious?" Renly shrugged, and Prime Minister John nodded his chin slightly with a complicated expression. Why did Renly suddenly recommend himself? Prime Minister John sighed secretly. Renly is still too young and always impulsive. Does he feel betrayed? Lord John is aware of the deep friendship between Renly and Loras Tyrell, but Loras cannot represent the House of the Golden Rose. Loras Tyrell is the third son of Mace Tyrell, Duke of Highgarden, known as the Knight of Flowers. When Renly was at Storm's End, he took Loras Tyrell as his own squire, and from then on developed a strong friendship with Loras. Standing behind Cersei, Jaime clenched his fists as he looked at Renly with a smile on his face, and there was a coldness hidden in his green eyes. Jaime will not forget Renly's secret hatred for Cersei. Greene has promised Jaime to help him plan Renly's downfall. Chapter 89. Lannisters must pay their debts, but for Cersei's safety, Jaime is willing to be patient enough and wait for Greene to return from Essos. Cersei's matter was not over yet, and she said, "Duke Eileen, Highgarden is far in the south, and we must invite Duke Mace to come as soon as possible." Prime Minister John frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Queen Cersei, I am still the Prime Minister of the kingdom. The Duke of Metz has not been appointed as the new Prime Minister by King Robert. The Duke of Metz is now one of the alternatives." Cersei said contemptuously, "Of course, I know that the Duke of Metz is not yet the Prime Minister of the kingdom. Since he is already a candidate for Prime Minister, I naturally invite him to the Red Keep. This is the respect he deserves." Cersei snorted coldly and continued, "If you can invite the Duke of Metz in advance, it will be more respectable than asking a finance minister to run errands for you." Peter, Prime Minister John, it has been confirmed that the mastermind behind today's events is none other than Duke Tywin, who is far away in Casterly Rock. Without Duke Tywin's strategic planning, it is hard to believe that Queen Cersei could have orchestrated this on her own. Cersei lacks the political acumen to launch such a calculated attack. She is impulsive and rarely composed, traits that define Cersei Lannister, the former Light of the West. At this moment, Grand Maester Pycelle stood up, trembling, and said, "Duke John, if you can secure food supplies from the Riverlands, you will be able to appease the people when the city is sealed." Hearing this, Prime Minister John looked at Peter Baelish. Peter smiled elegantly and spoke respectfully. "Your Majesty, Prime Minister, I can foresee that the price of food in King's Landing will become exorbitant. I dare not overestimate the integrity of the food merchants here." Peter's response was deliberately vague, offering no real solution. Prime Minister John frowned slightly, realizing that Peter was also struggling with the current situation. Today, he has truly seen how formidable Cersei can be. Only he understands the true purpose behind sealing the city. After Robert ascended the Iron Throne, the Tyrell family, known as the Golden Rose, was excluded from the Red Keep. The Red Keep is the center of power in the Seven Kingdoms, and the influential Tyrell family will not easily relinquish their claim to it. This matter requires careful attention. With the situation evolving, Prime Minister John had no choice but to adjust his original plan. After pondering for a while, he said helplessly, "We must not act hastily when sealing the city." "Queen Cersei, I will personally write to invite the Duke of Metz," he added. Upon hearing that Duke John agreed to her request, Cersei displayed a look of satisfaction. Varys, with his hands clasped together, nodded slightly and said to Queen Cersei, "Your Highness, I must remind you that there is currently no suitable position for the Duke of Highgarden in the Red Keep." Chapter 106, Targaryen. Cersei Lannister leaned back in her chair, placing her hands on the armrests, and spoke in a cold tone. Varys, what answer do you expect from me? Cersei's rhetorical question left Varys momentarily stunned. He glanced at Jon Arryn, but remained silent. Queen Cersei snorted, raising her smooth chin defiantly. Renly Baratheon, noticing Varys's discomfort, smirked and said, Your Highness Cersei, it seems you have a better idea? We are willing to humbly seek your counsel. Cersei shot Renly a disdainful look, rolling her eyes subtly. She replied icily, Let the Duke of Metz serve as the Prime Minister's advisor temporarily. He can share some of the Prime Minister's responsibilities in advance, and the rest can be discussed and decided upon. By this time, Renly sensed something was amiss. Cersei's demeanor today was markedly different from what he remembered. His eyes shifted to Prime Minister Jon. Seeing Renly's realization, Jon Arryn felt a wave of relief and nodded slightly. The Lannister family had allied with the Tyrells, and they were plotting to seize power. Renly suppressed his smile and addressed Cersei. Queen Cersei, this is not a good idea. Duke Jon is still the Prime Minister of the kingdom. Cersei's eyes gleamed with contempt as she retorted. Duke Renly, if the Prime Minister could perform his duties normally, would it be necessary for your queen to attend the royal council? Renly hesitated before responding. Dr. Jon's health is gradually improving. Cersei shot back coldly. You have admitted it yourself. Duke Eileen's health is in danger. Renly spread his hands, forcing a smile. No wonder Brother Robert doesn't want to see Cersei. I wouldn't like her arrogance either. Today's Cersei was not only assertive, but also well-prepared, making it difficult for them to counter her arguments. Renly, like Prime Minister Jon, suspected that Tywin Lannister was orchestrating today's events. The old lion was ready to pounce, seeing Jon's health in question. Renly reminded himself that the Lannisters had never abandoned their ambition to control the Red Keep, and he must remain vigilant. Seeing Renly's silence, Petyr Baelish smirked and spoke in a hoarse voice, My noble queen. Cersei cut him off sharply. That's enough. Each of you speaks one after another. Are you planning to join forces against your queen? Cersei's disdain for Petyr wasn't due to his lack of noble birth. In her eyes, Petyr was now merely Jon Arryn's lackey, and she had no patience for his nonsense. Petyr's mouth twitched, and he shrugged helplessly, closing his mouth with a bitter expression. Everyone was about to stand and apologize, but Prime Minister Jon raised his hand to stop them. He stared at Queen Cersei, whose face was still full of anger, and said, Queen Cersei, the Royal Council is meant for open discussion and expression of opinions. The royal ministers do not intend to offend the Queen of the Kingdom. Cersei's expression softened slightly. Humph, I dare not be the best. When Cersei finished speaking, Prime Minister Jon's eyes twitched. Pycelle glanced at Jon, whose face had darkened slightly, and said, Your Highness, rest assured that Duke Jon will certainly consider your suggestions. Prime Minister Jon saw Queen Cersei staring at him and nodded stiffly. My lords, that's all for today. I hope you can expedite matters so as not to affect the king's pleasure. With that, Cersei stood up from her seat, and everyone else rose and nodded to her. Queen Cersei raised her chin slightly, glanced at everyone with her piercing eyes, nodded, and turned to leave the throne room. After Cersei left, everyone sat back in their chairs. Petyr spread his hands and smirked. My lords, I never dare to face. The roar of a lioness echoed once more, and everyone in the throne room laughed softly. Petyr's half-joking words had lightened the previously solemn atmosphere. Petyr subtly signaled Prime Minister Jon, though it was hardly necessary. Everyone understood the unspoken agreement. Future Council Addings would reject Lannister intervention. Cersei's sudden appearance had caught them off guard, leaving Prime Minister Jon and the others momentarily passive. But in the game of power, immediate victories or defeats are not the ultimate goal. Patience is key in the Game of Thrones, and the royal ministers were not lacking in it. The game had just begun. The Red Keep, Maegor's Tower. Cersei donned a sheer slit robe and took a sip of summer red wine, feeling elated by her triumph at the imperial meeting. This feeling surpassed even the pleasures of the bed. Before leaving King's Landing, Greene had told Cersei about various scenarios she might encounter at the Royal Council, as if narrating a story. His words had a sweet allure, and Cersei had listened with great interest. Greene's brilliance lay in making Cersei feel as though she had understood everything on her own, rather than being taught. I, Cersei, the majestic Lannister lioness, never needed to be taught how to do things, she thought. Judging by today's results, Cersei had won the meeting. According to the rules of the Game of Thrones, today was not the end. It was merely a temporary victory. But would Cersei worry about what was to come? The answer was no. From her perspective, there are only winners and losers in the power struggle. Now that she had won, the ministers must obey. If the losers dared to use tricks, they would be declaring war on her. The roar of the lioness would make them realize the serious price of offending her. Cersei looked out the window and took another sip of summer red, a smile playing on her lips. What had started as a whim had resulted in acquiring a very useful affairs officer. She held up her cup and shook it slightly. But was Greene's loyalty reliable? The more valuable Greene became, the more Cersei doubted his loyalty. She had a strong need for control. Although Greene's performance had always satisfied her, she felt it was just a little short. It was this little bit that only Cersei herself could confirm and add. After finishing the rest of her wine, Cersei couldn't hide the pride on her face. She sighed inwardly. The old lion's biggest regret was not having a true heir. She could have been the ideal heir, but it was a pity she was born a woman. After sighing, her eyes flickered. She had played the dutiful daughter, the blushing bride, and the obedient wife. She had endured not only Robert's drunken groping, but also Jaime's burning jealousy. Cersei believed that the one who laughs last laughs best, and she had always promised herself that she would use the entire 7 kingdoms as compensation. Now, the day she had been looking forward to was approaching, and the person she hated most was about to turn to ashes. The narrow sea was rough with waves. 2 pirate ships approached Greene's vessel from the left and right. The sailors on both sides had orders to engage in a boarding battle. As the distance closed, they desperately threw thick ropes with iron hooks to the opposite side, the ropes flying through the air. Greene stood steadily on the high ground, waiting for the boarding battle to begin. Lake Snow yelled, "Get ready for battle!" "Yes! Get ready to fight!" the crew responded, faithfully carrying out the captain's orders. The wind and waves were still very strong, and a misstep could throw them overboard. No one attempted to use the cables to jump across. They all waited silently for the ships to dock. Bump, bump. The turbulent wind and waves intensified the collision between the ships, causing everyone on board to sway violently. Many were thrown directly into the rolling waves, unable to be saved. Not long after, the ship collided with another pirate vessel. Everyone clung tightly to the cables to stabilize themselves. Rake roared, "Draw your swords!" Lake held a small buckler in one hand and a dagger in the other, pushing through the crowd to stand at the front. The pirates were not faring much better, with many cursing their captain's apparent madness. They couldn't understand why their captain was so enraged by being provoked by his prey. Greene was also surprised by the pirates' madness. Just moments ago, he thought the ship beneath his feet was about to fall apart. He reflected that the micromanagement of the ship should be left to the captain. Today was certainly not suitable weather for a boarding battle. The pirates screamed and raised their weapons, attacking from both sides. The 2 sides quickly fell into a bloody battle. Although the narrow space on the ship made it difficult to leverage their numbers, the pirates' attacks from both sides put them at a disadvantage from the start. Greene unfurled his bow and arrow, locking onto his targets. Whoosh! Every time Greene shot an arrow, Marshal Baker could hear the heart-stopping sound of it slicing through the air. Whichever pirate made the loudest noise became Greene's target. Whoosh! 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 Greene harvested lives one after another. Every arrow he shot accurately took down a pirate. His strong physical fitness allowed him to empty his quiver in a short time. Greene stretched out his hand, and Martyr, who was full of quivers, immediately handed over a new one. Relying on his years of experience in maritime combat, Lake steadily wielded his dagger on the constantly shaking deck. As soon as he killed the 3rd pirate, he attracted the attention of the others, who all started to converge on him. Lake tightened his grip on the small buckler, thinking to himself that this was a completely avoidable battle. It was a fight he couldn't lose, especially with his lord on board. The craziness of these pirates exceeded Lake's expectations. What he regretted most now was not persuading Earl Greene. He had always been steady, but today his blood suddenly boiled. Now it was useless to regret. The matter had come to this. They could only fight for honor and never admit defeat. Lake was full of fighting spirit and was about to charge when he stopped.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
Before the pirates could get close to Lake, they fell to the deck one by one, some even nailed to the ship's poles by arrows. Lake's pupils shrank, and he looked back in disbelief at the direction from which the arrows came. At this time, Greene took another quiver from Mardier. He drew his bow and nocked an arrow. With a hiss, the sound of breaking through the air sounded, and Greene's harvest began again. Lake couldn't help shouting, "Long live the Lord! Long live the mermaid! For Kleb, long live Whispering Castle!" The morale of the sailors soared, supported by Greene's strafe. Pentos, Governor Illyrio's mansion. Although Governor Illyrio was bloated and fat, his steps were unexpectedly light and graceful. Following his footsteps, Illyrio's fat body swayed under his loose, fiery red silk clothes. Viserys Targaryen, who was leaning on a bench, glanced at Illyrio and said, "My future finance minister, Governor Illyrio, is there any good news?" Viserys already knew that Illyrio was contacting the Khals tribe on the Dothraki Sea, but the speed at which things were progressing made him very dissatisfied. Viserys could not wait to lead his troops back to Westeros tomorrow. Illyrio seemed not to notice the dissatisfaction on Viserys's face and spoke in a respectful tone. "I have met your majesty, and I hope you will receive the blessing of the Lord of Light." Viserys curled his lips and replied, "Illyrio, what I need is not blessings. What I need is enough troops to take back the Iron Throne." "My majesty, you will receive good news soon. In return for the wedding, I will provide 10,000 cavalry." "Oh?" Viserys sat up straight and asked hurriedly, "How long will it take?" Illyrio responded respectfully, "Your Majesty, the Dothraki have their own customs. You need to be patient. It is worth it for the Iron Throne." Viserys was already smiling. "Of course I will be patient." Illyrio nodded and praised, "You are a born king." Not long after, Viserys, still excited, warned uneasily, "Illyrio, but don't keep me waiting too long." The smile on Illyrio's face froze for a moment, but Viserys, who had his eyes above his head, naturally didn't notice it. "Your Majesty, please believe in my loyalty. I am also very urgent. You only have one princess. I must have a good relationship with the Dothraki before I can rest assured." Viserys suddenly said, "Dany is too thin. Are you sure they like such a small woman?" Princess Daenerys has the blood of ancient Valyria, and she has a distinguished background. She is both the daughter of the old king and the sister of the new king. Now she has a royal style under your careful decoration. Illyrio showed his yellow teeth and continued, "You can definitely exchange her for 10,000 Dothraki warriors." Viserys temporarily put aside his suspicion at Illyrio's words. Illyrio continued, "Then why are you looking for me? I only care about my soldiers and horses now. I just received intelligence from King's Landing. The false King Robert has assigned another person to be responsible for hunting down Targaryens." Viserys stood up abruptly, panic in his eyes and a trembling voice. "Sooner or later, I will execute these snatchers with my own hands." Illyrio lowered his head slightly. "Your Majesty, it is absolutely safe here. They are delusional." Viserys seemed to feel that he had lost his temper. He stroked his hair and said gloomily, "Illyrio, I believe you. I don't want the pursuers to appear in front of me. I want you to throw them all into the sea." Illyrio kept smiling and said, "My lord, if you know who the person in charge is, maybe the foolishness of the false king will make you feel happy." Chapter 107, Targaryen Governor Illyrio's Mansion. Viserys Targaryen paced the room, his impatience evident. Who else could it be? "No matter who it is, deal with it quickly. This is a critical moment, one that future historians will remember. I don't want any accidents." Illyrio spoke bluntly. "My lord, this man commands an army." Viserys scoffed. "If they are driven around by the false king, they are just minor nobles. When I reclaim the Iron Throne, I will hang all of the false king's lackeys." Illyrio responded respectfully, "That is most appropriate. Betrayers deserve punishment, but—" Illyrio continued, his tone more pleasant. This family has never betrayed. They fought alongside Prince Rhaegar. Even after Prince Rhaegar was martyred and everyone else knelt and surrendered, they fought to the last man. Illyrio glanced at the excited Viserys, sighed, and said, "After the false king seized the Iron Throne, he ostensibly pardoned the loyal old ministers of the dragon family, because this family had only one posthumous son. However, they have been suppressed for more than 10 years. You can imagine how difficult their situation is." Viserys's lavender eyes flashed with anger. "Illyrio, the assassins hired by the usurper, have been watching me. I can guarantee you this. I am the last descendant of the true dragon. As long as I live, the false king will have trouble sleeping and eating. So what if they were loyal? In the end, they became the puppet king's lackeys. It's a pity. If they had held on a little longer and waited for me to reclaim the Iron Throne, they could have been rewarded." Now, Viserys sneered, "What is his name? I will not pardon his family." Illyrio replied, "Greene Kleb, Earl of Whispering Castle, the actual controller of the Crabclaw Peninsula and the foremost military nobleman in the king's territory." Upon hearing this, Viserys, who had been lounging in his chair, suddenly sat up straight. "The foremost military noble in the king's territory. How many soldiers does he have?" Illyrio smiled slightly. "Although the Crabclaw Peninsula is barren, everyone there is a capable warrior. If you gain the loyalty of Earl Glenn, you will have tens of thousands of warriors. When you lead thousands of troops back to Westeros, he will be a great asset." Viserys focused solely on the number of troops. For him, as long as he could muster 10,000 soldiers, he could immediately raise an army to reclaim the Iron Throne. "Don't kill him. Where is he now? The descendant of a loyal family deserves to be received by me personally. I want to see him immediately." Without waiting for Illyrio's answer, Viserys stood up and began pacing excitedly, muttering to himself, "Army, army, tens of thousands of troops." A trace of helplessness flashed across Illyrio's face, and he remained silent. Viserys suddenly stopped pacing, stared at Illyrio sideways, and demanded, "My Lord Chancellor, why don't you reply?" "My lord, Earl Glenn is on a ship coming to Pentos. Also, I must remind you that the nobles of the Crabclaw Peninsula have a unique tradition." Viserys frowned impatiently. "What tradition? Is it some strange custom?" Illyrio replied patiently, "Your Majesty, I heard that the Crabclaw Peninsula has a tradition of direct loyalty to the Queen." Viserys had only vague memories of this. "It seems, yes, it is indeed like that. So what's the problem? Do I have to transform into a queen now to win over the Earl of Whispering Castle?" Then, after a pause, Viserys' eyes lit up. "Dany, I still have Dany." Illyrio sighed inwardly, feeling a bit weary. "Your Majesty, Daenerys is not just any woman. Her value is much higher than this. She can secure you 10,000 Dothraki cavalry." Viserys snapped angrily. "Do you think I am a fool? With 10,000 soldiers, I can reclaim the Iron Throne. Why should I give my sister away for that? Future queen to the barbarians, I will order Daenerys to gain the loyalty of Whispering Keep on my behalf. Surely this is better than serving a smelly barbarian, right? Haha, half-saw. Vages are better than full savages." Viserys chuckled, recalling that the nobles of the Crabclaw Peninsula were often referred to as half-barbarian nobles. He didn't care whether they were barbarians or half-barbarians. His only concern was the army that could help him reclaim the Iron Throne. The beggar king, Viserys had nothing to his name now. Could he rely on his personal charm to make a military noble across the narrow sea surrender? Varys's information indicated that Earl Greene's life was not bad, so Illyrio had no extravagant hopes about this. But why did Illyrio mention the tradition of loyalty to the Queen in the Crabclaw Peninsula and subtly steer the conversation towards Daenerys? Illyrio and Varys were planning for the two of them. Besides the Targaryen on the surface, they also hid another Targaryen. With the collusion of Illyrio and Varys, Viserys' high profile and madness were enough to attract everyone's attention, which was one of his important values. The corners of Illyrio's lips curled up imperceptibly. Daenerys was indeed one of the Queen's choices, provided she had corresponding value. Everything depended on her final price. Therefore, the troops of the Crabclaw Peninsula should not be controlled by Viserys, but by Daenerys, who was more easily influenced by him. Illyrio and Varys had a plan in place. "My Majesty, you must first have your own army, instead of relying directly on the private army of the nobles. The army of Whispering Castle is first loyal to the Kleb family. Please forgive my presumptuous advice, but it has only been a little over 10 years since the Battle of the Caesar. As wise as you are, you need to guard against the ambitions of your subordinates. This is my heartfelt advice, Illyrio said. Viserys thought he could leave for Westeros within a few days, but he still listened to Illyrio's patient persuasion. He couldn't hide his disappointment. Illyrio, of course, I understand this truth. It's a pity to have so many soldiers and horses just as internal agents. Then let's keep him for now and wait until I raise the army. Illyrio shrugged his broad shoulders. According to my men, this time the puppet king used a conspiracy to force Earl Greene to accept the task. That's why I said the puppet king was too stupid. This is tantamount to a disguised guarantee for your safety. Viserys raised his eyebrows. How do you say that? Your Majesty, Daenerys is your chosen queen. According to Whispering Castle's centuries-old tradition, this status is enough to gain the loyalty of Whispering Castle. Viserys frowned. Isn't Dany going to marry Ka soon? What will happen next? After Daenerys is married, you can legitimately take control of Whispering Castle on her behalf. The Kleb family is a noble of the Royal Ridge. If they are used by you, they will not only serve as internal agents. Red Keep, Prime Minister's Tower. In the Prime Minister's study, Jon Arryn asked the attendants to leave, leaving only him and Varys. Varys glanced at the closed door, nodded, and said, Duke Jon, it is my honor to serve you. I am at your disposal. Prime Minister Jon coughed a few times and said in a kind tone, Varys, please sit down. I do have some matters that I need your help with. Varys thanked him first and then gently sat on the chair. Varys, a few days ago, you were also present when Queen Cersei recommended the Duke of Metz as her candidate for Prime Minister. Ahem. Before he finished speaking, Prime Minister Jon couldn't help but cough. While covering his mouth and coughing, he stopped Varys, who was about to get up. Under Varys's worried eyes, Prime Minister Jon finally stopped coughing. His face flushed. Ahem, Varys, I need you to inquire about the River Bend and the West. Varys nodded without hesitation, then hesitated. Duke Jon stared at Varys and said, It happened so suddenly that I have to doubt it. I hope you can investigate it secretly. I want to know if the Lannister family and the Tyrell family are planning something. Varys responded in a solemn tone, Duke Jon, my little birds will help you find the information you need. Please take care of your health. The kingdom cannot do without you. Varys, thank you for your concern, Prime Minister Jon replied, shaking his head slightly. The kingdom can live without me, but it cannot be unstable. I may be getting old, but I always feel that the kingdom will be in chaos again. Leaning back in his chair, Prime Minister Jon continued, Varys, I hope you can do your best. We must always guard against the possibility of unrest. Lord Jon, don't worry, Varys said respectfully. I won't let go of any clues. Prime Minister Jon nodded slightly, showing a satisfied look. After a pause, he added, Varys, there is one more thing. What do you think of Earl Kleb of Crabclaw Peninsula? Varys clasped his hands together, slightly surprised. Is Earl Greene a nice young man? Prime Minister Jon nodded in agreement. He is still very stable at a young age, which is rare. Varys followed up with praise. Yes, it is indeed rare, and he is also very conscientious. Prime Minister Jon smiled kindly. He is an interesting young man. Then, his tone suddenly became serious. Actually, what I am worried about is Queen Cersei. We must be wary of her willfulness. Earl Greene is her chief affairs officer, and the Crabclaw Peninsula has always been loyal to the Queen. Lord Jon, do you want me to spy on Lord Greene? Varys asked. Prime Minister Jon shook his head slightly. What I want you to monitor is the army of Whispering Castle. Although Greene has been transferred out of Westeros, the army of Whispering Castle still remains on the Crabclaw Peninsula. We must be prepared. If the investigation of the royal bloodline is exposed, Queen Cersei will not be willful but crazy. The Crabclaw Peninsula is located in the king's territory, and we have to guard against it. This matter was too significant to be fully honest with Varys, so Prime Minister Jon made a half-truth and half-false excuse. Varys, maintaining the stability of the kingdom is the highest honor of our ministers. Earl Greene is young and easily influenced by the remnants of Targaryen. The Crabclaw Peninsula is special, so just think of it as an old man's suspicion. Varys nodded slightly, his tone solemn. Lord Jon, I understand your worries. You are doing this for the sake of the kingdom's stability. I will make arrangements immediately. If I find anything unusual, I will report it to you at once. Varys lowered his head slightly, but his eyes trembled. He had already noticed something was wrong and felt that Prime Minister Jon seemed to be hiding something. Since the secret passage in the Prime Minister's study was discovered by Greene, Varys could no longer directly obtain information from there. The Prime Minister's study is an important place in the kingdom, and his little birds have no other choice for the time being. But this doesn't bother Varys. If Prime Minister Jon is indeed planning something secretly, he will definitely leave traces. As long as he can find these, he will be able to guess Prime Minister Jon's true purpose. Could it be related to Queen Cersei? Varys's heart suddenly moved. Could it be that the matter was exposed? Daenerys leaned against the window and looked at the bay, where she could hear the red monks chanting prayers as they lit the night fire, and the laughter and noise of children playing outside the high walls. She felt like an object waiting to be used by her brother in exchange for troops to regain the Iron Throne. Even in her rags, Daenerys wished she could play barefoot. Daenerys stood outside, her lavender eyes dull and her expression sad. Across the narrow sea at sunset, there was a place with green hills, plains of flowers, and deep rivers. Towering black stone towers rose among the majestic gray and blue peaks, and armored warriors rushed to the battlefield, holding bright flags high. In the free cities, people called it Westeros, or the Sunset Kingdom. Her brother Viserys had a simpler name for it, Our Land. Viser, eyes often promised her in the past, my good sister, one day we will regain our homeland and reclaim our Iron Throne. But now, his words had changed. That promise was no longer for them, but for himself. Daenerys's eyes were red and swollen, and the corners of her mouth trembled slightly. She pieced together the past from the stories Viserys told her. Her eldest brother, Rhaegar, died for the woman he loved in a desperate duel with the usurper on the blood-stained Trident. The Lannisters and Starks sacked King's Landing. Princess Aelia of Dorne begged for mercy, but watched helplessly as her and Rhaegar's children were taken away and killed. The polished skulls of the descendant dragons watched with blind, empty eyes as the Kingslayer picked up a golden sword and slit her father's throat. She only vaguely remembered Sir William Darry, who called her the little princess. They lived in a house with a red door in Braavos, which was the home in her memory. After Sir William's death, they began their wandering years. He always said that assassins sent by the usurper were following closely behind them, but Daenerys had never seen even one. At first, the governors, princes, and wealthy merchants who ruled the free cities were happy to receive Targaryen descendants. However, as the days passed and the usurpers became more secure on the Iron Throne, their lives became increasingly difficult. They pawned all their jewelry, even their mother's crown. People nicknamed her brother the Beggar King, and Daenerys couldn't imagine what they would call her. You're standing there again. Viserys' voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts, making Daenerys' body tremble instinctively. She quickly wiped away the tears that had not yet fallen with the back of her hand, fearing Viserys would notice. Viserys stood next to her, looking out the window. My sister, don't worry, over there. He pointed to the narrow sea. I can get our land back soon. Daenerys said timidly, Brother, what will I do if you go there alone? You are my only relative, and I don't want to leave you. Viserys looked at her and smiled lightly. Dany, I will not forget your contribution, and I will reward you with jewelry that you can never spend. When she accidentally awakened the wrath of the sleeping dragon, her brother would bully her, but Daenerys was more afraid of being abandoned by him. Her eyes were full of pleading. Brother, I will never resist you again. I just ask you not to leave me. Please, I am so scared. The smile on Viserys' face disappeared instantly, and his tone became sharp. Aren't you resisting me now? What can I give you in exchange for an army if I take you away? Do you want to awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon again? Daenerys whispered with tears in her eyes. I don't dare. I don't want to. Very good. Viserys smiled and stroked her hair lovingly. I want you to do something. If something goes wrong, I will let you see the true wrath of the sleeping dragon." Daenerys misunderstood the meaning of Viserys' words. She thought her brother had changed his mind and would not marry her to a barbarian. She couldn't help but burst into tears and smiled. "Brother, I promise you, I will never let you down." Chapter 108, Targaryen. Viserys Targaryen showed a satisfied look and said, "This is my good sister. In a few days, I want you to meet a man. He is the Earl of Whispering Castle, and his name is Greene Kleb." "Earl of Whispering Castle?" Daenerys Targaryen's face showed confusion. "Brother, is he from Westeros?" Viserys' smile deepened. "Dany, you guessed it right. If you want to obtain Earl Greene's allegiance on my behalf, you must do it. Do you understand?" After speaking, Viserys patted Daenerys' tear-stained face. Daenerys' eyes widened. "But, brother, how can I do it? Asking a Westeros Earl to serve her? Even in her dreams, Daenerys had never imagined such a thing. How could she do it?" Seeing Daenerys' hesitation, Viserys' smile faded, and he frowned. His voice turned cold. "Dany, are you preparing to resist me? Do you want to awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon?" Daenerys suddenly became excited and shook her head hastily. "No, I don't want to. Brother, I'm worried that if I can't do it, I will disappoint you." Viserys' slender fingers slowly slid across Daenerys' shoulders. His movement seemed gentle, but it frightened Daenerys inside, and her body began to tremble. Viserys smiled and said, "My good sister, why do you want to disappoint me?" His smile made Daenerys' skin crawl. She didn't dare to move at all. She knew that if there was any unnecessary movement at this time, Viserys' anger would explode. Daenerys quickly denied, "No, brother, I am thinking of a way. I will never let you down." Viserys pinched Daenerys with his fingers. "My good sister, tell me now, have you thought of a solution?" Daenerys was actually wondering why her brother didn't come forward in person, but she didn't dare to ask out loud. She could only nod. She didn't dare to say that she hadn't thought of a solution yet. Fortunately, Viserys did not ask her what method she would use. Viserys once told Daenerys that the king only needs to focus on the results. This is the king's mind. Viserys then loosened his fingers and looked the thin Daenerys up and down. "Although he has some soldiers and horses, he is just a half-barbarian earl. I allow you to use your body, but remember, you are a Targaryen. Never mix with the lowly. Barbarians, half-barbarians." Daenerys felt desperate in her heart. Viserys had clearly said that they were descendants of true dragons, and that their blood was true dragon blood. But why did she have to face this? Wasn't she Targaryen? Viserys' words were contradictory, but Daenerys did not dare to refute, and was unable to refute. She could only obey her brother's arrangements. What Daenerys feared most was being abandoned by her brother. As long as she could stay with Viserys, she might have a glimmer of hope in waiting for her original brother. Daenerys always thought that the man she would marry when she came of age was Viserys. Viserys had told her countless times that since Aegon the Conqueror married his sister, members of the Targaryen royal family have always married brother and sister for hundreds of years. What flows in Targaryen's body is the blood of the king, the golden blood of the ancient Valyrian nation, the proud blood of the true dragon. Only in this way can Targaryen ensure the purity of his blood. True dragons will never mate with ordinary beasts, and the Targaryens will naturally not mix their blood with lower races. But now, barbarians, half-barbarians. Daenerys thinks her title of Princess of Dragonstone is a joke. Daenerys lowered her face and said timidly, with tears in her eyes, "Brother, I will definitely remember it." Viserys' stiff and withered face had a hint of disgust. "Don't always look sad. Raise your head and straighten your back. By the gods, you are already flat enough." Dragonstone, Picture Table Hall. Stannis Baratheon stared at the brazier and gritted his teeth, making a crunching sound. Davos Seaworth, who was standing aside, raised his eyes to Stannis and said respectfully, "Duke Stannis, there. More people are arrested in the position of the king's hand than we initially thought," Stannis said, his stern face betraying a hint of frustration. "Renly and Mace are both useless. If a fool is allowed to sit as the prime minister of the kingdom will be destroyed." Davos, ever loyal, placed a hand on his chest and suggested, "Duke Stannis, I recommend you put yourself forward to Duke Jon as a candidate for the hand of the king as soon as possible." Stannis's brows furrowed deeply. He had been waiting for the results of Jon Arryn's investigation. The royal bloodline could not be compromised. If the investigation confirmed their suspicions, Stannis would become the first heir to the Iron Throne. Due to his special status and the need for impartiality, he couldn't personally lead the investigation and had to rely on others. If Stannis revealed the truth about the royal bloodline himself, people might mistakenly think he was slandering others to claim the throne. Even those involved would have an excuse to refute him, casting doubt on the authenticity of his evidence. Duke Jon, with his sense of justice, had an unshirkable responsibility as the king's hand to address the royal bloodline issue. Now, the matter of the royal bloodline and the succession of the hand of the king had become intertwined, complicating the situation further. The hall fell silent. After a moment, Stannis nodded slightly. Seeing his serious expression, Davos continued, "Duke Stannis, many royal nobles and the nobles of the Stormlands support you." Stannis's eyes flickered as he glanced at Davos, who was trying to comfort him. "What is the attitude of the nobles of the Stormlands?" he asked. Davos nodded. "At least 1/3 of them will directly support you." Stannis replied coldly, "They still prefer Renly's wine to my pure water." Davos explained, "Not all the remaining nobles support Duke Renly. Many are choosing to wait and see." Stannis narrowed his eyes. "Loyal Davos, I am not surprised. Cunning people like to wait and see, but they only deserve scraps." Davos echoed, "Lord Stannis, as it should be. The brave enjoy the finest rewards." Stannis nodded slightly. "Davos, go to the Red Keep for me. Meet with Jon and tell him I want to nominate myself as the new Prime Minister." Davos nodded but hesitated. "Duke Stannis, would you like to meet with King Robert?" Stannis snorted. "No need. My brother is not stupid. He knows very well that no one except me can allow him to continue indulging in wine and women." Pentos is one of the 9 free trade city-states located in the west of the Essos continent on the edge of the Narrow Sea. It is the free trade city-state closest to King's Landing. On a sunny day, 5 ships flying the Swamp Marigold flag slowly docked at a pier in Pentos. After disembarking, Greene looked around, feeling as if he had traveled from a backward civilization to an advanced one. Most cities in Westeros were dirty and chaotic, but Pentos was clean and orderly. This applied not only to the city but also to its residents. This was Greene's first impression of Pentos. Seeing Greene's figure at the dock, Steward Russell, who had been waiting all morning, immediately approached to greet him. "Good day, my master. Russell sends you his regards." Under Greene's arrangement, Steward Russell had taken Varys's handwritten letter to Illyrio and set off for Pentos early. Naturally, Greene wouldn't rely solely on Varys's letter of introduction to communicate with Illyrio. Now that Greene had capital and ships, he aimed to establish trade routes from Mermaid Harbor to Pentos. Varys had treated Greene kindly, and Greene intended to reciprocate. Others might not know the relationship between Varys and Illyrio, but Greene knew it well. He had merely borrowed Varys's influence to use Governor Illyrio's power to establish a foothold in Pentos. Trading Company, which served as both a settlement and a trade hub. Greene smiled and said, "Russell, you're done." At that moment, Lake Snow approached and said, "Lord Greene, our ships all need repair." When they departed, Greene had 2 ships, and they had captured 3 more from the pirates, making a total of 5 ships. What about the captured pirates? Greene was a man of action and would never allow evildoers to join his Kleb army. "Reich, inspect them thoroughly before starting repairs. Ensure there are no hidden dangers, then get the money from Russell," Greene instructed. After speaking, his eyes shifted to Menton Weiswei, who was standing not far away. Menton noticed Greene's gaze and immediately gave an honest smile. Greene nodded slightly before turning back to Russell. "Lead the way and tell me what happened here," Greene said. Russell followed Greene and, after a moment of consideration, began, "My lord, because of the letter you asked me to deliver, I was honored to be personally received by the governor. Governor Illyrio expressed his gratitude and welcomed your visit." Lowering his voice, Russell continued, "I started inquiring about the price of houses, and the governor's butler approached me, recommending a mansion at a very reasonable price." Greene raised an eyebrow. "I see. You did well. Pay extra attention when choosing the Queen's gift." The pier was bustling with people, and many eyes and ears were hidden, so they kept the conversation brief. Greene was aware of every move. Illyrio's actions seemed enthusiastic, but he was also subtly showing his strength. With memories from before his time travel and the details he had learned since arriving in Westeros, Greene had already guessed what Varys and the others were planning. He chuckled, contemplating whether to eliminate Varys or Illyrio first. Around the Iron Throne of Westeros, Greene would not allow a greater mastermind than himself. He would seize the right opportunity to strike. Greene had no interest in engaging in the long-planned chess game of Varys and his allies. Instead, he set up a new game, inviting everyone to play by his rules. The city of Pentos was not very accommodating to horseback riding, so Greene followed the Romans and got into a sedan. He frowned slightly. Pentos was indeed cleaner and neater than most cities in Westeros, but there was a strange smell in the air. As they left the dock, Greene's ears were filled with unfamiliar sounds of singing blessings and the laughter of children playing. He suddenly felt something and looked around, but found nothing unusual. He looked back thoughtfully. At that moment, Peter was alone in the throne room. He glanced at Pycelle's chair and smirked. Although he had no direct evidence, he had almost guessed Grand Maester Pycelle's hidden allegiance to the Lannisters. As for Varys, if he continued to keep an eye on him, he must be planning something secretly. Petyr trusted his instincts. The Imperial meeting represented the highest stage for power players. The Imperial ministers all harbored hidden ambitions, including himself. Peter's gray-green eyes stared at the Iron Throne on the high platform. The time had come. Petyr Baelish's eyes twinkled. With the help of Lysa Tully, he had figured out what Prime Minister Jon was secretly investigating. Those so-called noble bloodlines really knew how to play their games. A hint of ridicule escaped from the corner of Petyr's mouth. It was time for Prime Minister Jon to retire from the scene forever. This was his last remaining value. Petyr foresaw the chaos he would create with his own hands, envisioning a ladder for him to ascend. The smile on his face grew as he heard the sound of light footsteps approaching. Footsteps echoed through the hall, interrupting Petyr's thoughts. He dismissed the expression on his face, pretending not to hear the movement behind him. He didn't need to look back to know that the owner of such peculiar footsteps could only be the eight-clawed spider. Varys stood beside Petyr, gazing at the Iron Throne, high above. "Lord Petyr, sometimes I wonder what you think about when you look at it," Varys mused. Petyr glanced at Varys, his voice hoarse. "Perhaps we are thinking about the same thing, Lord Varys," he replied, a hint of temptation in his tone. "Oh?" Varys responded with great interest. "I find it quite pleasing to the people. Do you also miss the heroic figure of His Majesty Robert sitting on it?" The corners of Petyr's eyes twitched. "Lord Varys, what are you insinuating?" he asked coldly. Varys clasped his hands together, smiling. "Lord Petyr, I am a timid man, but His Majesty Robert can give you great courage. When the situation is sensitive, I always look forward to seeing the king. Isn't that true for you as well?" Petyr raised the corners of his lips in a mocking smile. "Lord Varys, His Majesty is not here today. It is truly a pity that he cannot hear your sweet words with his own ears." Varys nodded slightly, his demeanor humble. "These are just words from the bottom of my heart. There are invisible ears everywhere in the Red Keep, but I always trust in His Majesty's wisdom." Varys's words made Petyr's eyes tremble almost imperceptibly. The smile on Petyr's face remained elegant. "Lord Varys, your tongue is indeed the sweetest," he said. Chapter 109, Targaryen. A few days later, Greene, dressed in a blue robe, was invited to the governor's mansion by Illyrio. The mansion was surrounded by a 12-foot-high brick wall topped with iron spikes. It was a richly decorated house overlooking the entire harbor of Pentos. At the main gate, Greene saw the Unsullied guards. The Unsullied are widely used as guards in the free trade cities. They are castrated slave warriors trained in Astapor since childhood, known for their absolute obedience and fearlessness in battle. Their most famous battle was the Battle of Kor, where 3,000 Unsullied resisted an attack by over 50,000 Dothraki, led by Khal Tamak. Upon arriving at the main hall of the mansion, Greene saw the rotund Illyrio Mopatis. Every finger of Illyrio's was adorned with glittering gems, and his oiled yellow mustache shone like real gold. Greene greeted him with a chest salute. "Good day, Governor Illyrio. It is a great honor to be received by you." Despite his bloated appearance, Illyrio moved with surprising grace. His tone was cordial. "Good day, Earl Greene. Welcome. May you receive the blessings of the Lord of Light." As Greene got closer, he smelled the heavy scent of Illyrio's perfume. With a pure smile unique to a young man, Greene said, "Your Excellency, thank you again for your help, and thank you to Lord Varys for the introduction." Illyrio smiled. "Varys and I are old friends. Unfortunately, we haven't been in touch much since he went to Westeros. I am very happy to see his autograph this time." After a pause, Illyrio continued, "Earl Greene, if Varys is willing to introduce you, you must be an outstanding young man. I trust my old friend's judgment. There's no need to be too polite." Greene nodded with a smile and followed Illyrio into the inner hall. After they sat down, a waiter brought exquisitely crafted cakes and white amber wine. Greene took a sip of the wine and put down the glass. "Governor Illyrio, please forgive me, but I would like to meet a Targaryen." The hall fell silent. Illyrio stared at Greene for a while, then suddenly smiled and shook his head. "You really can't underestimate my old friend. He values you greatly." Greene was momentarily stunned, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Illyrio sighed softly. "Since Varys asked you to meet me, you must have learned a lot. In the eyes of your king, they are the remnants of Targaryen, but to me, the war has been decided. They're just poor, homeless children." After a moment of silence, Greene said, "Lord Varys feels the same way. Your Excellency, I agree. Baratheon has won the Iron Throne, and the Targaryens have left Westeros. I feel like things have come to an end and should end here." Illyrio looked pitiful. The pursuit from Westeros has made them unable to sleep or eat well. The two young people are like wanderers with no fixed place. They are only staying here temporarily. All I can do is provide temporary shelter." Greene clenched his fist and then unclenched it. "Governor Illyrio, I understand Lord Varys's good intentions. It is not honorable to hunt down the Targaryens." Illyrio nodded. "Your kind heart is not only worthy of praise but also admirable." Seeing the change in Greene's expression, Illyrio's mouth curled up imperceptibly. Greene candidly spoke about the past and the embarrassing status of the Kleb family. Seeing that Illyrio was listening carefully, Greene added, "King Robert has always distrusted the Kleb family. The hunt for over 10 years has yielded no results, so he appointed me as the person in charge of hunting down the Targaryens. This is to test the loyalty of the Kleb family." "And you?" Illyrio inquired. Greene's expression was one of undisguised vigilance. He shook his head slightly and said, "Don't worry, Governor. You can convey to His Royal Highness, the Prince and Princess on my behalf, that as long as I am in charge, I will ensure they are not disturbed. Please rest assured." Illyrio looked at Greene, who appeared sincere, and finally sighed. "Earl Greene, today I understand what it means to be loyal and fearless." Greene merely sighed at Illyrio's compliment. Illyrio's eyes shifted slightly, and his tone became concerned. "Earl Greene, if you continue like this, won't it be difficult to explain to Westeros over time?" Greene shrugged. "No one will pursue it for the time being. I believe in Lord Varys." His heart stirred, and he continued, "However, Lord Varys is a rare kind man, and I don't want to place all the problems on him." Greene stood up and placed a hand on his chest. "Your Excellency, Governor, please forgive my presumption. At the appropriate time, I would like to arrange a chase scene in Pentos. This can serve as an explanation, but it requires your approval." Illyrio asked, puzzled, "A chase scene?" Greene nodded. "It's a show for others. With many people traveling between Pentos and Westeros, it will be easier to appease those who are interested. I think Lord Varys will be more at ease with this." Illyrio appeared to agree but remained wary. Indeed, Pentos must have many hidden ears and eyes, so we should be more cautious. He then asked, "How do the Prince and Princess need to cooperate with you?" Illyrio was testing Greene. Despite Varys's recommendation, he would not trust Greene easily. The human heart is the most elusive. The two Targaryens in his hands would have different values depending on where they were placed. For example, if placed before King Robert, Greene would receive a significant reward and solve his trust issues. Greene shook his head in denial. "Governor Illyrio, they did not appoint me to take charge of this matter out of trust. We also need to guard against potential assassins. This is what Lord Varys and I are most worried about. Just let my men make some noise. The prince and princess should not show up. This is to ensure their safety. I believe they are safest with you." Illyrio agreed. "What you said makes sense. I was thinking too simply. For the safety of the prince and princess, it is not too much to be more cautious." He added, "Don't worry. I will arrange for someone to cooperate with you when the time comes." Greene looked grateful and nodded in thanks. Illyrio continued in a kind tone. "As for meeting the prince and princess, I will truthfully convey what happened today. I think they will be happy to meet you." Greene thought silently but did not voice his thoughts. After a moment of hesitation, Illyrio continued. "His Royal Highness Viserys has a particularly deep memory of the war that lasted more than 10 years, and coupled with the constant pursuit, he is somewhat resistant to people coming from Westeros." Greene expressed his understanding. "Anyone facing the same situation would have bad memories. I admire His Highness Targaryen's tenacity." Illyrio nodded slightly. "I guess Princess Daenerys will be very willing to receive you. Although she has no memory, she has always been curious about Westeros. I have never seen anyone more pure than her. Princess Daenerys is like an elf in the world." Greene was not surprised that he would not be able to see Viserys for the time being. Viserys was the mad dragon carefully cultivated by him and Varys. According to Varys's plan, he was the key to disrupting Westeros. Now, Daenerys was just a tool to help Viserys in exchange for soldiers and horses. Illyrio had arranged for a blonde maid, purchased from the women's branch, to teach Daenerys various intimate skills. The beloved Khaleesi was targeted by an assassin, aiming to strike at Westeros. The sleeping dragon and the Horse King found common ground, leading to a bloody conflict in Westeros. The conspiracies of Varys and Illyrio intertwined, revealing their true, dirty nature. Greene looked at Illyrio with a relieved expression. "Your Majesty the Governor, this is truly good news. Thank you again for your help. I await the honor of receiving you on behalf of His Royal Highness." In a secret room at the Sataya Women's Branch in King's Landing, Lysa Tully clung to a bitter-faced Petyr Baelish. Her voice was sharp and filled with distress. "Why? This is impossible. Little Robert can't live without me." Petyr appeared particularly weak today. "My Lysa, I'm sorry. I just learned the news. Prime Minister Jon deliberately hid it from everyone, including you and me." Lysa paused, panic evident in her eyes. "Did he find out about us?" Petyr shook his head, and Lysa, visibly relieved, almost collapsed. Petyr reached out to support her, his voice soothing and magnetic. "Lysa, don't worry. You are not at fault. It's all my fault for not being able to let you go. Even if I die, I will protect you. You won't be harmed at all." "Littlefinger," Lysa shed a tear, moved by his words. After a moment of embracing, she suddenly asked, "Tell me quickly, what does he want to do with my son?" Petyr's gray-green eyes stared at the anxious Lysa, a look of helplessness in his gaze. "Dr. Jon feels that due to his health, he may not be able to teach little Robert. He wants to send your son to Dragonstone to become the adopted son of Lord Stannis." Lysa screamed, "What about me? That's my son. Why can't I teach little Robert myself? Why must my son be taken away from me?" Petyr gently patted Lysa's back. "After getting seriously ill, we all felt that Duke Jon was becoming more and more stubborn. He would rather trust Duke Stannis, who is far away on Dragonstone Island, than those close to him." After a moment of silence, Petyr continued, "My Lysa, you should know that I love little Robert very much. I have no children of my own and regard him as my biological child. Just like you, I don't want little Robert to be separated from his mother." Lysa's plump white hands caressed Petyr's thin cheek. "Littlefinger, what I regret most is that I couldn't give you a child. You can treat little Robert as your own son. I know you love him more than Jon. Don't worry, I'll go find Jon soon. He can't take little Robert away from me without my permission." Petyr shook his head, his tone weary. "It's useless. I have already argued with Duke Jon. He said it was precisely because he didn't trust you that he asked little Robert to leave." Lysa screamed, "Why? Why?" Seeing Lysa losing her mind, Petyr secretly smirked. Jon was already an old man when he married Lysa. Due to Lysa's infidelity before marriage and the significant age gap between them, there was no love in their marriage. After her marriage, Lysa suffered 5 miscarriages, 2 in the Eyrie, 3 in King's Landing, and 2 stillbirths before finally giving birth to Robert Arryn. Robert Arryn had always been frail and sickly, so Lysa doted on her son. After her last stillbirth, Lysa had fallen into paranoia, always feeling that enemies were everywhere, except for Petyr Baelish, with whom she had always been in love. Lysa suddenly grabbed Petyr tightly. "Petyr, think of a way. You must have a way, right? I can't lose my son. Stannis will definitely kill little Robert." Petyr looked at Lysa, who had a cry in her voice and a face full of pleading. He couldn't bear it. Finally, under Lysa's expectant gaze, Petyr nodded as if he had made a difficult decision. 3 days later, at Illyrio's mansion, Daenerys, with her silver hair wrapped in a coarse cloth, stepped into a bathtub filled with hot water. The bathwater was scalding, but Daenerys said nothing because she liked the heat. It made her feel clean. Moreover, Viserys often told her, "People of the Targaryen family are not afraid of being burned. We are descendants of the true dragon, and our blood burns with fire." After her cleansing bath, Daenerys combed her hair until it shone like molten silver. She picked up the herbal essence and gently applied it all over her body. Then, she donned a purple silk robe, the color accentuating her violet eyes. She slipped on gold-rimmed sandals and a gold bracelet set with amethysts. Once she was dressed, Daenerys looked at herself in the full-length mirror. The silver-haired girl reflected back at her was petite, timid, and unsure of herself. Her face showed sadness. Recently, her brother had been busy arranging her marriage to the barbarians in exchange for soldiers and horses to reclaim the Iron Throne. Today, her brother asked her to gain the allegiance of a semi-savage noble. Daenerys felt like a trading commodity, and she was deeply resistant to the idea, but she feared awakening the wrath of the sleeping dragon in her brother. The servant had conveyed Illyrio's words. The half-barbarian was already waiting in the courtyard, and she was to come out a little later. According to Illyrio, this would invisibly enhance the majesty of the princess. Daenerys didn't fully understand what Illyrio meant by the majesty of a princess, but she knew she had to succeed today so that Viserys would not abandon her. What about half-savages? There was nothing in this world that scared her more than being abandoned by her brother. Daenerys took a deep breath, stood up, and looked at her outfit again in the mirror. She turned towards the door, straightened her back, folded her hands on her belly, and slowly exhaled. Her usually timid face now showed a look of determination. The sunlight streamed in, elongating her thin figure. Chapter 110. The governor's courtyard was a riot of colors, filled with flowers of various shapes and hues. Sensing movement, Greene and Illyrio turned their gazes in one direction. The first thing Greene noticed was the pale silver light reflecting off a purple figure. She had silver hair and purple eyes, was petite and well-proportioned, and wore a timid expression that couldn't hide her beauty. Despite her youth, her hair was already silver. Greene smiled. He placed a hand over his chest and bowed. "Good day, Your Highness Princess. I am Greene Kleb, Earl of Whispering Castle. It is a great honor to meet you." Daenerys's eyes widened slightly upon seeing Greene's face clearly. The semi-savage she had imagined was supposed to be stout and fierce-looking. No one knew how much courage it had taken for her to come here. The half-savage described by her brother was tall and thin, wearing a blue robe, a long sword at his waist, and deerskin boots under his white trousers. The fair-skinned half-savage with dark hair and brown eyes had an outstanding appearance. His face was delicate but not effeminate, and he possessed a calmness that belied his age. Was this the half-savage noble Earl Greene? Her heart suddenly felt less resistant to the person in front of her. Seeing Daenerys staring at Greene motionlessly, Illyrio had to intervene. "Princess Daenerys, the Kleb family can truly be considered model old ministers of the Targaryens. Even though you are far away in Essos, they have always been concerned about your safety." Daenerys snapped back to reality, hurriedly withdrawing her gaze and lowering her head slightly, a look of shyness and embarrassment on her face. She carefully glanced at Greene from the corner of her eye again and felt secretly relieved when she saw that Greene didn't look strange. After hearing Illyrio's words, Greene raised his eyebrows slightly. What did Illyrio mean? Daenerys gathered her thoughts and said in a clear voice, "Welcome, Earl Greene." She extended the back of her hand towards Greene, her delicate and smooth skin looking even whiter under the sunlight. Greene leaned over, gently held Daenerys's little hand, and nodded symbolically. After the ceremony, Illyrio smiled and said, "Princess Daenerys, I think you and Earl Greene have many topics to discuss." With that, Illyrio waved, and the waiter followed him out of the courtyard, leaving only Greene and Daenerys. The keen Greene had long noticed that Daenerys was forcing herself to remain calm. The unawakened Daenerys seemed like a very ordinary, beautiful girl. No, due to her heavy identity as a Targaryen, she was actually a little pitiful now. In the original story, Daenerys paid the price of losing her brother, Braze, the king of horses, and her child before awakening to her queen nature. Would Daenerys be willing to go through it all over again? Greene smiled gently. "Your Highness, does something seem to be bothering you?" Without waiting for Daenerys's answer, he looked at the flowers and began to pick delicate-looking flowers of various colors from the branches. Daenerys noticed Greene's movements and opened her mouth to speak but didn't know what to say. Greene continued picking flowers and said with a smile, "Your Highness, don't worry, there will be no traces left." Driven by curiosity, Daenerys couldn't help but get closer to Greene and watch. Greene's picking was indeed very clever. If she hadn't seen the growing number of flowers in Greene's hands, the garden would have looked the same as usual. Daenerys's heart beat a little faster, and she felt excited about secretly doing something mischievous with Greene. Greene's hands were fair and slender with well-defined joints, as beautiful as her brother's. Was he going to give her flowers? Daenerys, who was secretly happy in her heart, temporarily forgot about Greene's upright, stealing behavior. Seeing that he had gathered enough flowers, Greene stopped and sat directly by the flower bed. However, instead of giving the picked flowers to her as she had thought, he began to play with the flower brass, anxious, as if to weave something. The Count likes to play with flowers? Daenerys couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She remembered her brother's mission but didn't know where to start. Greene raised his eyes and glanced at Daenerys, who seemed hesitant to speak. In a gentle tone, he asked, "Your Highness, do you need my help to solve your problem?" Daenerys nodded, her clear voice slightly nervous. "Earl Greene, can you pledge your allegiance to me?" She found herself unable to weave beautiful words, but chose to speak out regardless. Greene paused and asked, "I can consider it, but you must first let me know what I will gain if I pledge my allegiance to you." His tone was gentle, not sarcastic, as if discussing ordinary matters. Daenerys did not feel that Greene was deliberately making things difficult for her. What can I give him now? This was a question she had never considered. Her eyes turned red as she thought of the answer she least wanted to face. All she had was a body that her brother disliked very much. She didn't want to awaken the anger of the sleeping dragon in her brother, and was even more afraid that her disappointed brother would abandon her. Daenerys took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and her cheeks turned crimson, as if she had finally made up her mind. She felt like a pitiful being manipulated at will. The kind-hearted Greene originally intended to teach her the basics of the Game of Thrones. Daenerys's current behavior reminded him of Amparo, who had misunderstood his words. Greene understood that he was different from ordinary people in this world. He stood up and reached out to grab Daenerys's trembling hand. Calmly, he placed the woven wreath on her head. At a tourney in Westeros, the champion can choose the most beautiful unmarried woman present and place a laurel crown made of flowers on her head, calling her the Queen of Love and Beauty, Greene explained. He took a step back and said, "Princess Daenerys, I am the scheduled champion of the next tourney, and I have the authority to bring you a flower crown in advance." This seems different from what my brother said, Daenerys thought. She felt Greene's sincerity and kindness, which made her smile naturally and innocently. She blinked and noticed that Greene's appearance had changed. He suddenly seemed more handsome than Viserys. Facing the little girl who stared straight at him, Greene smiled. His smile was dazzling, and Daenerys suddenly felt her cheeks getting hot and lowered her head in embarrassment. The atmosphere was warm. Greene coughed lightly and said, "Princess Daenerys, let me guess, did someone ask you to gain my allegiance?" Daenerys remembered her brother's wrath, waking her from her momentary sweetness. She looked at Greene, finding it hard not to feel fond of his gentle face. She whispered, "I only have myself now." Greene shook his head slightly. "A real dragon will not marry what everyone calls a semi-savage noble. Does he already know?" Daenerys's pupils shrank, and she quickly denied. "Earl Greene, you are not a semi-savage. That is misinformation." Greene shrugged. "The world will not pay attention to the truth unless, when my sword is pressed against their chests, they will be willing to face some problems they don't want to face. Princess Daenerys, power comes from the sword in your hand." "The sword in your hand?" Daenerys suppressed the trembling in her heart and glanced at the sword at Greene's waist. Her brother also had a beautiful sword, but she knew he did not know how to use it. It was just a decoration to show his status as a king. Thinking of this, Daenerys suddenly felt she vaguely understood something, but it was not very clear. "Your Highness, you are still young, and we have a long way to go, so there is no need to worry," Greene reassured. After a high five, two women with somewhat imposing figures approached, catching Daenerys' attention. Under her curious gaze, Greene introduced them. "Allow me to introduce them. They are sisters. The one on the left is Barona, and the one on T, right, is Osanna. They were originally centurions of the Thorn Corps of the Kleb family. If you wish, they will serve as your maids starting today." Although Daenerys didn't understand much about swords, her intuition told her that Barona and Osanna were formidable guards. She wanted to agree immediately but hesitated, worried that her brother might be angry with her decision. She also remembered the maid who had died trying to protect her. Greene noticed the hesitation in Daenerys' expression. "Princess Daenerys, if you are willing, I will handle everything personally with Governor Illyrio." Daenerys shook her head. "Earl Greene, thank you for your kindness. I will always remember it. I will also protect them both." In that moment, Daenerys discovered her own bravery. The tragedy of the maid would never happen again. Greene nodded slightly. "Their identities as Kleb's centurions mean they are employed by you. They will be responsible only to you and loyal only to you." He then turned to Barona and Osanna. "Fighter Barona, warrior Osanna, do you understand your responsibilities?" Barona and Osanna straightened their bodies, gripping their sword handles, and shouted in unison, "Yes, Lord Greene." Greene spread his hands. "Anyone who harms them without your permission is declaring war on Kleb." By now, Daenerys understood why Viserys wanted to bribe Earl Greene. Greene commanded the soldiers Viserys valued most. Her brother's greatest wish was to reclaim the Iron Throne. Even for the sake of the throne, she believed her brother would not harm her new maids, and she felt completely reassured. No matter what, she would never let the tragedy of the maid repeat. Greene held up a finger. "There's one more thing. The current Iron Throne has always distrusted the Kleb family since the war more than 10 years ago. Therefore, I cannot stay in Pentos for too long." Although it was their first meeting, Greene gave Daenerys a sense of security she had never felt before. This feeling was sudden and wonderful. Hearing that Greene would be leaving soon, Daenerys couldn't hide her disappointment. Timidly, she asked, "You are not responsible for chasing and killing us. If we go back now, will we be blamed?" Greene shrugged. "I am still the chief steward of the Queen over there. I need to take care of it." "The Queen's chief steward," Daenerys echoed, confused. Greene smiled, a bit like a squire, but with more freedom. "Squire Greene?" Daenerys chuckled, not knowing what she found amusing. Greene smiled and shrugged again. After a moment, he continued, "One of my tribe members will stay in Pentos. He made some mistakes, and for convenience, he will act here as an illegitimate son of Kleb. His name is Dick. Dick is tall and thin, and he looks like a thief. Those features should be enough to identify him." "Looks like a thief?" Daenerys couldn't help but laugh again. Greene explained helplessly, "It's an inescapable characteristic, but you can try to trust him. I will leave him at Kleiber Trading Company in Pentos." The Reach, Highgarden. Ta-ta-ta. Margaery Tyrell's steps were much faster than usual. As she approached the terrace garden, she gradually slowed down, returning to her normal walking speed. She saw her grandmother and father. Upon approaching, she raised her skirt slightly and curtsied. Mace Tyrell stroked his beard and smiled. "Dear Margaery, my daughter, as long as you appear, no matter how beautiful the flowers, they will be eclipsed. Olenna Redwine, the Queen of Thorns, remarked with a sideways glance at her son. Duke of Metz, you can add color to these flowers. The Duke of Metz laughed, unfazed by his mother's sarcasm, and seemed to take it as a compliment. Although Margaery had often heard her grandmother's biting remarks about her father since childhood, she couldn't help but laugh every time. Lady Olenna snorted at her son, who remained unbothered. She then turned to her granddaughter with a kinder expression. Margaery, didn't you say you were going to embroider just now? Why are you here again? Margaery immediately suppressed her smile and replied, Grandmother, Father, there is a letter from the Prime Minister. The Duke of Metz quickly asked, Margaery, is there any news? Margaery nodded. Father, the Hand of the King, Duke John Arryn, has invited you to the Red Keep to serve as his advisor. You are now one of the candidates for the next Prime Minister. The Duke of Metz was momentarily stunned and murmured, Greene, he is indeed reliable. I was not wrong about him. He then stood up, excitement lighting up his face, and touched his beard. Mother Margaery, it is finally our Golden Rose family's turn to sit in the position of Hand of the King. Olenna, unimpressed by her son's enthusiasm, extended her hand towards Margaery. Margaery, is there anything else? Margaery handed the letter over with both hands. Grandmother, the list of candidates for Prime Minister is a bit surprising. Lady Olenna glanced at Margaery, whose expression had grown serious, and began to read the contents of the letter with squinted eyes. Chapter 111, Everlasting Life, High Court, Terrace Garden. The Duke of the North, Lady Olenna mused aloud, placing the letter on the coffee table beside her. Though more than 10 years had passed, the deeds of King Robert and Duke Eddard were still vivid in her memory. Duke Mace Tyrell noticed his mother's silence and asked casually, Mother, what's wrong? Seeing her son's obliviousness, Lady Olenna couldn't contain her frustration. If he had even a modicum of intelligence, he would realize that things were not as simple as they seemed. Although Duke Mace tried to hide it, she knew he was already reveling in the joy of potentially becoming the Prime Minister. Fortunately, Mace was born into the Golden Rose family. If he had been born elsewhere, well, it was pointless to dwell on such thoughts. He had come from her womb, and there was no undoing that. Idle speculation would only add to her troubles. Margaery, noticing her grandmother's anger and silence, took the initiative to explain. Father, besides Renly and Stannis, whom we expected to be candidates for Prime Minister, there is also an unexpected contender, Duke Eddard of Winterfell. Duke Mace exclaimed in surprise, How is that possible? But after a moment's thought, he felt reassured. He waved his hand dismissively and comforted Margaery. Margaery, don't worry. The people in the north don't know how to govern the country, and they won't easily leave the neck to come south. No one will want a northerner as the Prime Minister of the kingdom. The more Duke Mace spoke, the more convinced he became of his own reasoning, a slightly smug expression appearing on his face. Feeling the intense gaze from his mother, Duke Mace, who had been speaking confidently, looked over in confusion. He recognized that look from Lady Olenna. It was the look she gave an idiot. Recently, Duke Mace had been basking in the praise of the Riverbend nobles for his uncontroversial war theories, feeling elated without realizing it. He couldn't help but show off in front of his mother, hoping to prove that his wisdom had been misunderstood. Although he didn't know what was wrong with his words, Duke Mace chose to trust his mother. This matter didn't require his military talents for the time being, so he decided to listen more. When Duke Mace stopped speaking, he suppressed the pride on his face and looked at his mother humbly. Olenna, seeing the change in his expression, took a deep breath, paused for a moment, and then said, Use your head, Mace. If it were impossible, why would he suddenly appear on the Prime Minister's shortlist? Duke Mace was stunned for a moment and opened his mouth. Yes, why indeed? He trusted his mother's wisdom, suppressed the joy in his heart, and frowned. King Robert and Lord Eddard's personal relationship. King? The thought made Duke Mace panic. Could this be King Robert's intention? He tried to remain calm and looked at his mother, who appeared composed. Duke Mace smiled nervously. Mother, what do you think? Lady Olenna rolled her eyes. The only advantage of her foolish son was that he knew how to rely on the wisdom of others. No one can stop the golden rose from blooming in King's Landing, she said confidently. Olenna had always been the backbone of the Golden Rose family. Her words reassured Duke Mace, who stopped panicking. Olenna then turned to Margaery with a touch of kindness. "Margaery, please tell me again about your agreement with that little fellow." Duke Mace stroked his beard, proud of his daughter. The way his mother treated Margaery spoke volumes. Mere obedience wouldn't win Lady Olenna's favor. Margaery's intelligence had earned her grandmother's attention. Margaery glanced at her father, who looked pleased, and smiled slightly. With a smooth and soft voice, Margaery began, "Grandmother, Lord Greene has revealed to us that Duke Renly and Lord Stannis will." Margaery repeated the information with a serious tone, even though it was the second time she had shared it with Lady Oriana. Her grandmother, Olenna, was not suffering from memory loss. She was using real-life situations to teach Margaery valuable lessons. After listening, Olenna remained silent for a moment before patting the armrest of her chair. "What a cunning little fox. King Robert is not foolish. Whether it is Stannis or Renly, no matter who becomes the hand of the king, it will ultimately be King Robert who suffers the headache. Renly is superficial, and Stannis is stubborn. He knows his brothers well. If either of them becomes the hand, can the king continue to enjoy himself without worrying about governance?" Margaery was taken aback by her grandmother's candid assessment. Olenna had always shown admiration for Lord Renly in public. Margaery's eyes widened in realization. Her grandmother had done it on purpose. Lady Oriana noticed Margaery's questioning look and nodded, confirming her suspicions. Margaery felt she had learned another crucial lesson from her grandmother. The Duke of Metz couldn't help but ask, "Then, what should we do now?" Olenna mocked. "Don't you wish that young man was your own child? Why don't you ask him?" "How is this the same? I just admire that young man more." The Duke of Metz explained with a smile. "I remember discussing this possibility with Greene in private. He made some suggestions, but I can't think of a solution at the moment." Margaery glanced at her grandmother and asked, "Father, what did Greene suggest?" Mace thought for a moment. "Greene suggested that if a competitor other than the Baratheon brothers appears, we should find a way to make that person withdraw automatically. That's about it." Olenna sneered, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "He certainly knows how to navigate everything and has some skills to become the queen's favorite. This young man reminds me of some old advisors. They always gave long-winded speeches, and I, being young and supportive of my husband, relied heavily on them. Only later did I realize that while I was doing the actual work, they were reaping the benefits. It seems comprehensive, but when you think about it, it's just useless nonsense. Learning this skill at a young age is a kind of talent. Indeed, there is an anomaly in the barbaric Crabclaw Peninsula." The Duke of Metz felt his mother misunderstood Greene. He believed Greene was pragmatic and proactive, especially when it concerned him. The Duke smiled and touched his beard, feeling no need to explain. Being scolded by the Queen of Thorns was an honor he had grown up with. Margaery noticed her father's expression and raised her eyebrows. "Grandmother, Prime Minister Jon's health has not improved. I think we must leave as soon as possible." Olenna glanced sideways at her son, nodded and said, "Margaery, I'll go with you." More than 10 days later, the Golden Rose's entourage had just entered King's Landing when they heard the news of Prime Minister Jon's sudden death. "Sorry, I was delayed by something today, so I can only write this much. I will make up for it later." Chapter 112, Endless Life. King's Landing morning. In the spacious carriage, after listening to the attendant's report, Olenna Redwine looked at Mace Tyrell and Margaery Tyrell. The Duke of Mace was initially shocked, then a little pleased. Margaery frowned slightly, and after noticing her grandmother's gaze, she looked over. Lady Olenna said kindly, "Margaery, what do you think?" Margaery bent her fingers and replied, "Grandmother, I think this is too coincidental. As far as I know, although Duke Jon's health had not improved, his condition was not that serious. He should not have died suddenly." The Duke of Mace touched his beard and interjected, "After all, he has been seriously ill. It is not surprising. It can also be seen as the kindness of the gods." During the Reaver War, the Golden Rose family was the last to choose to surrender. Since then, they had been excluded from the Red Keep by the Royal Council headed by Duke Jon. As the leader of the Golden Rose, Duke Mace naturally could not like Prime Minister John. This time he came to King's Landing as a Prime Minister candidate and would first serve as an advisor to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister's advisor is only responsible to the Prime Minister himself and cannot participate in the Royal Council. Of course, the Duke of Mace would not be satisfied. Now, as soon as he entered King's Landing and heard the news of John's death, he might directly become the Prime Minister of the kingdom. Lord John was a nuisance and a hindrance to him. The Duke of Mace felt that the gods were blessing him, and what he felt now was double pleasure. Lady Olenna looked at her foolish, smart-aleck son and wanted to crack open his fat head with a wooden spoon. She took a breath and calmed down before speaking. Duke Boar, this is not good news for you. King Robert is very close to Prime Minister John. He is one of the few people who can directly influence the king's decision. The heir of Duke John is still a young son. He will definitely need more allies to ensure that the heir can successfully inherit the valley and protect the family. I also wanted to use this as a basis to facilitate the deal between the Golden Rose and the Arryn Valley so that he could directly recommend you to the king to take over as Hand of the King. Originally, this was the simplest and most direct way, but with Duke John's sudden passing, now I have to find someone to make a deal so that this wild boar can sit directly on the Prime Minister's chair. After listening to his mother's analysis, the Duke of Mace's good mood immediately dissipated. Margaery patted the Duke of Mace's large hand and comforted him. Father, don't worry, your chance of winning is still the best. The Duke of Mace patted Margaery's small hand back and said worriedly, Mother, what should we do next? After a pause, Olenna said, When we get to the place, Margaery and I will get off the carriage first, and you can go directly to the church to express your condolences and show up in front of everyone. You have to let everyone know that you have arrived. Margaery turned to Olenna and said, Grandmother, do you need me to accompany Father? Olenna waved her hand and said, Why pretend in front of everyone? Our Duke of Mace is the best at it. Although her words were sarcastic, her mother rarely praised him, and the Duke of Mace laughed. Her father looked proud there, and when he saw Olenna's disgusted look, Margaery couldn't help but laugh. Olenna was finally made angry and laughing by her foolish son's shamelessness. King's Landing, Tyrell's mansion. In the afternoon, Margaery was called to the garden by Lady Olenna. Seeing Margaery coming up with her skirt in hand, Olenna showed a touch of kindness. Seeing Margaery always reminded her of herself when she was young. Grandmother. Margaery sat opposite Olenna. Olenna looked at the flowers and said, The same kind of roses at the same time have already bloomed in Highgarden, but they are only in bud in King's Landing. Margaery's brown eyes moved. Margaery listened intently, understanding the weight of her grandmother Olenna's words. Margaery, the people you face in the Reach are either family members or vassals. In King's Landing, things are entirely different from the Highgarden you know. This city is rife with conspiracies, and many are just as dangerous as that little man. Margaery nodded slightly, absorbing every piece of advice from her grandmother. Only a steady stream of new nutrients can keep the Golden Rose alive. This is why your father values King's Landing so much. As long as the Iron Throne remains here, King's Landing will be the center of the Seven Kingdoms, and the Royal Council will be a place our family cannot avoid. The Red Keep has its own rules of the game, and the power struggles here are even more ruthless. You must learn these rules quickly. It is crucial for your future. Grandmother, I understand, Margaery replied. Olenna smiled kindly. Don't be too nervous. Behind you is the Golden Rose. No one dares to challenge us head-on. Don't be overly vigilant. Just think of it as an old woman bringing her granddaughter to play. Your mission is to observe and learn. Margaery nodded again. Grandmother, what about Brother Loras? Olenna shook her head slightly. Don't bother him. He is Renly's squire, but he is also a member of the Tyrell family. I am temporarily granting his friendship. Only Renly would dare to treat the Tyrell family as his vassals because of Loras's friendship. To say he is innocent is just a compliment. If we want Renly's support, our request is simple. Give my granddaughter a queen's crown. At that time, I would even lead the horse for him myself. Margaery listened seriously, but couldn't help but smile at the end. Grandmother, don't worry. I believe in my brother. He will always be loyal to our family. Olenna nodded slightly. So, whatever he wants to do now, let's not disturb him. That friendship is also the connection between the two families. The Golden Rose will not give up any initiative. Margaery's brown eyes sparkled with determination. Grandmother, I understand. Our Duke of Metz is still busy for the time being and does not need our help. Some matters are better handled by us women. We need to meet Queen Cersei as soon as possible. Winterfell, Lord's chambers. A knock on the door interrupted Eddard Stark's contemplation. My lord, Maester Luwin is outside and wishes to see you urgently. Maester Luwin is a maester who serves the Stark family in Winterfell. He delivered every child of Duke Eddard. In addition, he also serves as a teacher and trains all the Stark children. Duke Eddard glanced at his wife, who had been woken up, frowned, and said in a low voice, I told everyone not to disturb us. Today, they received the news that Prime Minister Jon had passed away, and his wife had finally fallen asleep very late. The servant outside the door replied cautiously, My lord, I'm sorry, but Maester Luwin insists on seeing you and is very anxious. Duke Eddard casually put on a heavy robe. Let him come in. Catelyn covered her mouth and blew a whistle, then sat up in bed, pulling the blanket up to her chin. Ned, have you been awake all this time? Eddard walked to the window, looking at the night sky outside. When I close my eyes, I always think of the past. Catelyn sensed her husband's sadness and tried to comfort him. Grand Maester Pycelle gave him poppy milk, and he left quickly, so Jon didn't suffer much. I suppose it was a final act of mercy, Eddard sighed, suppressing his grief. He couldn't be selfish and only care about his own sorrow. Catelyn also needed care and comfort. Is there any news about your sister and her children? Eddard asked, his voice tinged with concern. Northern men are not good at expressing love in words, and her husband was no exception. Catelyn felt the concern from the man in front of her, smiled, and said, The letter only said that they were safe and sound and had returned to the Eyrie. Catelyn wished they had gone back to Riverrun. The Eyrie was so tall and solitary. It had always been her husband's home fortress, not her final destination. The memories of Lord Arryn would surely haunt every brick and stone in the Eyrie. She knew her sister well. Lysa needed the support and companionship of her family and friends now more than ever. Catelyn, your uncle is the Knight of the Bloodgate appointed by Jon. Brandon will do his best to take care of them, Ed said, pausing before adding, You can go and stay with her. Take the children with you and fill her residence with laughter and noise. That child needs the company of other companions, and your sister should not be there mourning alone. If possible, of course, I would like to go there, but have you thought about it? If things suddenly change, will you go to King's Landing? Catelyn asked. Duke Ed was silent for a while before saying, I'm still thinking about it. His instincts told him that this was Stark's home, and he should not leave the North easily. The Alpha Wolf was grieving, and Catelyn knew it was not the right time to discuss this, so she did not continue to ask. After a while, the door was pushed open, and Maester Luwin entered the room. A thin figure, Maester Luwin wore a robe made of gray wool and trimmed with white velvet, the colors of the Stark family. He waited until the door behind him was closed before he spoke, nodding and saying, Sorry for disturbing your rest. Someone left a letter on my desk while I was napping. As he spoke, Maester Luwin took out a tightly rolled letter from his sleeve. It clearly says that it can only be opened by Lady Catelyn. I'm worried that it is a very important matter, so I didn't dare to delay it for a moment. Catelyn saw the crescent falcon crest of House Arryn printed on the letter. She reached out to take it, letting the blanket slip down, exclaiming, It must be Lysa's letter. I'm afraid it won't be good news. Ned, this letter contains endless sadness. I can feel it. Duke Ed frowned and said, Catelyn, don't panic. Just open it and take a look. Catelyn opened the letter, glanced at the content, and said, This is a secret language that Lysa and I invented when we were young. Only she and I understand it. She pushed back the fur and rolled out of bed. Ed was stunned by his wife's sudden action. Catelyn, Maester Luwin is still here. Maester Luwin, who had already turned his head towards the door, said, My lord, I think I'd better take my leave. Catelyn picked up a nightgown and put it on, then walked to the candle. The The words on the letter were very small, and she needed the candlelight. Ned, every one of my children was delivered by Maester Lewin. Now is not the time for hypocritical etiquette. Before she finished speaking, Catelyn's body suddenly froze. Ed noticed his wife's abnormality and walked over to support her. Are you afraid? Tell me, what was written in the letter? Catelyn looked at the anxious Ed, her voice trembling. Lysa said Jon Arryn was murdered. Did she say who the murderer was? Ed asked. House Lannister, Catelyn replied. Duke Ed instinctively felt that this was impossible. Your sister is too sad. She doesn't even know what she is talking about. Catelyn denied it. Lysa herself is very impulsive, but she would not joke about this kind of thing. She even wrote a secret letter to tell me. Lysa must have been extremely scared, so she hid with her son in the Eyrie. Catelyn stared at her husband, who remained silent, and said, We really have no choice now. You have to go south to find out the truth yourself. Duke Ed sighed. The south is a place full of poisonous snakes and beasts. It's better to avoid the wolves. At this time Maester Lewin said, My lord, it can be seen from the last letter that His Majesty Robert intends for you to take over as the king's hand. The Prime Minister's position is not one to be taken lightly. Minister holds great power, enough to uncover the true cause of Duke Arryn's death. If it turns out that Duke Arryn was indeed murdered, you can bring the perpetrator to justice. Even if the situation becomes dire, you can protect Lady Arryn and her young son, and you can escape unscathed at any time, Catelyn added. Ed, King Robert mentioned in his last letter that he wants you to bring Sansa with you. Don't you understand what Robert means? He intends for his eldest son to marry Sansa. Sansa Stark is the eldest daughter of Eddard and Catelyn, and their second child. Ed finally spoke up. Catelyn, Sansa is only 11 years old. It's now 298 AC in Westeros, and I don't want my daughter to marry into the south. Ed's father, brother, and sister all died in the south. This is a pain that he can never erase. As Eddard's wife, Catelyn is naturally aware of these things, but no matter how sad it is in the past, and she does not want Sansa to be affected. Catelyn's voice rose slightly. Ed, this is the king's kindness. You can't always regard him as the good brother he once was. The king's self-esteem is everything to him. Wouldn't it be wonderful if Sansa might become queen one day, and her children would rule from the Wall in the north to the mountains of Dorne in the south? Oh, the Iron Throne. Ed looked tired and sentimental, but Catelyn knew she couldn't hold him in her arms just yet. For the sake of their children, she had to convince her stubborn husband first. Catelyn added, You said you love Robert more than your own brother. If Lysa is telling the truth, do you think Robert will be safe? You know very well how vicious the Lannisters are. Do you have the heart to see Robert in danger? Ed moved his lips, turned around with a heavy heart, and faced the narrow window. Catelyn didn't speak again, and Maester Lewin remained silent as well. They waited quietly. Eddard quietly said goodbye to his beloved North. Dear friends, please vote. Chapter 113, Endless Life. The Red Keep, Maegor's Tower. Cersei swirled the jewel-encrusted wineglass, her eyes fixed on the red liquid sloshing within. Her long eyelashes concealed the sharpness in her gaze. Memories of her youth flooded back, when she had visited the witch who, under duress, had foretold her future. She had asked, When will I marry the prince? The witch had replied, Never. You will marry the king. She had then asked, Will I be the queen? The witch had answered, Yes, you will be the queen, until another woman, younger and more beautiful, comes to overthrow you and take everything you hold dear. Finally, she had asked, Will the king and I have children? The witch had responded, Oh, of course. 16 of them will be his, and 3 will be yours. They will wear gold as their crowns and gold as their shrouds. The witch had concluded, One day, when you are drowning in tears, your brother will strangle your pale neck and take your life. Cersei had been overjoyed by the sudden death of Jon Arryn. The news had filled her with a sense of triumph. When the maid reported that the Tyrell family wished to see her, Cersei, already in high spirits, readily agreed to the meeting. However, her good mood vanished the moment she saw Margaery Tyrell accompanying the old woman, Olenna. Margaery was young and beautiful, reminiscent of Cersei's own younger self. This was Cersei's first impression of Margaery. What truly unsettled her was not just Margaery's beauty, but her unique aura, a queenly presence that Cersei recognized all too well. Cersei's eyes trembled slightly. She had married Robert and had 3 children of her own. All the prophecies were coming true. So was Margaery of House Tyrell the other woman destined to take everything from her? Whether true or not, Cersei had lost all interest in allying with the Tyrell family. To her, King Robert was as good as dead. When Joffrey inherited the Iron Throne, she would be the Queen Regent. A mere golden rose held no significance. With Jon Arryn dead, the Tyrells were of no use. Robert was not dead yet, and she was not yet the Queen Regent, but Cersei found it hard to suppress her murderous intentions. While waiting for her regency, she took a sip of summer red wine and smiled. Lady Olenna, it must have been tiring to come all this way. And, this is Miss Rose? Margaery smiled slightly and looked at her grandmother. Olenna's eyes, though sunken, were deep and bright. Your Royal Highness, the Queen of the Lannister family, even though this old woman can't straighten up, she still gets excited when she sees the young. It's just that I'm so good at hiding it that you can't find it. Olenna patted Margaery's hand and continued. I think the Queen's face looks troubled. Is it because of the death of Prime Minister Jon? The Tyrell family came as requested, and I am very willing to serve the Queen. Cersei paused her wineglass mid-air and replied casually, The old Duke left suddenly. People in the Red Keep are panicked. I am doing my best to comfort them. Olenna nodded. My son, who never listens to his mother's nagging, has behaved this time. He should be working hard to appease the people in the temple now. Cersei was wary. She didn't want the conversation to shift to her son. The Tyrell family had brought Margaery, of marriageable age, to King's Landing. Did they still hope to marry into the royal family? Queen. Cersei tightened her grip on the wineglass. The Duke of Highgarden is here for you. Olenna's tone was sarcastic. My son is only good for running errands. Queen, don't expect much from him. Cersei smiled. Lady Olenna, you are too modest. I heard that the Duke of Highgarden led an army to besiege Storm's End Castle. The defenders of Storm's End were so desperate that they resorted to slaughtering horses, cats, and dogs for food. They even considered eating the fallen soldiers. Cersei, who had little interest in war, only heard this occasionally from Grimm, who admired the Duke of Highgarden. Olenna's eyes were piercing as she commented, This is truly a wonderful misunderstanding. The Duke of Highgarden must have been so happy that he couldn't sleep when he heard this. Cersei looked at Olenna with some confusion. Olenna shook her head and said, I told him not to join in the fun. War belongs to real warriors, and this is not his place. But my son has a soft ear and is easily swayed by his subordinates. He led the troops to fight despite my dissuasion. What kind of siege is that? He has never been close to a real battlefield. For more than half a year, he has consumed countless supplies in the Reach. The Lord of Highgarden only besieged his table. Cersei curled her lips and said, The process is not important. The truth is always written by the winner. A flash of light appeared in Olenna's eyes. That is a matter for historians. The old woman can only nag her own child. Olenna grabbed the armrest of the chair and stood up tremblingly. The old woman will no longer delay the Queen. The Duke of Highgarden will take care of the rest for you. Cersei nodded perfunctorily. Olenna stared at Cersei for a moment before leaving with Margaery. As they departed, Cersei's beautiful eyes became sharp, filled with thoughts of eliminating her enemies. A ridiculous prophecy, she thought. As long as she got rid of all threats, would the prophecy still hold? Outside Maegor's tower, Margaery walked slowly, holding the silent Olenna by the arm. She glanced at the maids, who slowed down and distanced themselves. Margaery whispered, Grandma, Queen Cersei seems very hostile to me. Olenna's voice was filled with anger. I never dreamed that Tywin's daughter could be so stupid that it is difficult to communicate. Margaery's face was heavy. Grandma, I'm surprised too. Does Queen Cersei want to go back on her word? Our boar Duke is still dreaming sweetly, Olenna continued. Although it is ridiculous, this is the idea of the stupid woman in Maegor's tower. Margaery frowned slightly. Is it because Prime Minister Jon is gone? Does she think she no longer needs the support of the Golden Rose? Even as she said it, Margaery found it hard to believe. Olenna snorted coldly. A stupid person doesn't realize her own stupidity. She only thinks she is smart and can manipulate everyone. Margaery said, "Grandma, this is an insult to the Tyrell family by Her Royal Highness the Queen." Olenna patted Margaery's hand. Outsiders only see the beauty of the rose but always ignore the thorns. The golden rose always holds the initiative. "Grandma, what are we going to do?" Olenna's eyes were deep. The Duke of Highgarden is already in King's Landing. If she wants to go back on her word, let the Queen drive him away. The golden rose is not the Queen's servant. We will not yield to her whims. If she can do it, the old woman will go directly to Tywin in Casterly Rock. Then we will see how the Lannisters pay their debts. Margaery nodded. "Grandma, I understand. I will not tell my father what happened today. His enthusiasm is just right. We will wait and see how Queen Cersei breaks the contract." Olenna looked at her smart granddaughter with a touch of kindness. The area near Maegor's tower was lined with green trees, and the birds were singing amidst the fragrant flowers. Olenna paused and stared at the sea of flowers for a while. "Margaery, can you contact that little fox, Earl Greene?" Margaery replied, "Grandma, it's possible. Earl Greene sent me a letter before he left Westeros. If you want to contact him, you can send the letter to his mermaid port." "Margaery, write him a letter. As soon as you get back, write him a letter and tell him. His favorite, the Duke of Metz, has encountered a problem. If he can't find a solution, the old woman will beat his ass. Just write it like this." Margaery's beautiful eyes widened slightly. Although surprised by her grandmother's words, she nodded in agreement. Olenna took another step forward. "Margaery, favorites have their own uses. Do you know what favorites are best at? They are best at wiping the butts of stupid big shots. Little guys can become the favorites of foolish queens, and they definitely understand Cersei's character best." Without waiting for Margaery's answer, Olenna continued, "It's not us who should be anxious. The more anxious we are, the more likely we are to make mistakes. In the Game of Thrones, we must first learn to be patient." Olenna's deep-set eyes hid worry. Cersei Lannister is well protected by Tywin's cunning. Anyone with some ability will pry into what's going on in the Red Keep. Most people's understanding of Cersei is that she is willful. As a Lannister from the Light of the West and as a queen, it would be normal for her to have an arrogant personality. However, after meeting her today, Olenna discovered that it was not just a simple matter of willfulness. Now that the Golden Rose has come to King's Landing, it will not be satisfied with just the King's hand. The ultimate goal of the Golden Rose is still to become a queen family. Cersei doesn't know how to abide by the rules of power. As long as she continues to stay in the Red Keep, she will eventually be a major obstacle to the Golden Rose's plan to become queen. Pentos. Greene raised his eyes and stared at the sky for a while, then murmured, "Duke John is dead." Greene heard this news from the busy streets. From King's Landing to Mermaid Port, and from Mermaid Port to Pentos, Greene had specially set up channels to deliver messages in order to monitor King's Landing's movements. However, Greene found that the news in the downtown area was much faster than through his own channels. After Greene arrived in Pentos, he was warmly received by cloth merchants and jewelry merchants. Greene purchased only the best items for Cersei's boss. Among the many flowing fabrics, the red ones, the thinner, the better. After Greene selected them, he could leave the rest to Steward Russell. It's time to go back. Governor Illyrio's mansion. Daenerys did not hide the disappointment on her face. "Earl Greene, do you really have to leave?" Since meeting Greene, he had given her the peace of mind she craved most, making Daenerys feel like she had returned to her childhood when Sir William was still around. Greene smiled and explained, "Princess Daenerys, I just got the news that Prime Minister Jon, who was trying to suppress the Crabclaw Peninsula, has passed away. I must go back as soon as possible to flatter the new Prime Minister so that I can avoid trouble on the Crabclaw Peninsula. The guards I left behind will protect your safety, and I can feel at ease even though I am far away in Westeros. We still have a long way to go, and we will meet again in the future." Daenerys laughed, then shook her head. "My brother, Viserys, will lead his troops there sooner or later, at that time." Before she finished speaking, Daenerys's eyes gradually filled with mist. Greene shrugged and said, "The war more than 10 years ago nearly destroyed the Kleb family, and we can no longer afford another defeat. Therefore, I will hide first, wait until the winner is decided, and then run out to please the Iron Throne. My territory is quite special, and we just want to live a more stable life. As for Prince Viserys, Greene was silent for a while and then asked, Princess Daenerys, who do you think we will expect to sit on the Iron Throne? Of course. Daenerys stopped talking, wondering why Greene asked that. According to her brother, the Iron Throne originally belonged to the Targaryens, but was temporarily snatched away by the Reaver. Many, many people will die, Greene said, looking at Daenerys, who was hesitant. Greene spoke and smiled, then said, According to legal principles, the Iron Throne belongs to the Targaryen family, specifically to Her Royal Highness, the Princess. A significant reason why Baratheon can sit firmly on the Iron Throne is because his grandmother was a Targaryen, making his claim somewhat legitimate under the principles of inheritance. Over the past decade or so, the Seven Kingdoms have become more stable, but most of the people at the bottom have only just begun to recover from the impact of the war, including most of the small nobles. Daenerys thought for a moment and asked, Earl Greene, do you mean that my brother's army will be unpopular? Greene spread his hands and replied, Based on what His Royal Highness has done, most people are more concerned about whether their own interests will be affected or if they can gain more benefits. Daenerys quietly wiped the corners of her eyes and smiled. What about you? Under what circumstances would you be willing to join the war? Greene thought seriously for a while and then said, Whoever gives me the valley, I will serve them, as a loyal knight. After saying that, Greene couldn't help but smile. Daenerys was stunned for a moment and then laughed. As they laughed, Greene and Daenerys' eyes met. Greene said gently, If Her Royal Highness the Princess gives the order, I will consider sending troops. Daenerys turned her face to one side and whispered, Thank you, my knight. Greene still gave her the answer before leaving, without making any demands, and left her with manpower. Daenerys understood very well that her brother's main concern was the soldiers and horses. She could now say that she had completed Viserys' mission and did not have to worry about awakening the wrath of the sleeping dragon. Could he? Daenerys turned her face back, her purple eyes moving to Greene, and her lips moved slightly. Greene didn't seem to notice anything strange about Daenerys. Your Highness, it's an honor to receive your recognition, he said. Viserys. Daenerys lowered her head slightly, took a deep breath, and calmed herself. When she looked up again, the hesitation on her face had dissipated. Her smile was bright as she said, Earl Greene, I believe we won't be apart for long, and you and I will meet again soon. Sirs, please vote and recommend. Chapter 114, The Wrath of the True Dragon. At the port of Pentos, Dick came to see Greene off. Last night, with the cooperation of Governor Illyrio, Greene's soldiers had caused quite a stir in the city. Greene reached out and patted Dick's arm warmly. Dick, I leave the matters here in your capable hands, Greene said. Dick nodded slightly. Lord Greene, I will ensure that Kleb is not embarrassed. After speaking, Dick glanced around and lowered his voice. I feel that there are many eyes watching us from the shadows. Greene smiled slightly. Dick, no matter where you go, always ensure you have adequate security. Dick was momentarily stunned. Is the Lord worried about my safety? He was moved, his face showing excitement. Lord Greene, I will not let you down. Greene nodded. Remember the clan's motto, unite as one. I will remember it, Dick replied. Greene patted Dick again before turning and stepping onto the mermaid. After the sailors bustled about under Lake Snow's commands, the mermaid slowly left the port of Pentos. Greene stood on the deck at the stern of the ship, quietly staring at the governor's mansion. Menton Wyshai, wearing a coarse robe and with a warhammer at his waist, stood guard nearby. Greene turned his head and glanced at Menton. What's wrong? The fat on Menton's body visibly trembled. He had a beast-like intuition, which had led him to find the Beast King Greene. Although Greene rarely participated in specific battles, Menton could sense his terror. Menton knew very well that if Greene wanted, he could cut down all his enemies like cheese, including himself. Greene was always gentle, especially towards his own people, and Menton felt this most deeply due to his innate talent. Under normal circumstances, Menton would not be startled by Greene's plain question. But today, he had a guilty conscience. Scratching his big head, he said naively, Pantos's barbecue has a unique flavor. I'm still wondering when Ungai will come back. Night fell at Illyrio's mansion. After nearly a month of contact with Greene, Daenerys felt she had suddenly grown up. Although the time was short, she had come to understand many things that had previously eluded her. Perhaps Daenerys was a born ruler who just needed the right opportunity. Daenerys sat upright on a chair, looking at Illyrio as he slowly approached, a half-smile on her face. Illyrio noticed that Daenerys seemed different today. Though he appeared calm, he was cautiously alert. After approaching, Illyrio took the initiative to salute. "Good evening, Your Highness, Princess." Daenerys nodded slightly. "Governor Illyrio, has Lord Greene left? Please, have a seat." Illyrio nodded in thanks. "Princess Daenerys, rest assured, today is perfect weather for sailing." At this time, Daenerys' new maids, Barona and Osanna, brought wine glasses and flagons. Both were centurions of the Thorn Corps, though they had adapted well to their new roles. They placed the wine glasses for Daenerys and Illyrio, then filled them with wine. "This is a summer red given to me by Earl Greene. It is said to come from Dorne in Westeros. It has a sweet taste. I fell in love with it at the first sip," Daenerys said, taking a sip of the wine. "Governor Illyrio, you must have tasted it before because of your experience, but I have followed Viserys everywhere since I was a child. This is my first time." Illyrio smiled humbly and said respectfully, "Summer red is made from honey plums, cherries, and black oak, which gives it a fruity aroma. Once tasted, everyone can't help but admire its wonderful flavor. Summer red is extremely popular in Westeros, from beyond the wall in the far north to Dorne in the south, and even in King's Landing. It is the most popular drink at noble banquets." Daenerys listened with a smile, and when Illyrio finished speaking, she praised, "You are indeed very knowledgeable." Illyrio nodded and said, "When His Majesty Viserys takes back the Iron Throne, all of Westeros will return to Targaryen rule, and every item there will be able for you to enjoy." Daenerys raised the corners of her lips and asked, "Where is my brother?" During this period, His Majesty Viserys has been busy raising warships to cross the narrow sea. Although the king is diligent, he misses the princess very much. He has just returned here. As long as you wait a little while, the princess can see His Majesty." "What a coincidence." Daenerys smiled slightly. "I have to say this is good news." Illyrio's eyes moved slightly. "It seems that Her Royal Highness the Princess has good news to share with the king, and His Majesty will be very happy." Daenerys did not deny it, and added, "Governor Illyrio, 10,000 troops are not enough to take back the Iron Throne." Illyrio's smile froze for a moment. "When His Majesty Viserys' troops set foot on Westeros, the noble families will surely raise their troops to help and follow their true king. The people will roar with justice and fight for the true king. They will fight hard for the king and sweep across the 7 kingdoms." Daenerys listened with a smile and shook her head. 10,000 soldiers and horses are still not enough. How many soldiers and horses does the barbarian husband you chose for me have in total?" Without waiting for Illyrio's answer, Daenerys continued, "His name is Drogo, right? He leads the largest Khalasar in the Dothraki Sea. It is said that he has more than 40,000 howling warriors under his command." Illyrio's eyes trembled, but he responded calmly and respectfully, "That's exactly right. The Earl of Westeros has found out a lot of information for you. I also just contacted Khal Drogo. After a while, I will meet him in person to discuss the marriage of Her Royal Highness the Princess." Daenerys had changed, becoming something of a stranger to him. Illyrio suddenly felt that he and Varys should not have facilitated the meeting between Daenerys and Grimm. "I am afraid every day, afraid of awakening the wrath of my brother's sleeping dragon, and afraid of being abandoned by my brother. During this period, I lived a very peaceful life and learned a lot of things through Earl Greene. I kept thinking, how could the governor of Pentos not realize that 10,000 troops would not be enough to retake the Iron Throne, until Earl Greene said goodbye to me." Daenerys sighed softly and continued, "Looking at his leaving back, I suddenly understood everything. Separation will be painful, but what if it is death?" Daenerys raised her glass and took a sip of summer red. "Will the barbarian leader fall in love with his silver-haired wife? Maybe. It doesn't matter. At the right time, the most important thing is that I am killed by the so-called Snatcher. I think it is best for the barbarian leaders to see death in front of them, so that it will be easier for them to become angry and ignite their fire of revenge. Illyrio's heart skipped a beat. Daenerys had actually guessed his plan. How did she do it? Is this the true dragon bloodline? Illyrio suddenly felt a sense of danger. Daenerys smiled brightly and said calmly to Osanna beside her, "Pour me some wine." After giving the instructions, Daenerys turned to Illyrio and said, "Mr. Governor, I have always been grateful to you for taking in my brother and me, but—" Daenerys held the cup filled with wine. "I am the daughter of Aerys II, sister of Viserys III, Princess of Dragonstone, Stormborn, Daenerys." As she spoke, Daenerys suddenly splashed the summer red in the cup towards Illyrio's face. Although Daenerys's changes today surprised him and he began to be wary of this abnormality, he never expected that Daenerys, who had always been cowardly, would throw wine at him. Illyrio had been an assassin when he was young, but he had been pampered for nearly 20 years. Years had passed, and the distance was so close that he was slapped hard in the face. Barona and Osanna exclaimed, then quickly picked up towels and handed them over. Illyrio wiped the drink from his face, his chest heaving as he breathed heavily. Staring at Daenerys as if nothing had happened, Illyrio casually took the towel handed by the maid. "Daenerys, you are slandering and insulting." Illyrio began, but Daenerys interrupted him. "You dare to manipulate the real dragon at will. What you have awakened is the wrath of my real dragon. There is only one result for you, death." "You—" Illyrio started, but his words were cut short. He first felt a chill on his neck, followed by a sharp pain in his heart. Barona's dagger had slit Illyrio's throat, and Osanna's dagger had plunged into his chest. The two of them struck quickly and efficiently. Illyrio instinctively held his neck and stood for a moment before collapsing to the ground. Daenerys desperately held back her trembling body, forcing herself to watch the entire process. Illyrio lay on his back in a pool of blood, staring blankly. She had actually done it. She had finally done it. As soon as Daenerys's tightly held heart relaxed, her body swayed, and she almost fell to the ground if she hadn't caught the chair by chance. Barona immediately walked over and helped Daenerys sit on the chair. Daenerys grabbed Barona with trembling hands. "Barona and Osanna, thank you." Barona shook her head. "Your Royal Highness, we are your guards, and we are at your disposal." Osanna nodded in agreement. Daenerys looked at Barona and Osanna and said, "Illyrio is the governor after all. We must leave tonight. Osanna, leave this to Barona. Go to Kleiber Trading Company now and have Dick get the boat ready." Osanna nodded and quickly left. Daenerys took a deep breath. "Barona, move Illyrio into the house and prepare more fire starters." At that moment, Viserys approached, his voice filled with anger. "Who was that woman just now? Is she the new maid sent by Illyrio? Why didn't she bow when she saw me?" In the past, Daenerys would have been terrified when her brother was angry, but now she felt no fear. She even wanted to laugh at her brother's silver hair shaking in anger. Daenerys said calmly, "She is not a maid sent by Illyrio. She is a guard sent by Earl Greene to me. They are real warriors." Viserys smiled coldly. "Guard? Warrior? I don't understand. My good sister, are you thinking—" His words trailed off as he noticed the blood. "Blood? This seems to be Illyrio?" Viserys' pupils tightened, and he screamed, stepping back quickly in disbelief. If the person behind him hadn't helped him, he would have tripped over his own heels. Daenerys tilted her head slightly, looking at the strange man who had appeared in the yard. The man was quite old, about 40 years old, wearing wool and leather, a dark green coat embroidered with a black bear with human legs. Although his hair had thinned, his body was still strong. After Viserys stood up, he shook off the strange man and reached out to stroke his hair. "My Iron Throne, my Iron Throne, my Iron Throne," he murmured to himself. The strange man felt Daenerys' appraising gaze and looked over. After seeing Daenerys' face clearly, he was stunned for a moment. Daenerys nodded slightly. "Stranger, could you please introduce yourself?" The strange man glanced at Barona, who was staring at him closely, took a few steps, stroked his chest, and saluted. "Good evening, Your Highness. My name is Jorah Mormont. I come from the north of Westeros. I am a knight who was exiled by the current Iron Throne, and His Majesty Viserys invited me here as a guest." Sir Jorah, why were you exiled? Daenerys asked. Jorah Mormont hesitated for a moment before replying. I secretly sold several poachers I caught to slave traders, which violated the laws of Westeros prohibiting the slave trade. Chapter 115, The Real Dragon Moves Its Nest. Daenerys Targaryen had a smile on her lips, her violet eyes fixed on Jorah Mormont as he answered her question earnestly. After Jorah finished speaking, Daenerys nodded slowly and said, Sir, it feels terrible to leave home. I can relate to this. You should start over. Daenerys lowered her eyes and glanced at the gold bracelet Illyrio had given her. The bracelet was inlaid with sparkling gems and looked exquisite and gorgeous. Sir Jorah, I would like to hire you as a guard. As Daenerys spoke, she took the bracelet off her wrist and handed it to Barona beside her. Is this item enough? Jorah met Barona's eyes as she approached. Looking at Barona, Jorah recalled the women of Bear Island. They were all as good warriors as the men. Barona's figure was tall and strong, and her whole body seemed to be full of strength. She was a warrior who had experienced many battles. Ironmen, or savages from the frozen coast, often raided Bear Island, while the men were out fishing. The women of Bear Island had to take up arms to fight against the invaders. This led to the formation of a unique warrior culture among the women of Bear Island. Jorah was once the Earl of Bear Island and the patriarch of the Mormont family, so he was very familiar with this type of woman. Jorah looked away and focused on the body lying on the ground. Join or die. The corner of Jorah's lips curled up imperceptibly, and he sighed in his heart. He is worthy of the blood of the Targaryen family. Stretching out his big hand, Jorah took the gold bracelet. Your Highness, you are generous enough. I am now your guard. Jorah witnessed the situation here, and Daenerys could only force him to make a choice. Hearing Jorah's clear answer, Daenerys was relieved. She didn't want to hurt innocent people. Viserys suddenly stopped mumbling and strode towards Daenerys. His voice was sharp. Who did it? Is it you? Barona stretched out her hand to stop Viserys from getting closer to Daenerys. Viserys was so angry that he wanted to jump. Who are you? Do you know who I am? I am the Andals, the Rhoynar, the king of the first men, the ruler of the seven kingdoms, the guardian of the whole realm, Viserys the Threed Targaryen, the one true king of the Iron Throne. Daenerys shook slightly and took a breath secretly. When Viserys walked toward her menacingly, her legs tried to escape, and her own legs seemed to suddenly lose control. Jorah, who was quietly paying attention to Daenerys, noticed something strange about her. Jorah stood beside Barona, his tall figure silently blocking Viserys. You. Viserys looked first to the left, then to the right, and said sharply, Jorah Mormont, how dare you betray the king? Jorah tightened his grip on the handle of the sword at his waist, nodded, and said, Sorry, I didn't betray you. I was your guest before, but now I am a guard hired by Her Highness the Princess. My duty is to protect the safety of the princess. You, Viserys' eyes flashed with hatred. Jorah Mormont, I will never forget your betrayal. Faced with the threat of Viserys, Jorah remained indifferent and stood in front of him very firmly. Daenerys finally regained control of her legs. She stared at Viserys. Brother, I executed Illyrio. Do you want to attract the unsullied guards outside the yard? After a pause, Viserys pointed at Daenerys through the guards. It's you who ruined my plan. How can I regain the Iron Throne without Illyrio? Viserys lowered his voice, but Daenerys could still hear the anger in it. Daenerys' petite figure walked over. Thank you, we can't waste any more time. Please move the people on the ground into the house and prepare more fire starters. Jorah raised his hand to stop Barona, who was about to take action, and said, Leave it to me. Barona understood what Jorah meant, nodded, and continued to guard the princess. Brother, Illyrio wants to control us. On the surface, he seems to be trying his best to help. His real purpose is to train you. Viserys, he greeted, his ve, always tinged with a mix of respect and curiosity. Princess Daenerys, he added, bowing slightly. Daenerys nodded in acknowledgement, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Is everything ready? She asked, her tone firm and authoritative. Dick straightened up and nodded. Yes, Princess. The ship is prepared, and we can set sail immediately. Viserys, still riding the high of his earlier conversation with Daenerys, couldn't help but interject. Good. We need to leave before anyone realizes what has happened. Daenerys glanced at her brother. then back at Dick. "Lead the way," she instructed. As they made their way to the ship, Daenerys couldn't help but reflect on the events that had transpired. Her brother's ambition was palpable, but she knew the road ahead would be fraught with danger and deception. She had to be cautious, not just for her sake, but for the future of their house. Once on board, Daenerys took a moment to breathe in the salty sea air. The ship rocked gently beneath her feet, a stark contrast to the turmoil in her mind. She turned to Jorah, who had followed them silently. "Thank you, Sir Jorah," she said softly, "for everything." Jorah bowed his head. "I am at your service, Princess. Always." Viserys, impatient as ever, interrupted their exchange. "We need to move, now." The ship's crew sprang into action, and soon they were sailing away from Pentos, leaving the burning mansion of Illyrio Mopatis behind. Daenerys watched the flames flicker in the distance, a symbol of the old life they were leaving behind and the uncertain future that lay ahead. As the ship cut through the waves, Daenerys felt a sense of determination settle over her. She had made a promise to her brother, and she intended to keep it. But she also knew that she had to be smart, to navigate the treacherous waters of politics and power with care. 1 year, she whispered to herself, her resolve hardening. "I have 1 year to make this work." Viserys, standing at the bow of the ship, stared out at the horizon, his mind filled with visions of the Iron Throne. He had no doubt that his sister would deliver on her promise. After all, she was a Targaryen, just like him, and together they would reclaim what was rightfully theirs. The journey ahead would be long and arduous, but Daenerys was ready. She had learned much in her time with Illyrio and Greene, and she would use that knowledge to her advantage. The Game of Thrones was a dangerous one, but she was determined to play it and win. As the ship sailed on, Daenerys allowed herself a small smile. The real dragon was about to rise, and nothing would stand in her way. "Your Royal Highness, the ship is ready and can set off at any time. Dick of Kleb is at your disposal." A smile appeared on Daenerys' lips. "Thank you, Dick." Everyone stepped onto the wooden planks and boarded the ship. Daenerys, being petite, walked beside Dick, who leaned forward and lowered his voice. "Your Highness, this ship was specially left for you by Master Greene. Although it is small, it is very fast. Also, I brought all 20 guards that Lord Greene left for you at the trading company. Along with the sailors on board, they will follow and protect you no matter where you go." Daenerys couldn't help but curl her lips. She coughed slightly and said, "Dick of Kleb, you did a good job. I'm grateful for your help." Dick felt proud, raising his chest and head, unable to hide his joy. Daenerys raised her eyebrows slightly. Dick, the thief, was a bit unsteady, but he was also clever. At that moment, the captain of the ship raised his voice. "Hurry up, port patrol." Daenerys paused and looked back, spotting some fire in the distance. Osanna drew her long sword and said, "Your Highness, sailing in Pentos port is prohibited at night. Barona, stay here to protect the princess. I will take some men to deal with the patrol." Daenerys nodded slightly. "Osanna, be safe. I'll be waiting for you here." Osanna nodded to Daenerys, called a few soldiers, and stepped off the ship. She urged the busy sailors, "Are your legs weak? Move your hands and feet faster." The patrol followed the light of the fire. Sure enough, someone was attempting to sail at night. There were 8 men in the patrol team, and they unconsciously showed greedy smiles. There would be an unexpected fortune tonight. "Stop! Everyone on the boat! Get off!" While shouting, the patrol quickened their pace and soon found Osanna standing silently. "Don't you know?" Before the patrol leader could finish his sentence, Osanna swung her sword, cutting his neck. She moved quickly, her long sword piercing the enemy's chest before kicking him away. Blood slowly slid down the blade. Only then did the other enemies react and draw their weapons. Osanna struck again, her sword diagonally piercing the neck of a nearby enemy. The fight turned into close combat in an instant. The advantages of the Crabclaw Peninsula soldiers were fully realized. They were all elites who had survived countless wars, large and small. The Pentos patrol was laid to rest in a pool of blood almost immediately. A soldier said contemptuously, "So weak." Osanna wiped her sword casually on the enemy's clothes and sheathed it. Suddenly, the sound of arrows piercing the air was loud in the silent night. "It's me," and Guy's tall and thin figure appeared quietly from the darkness. Osanna's hand left the sword handle. "And Guy, why are you here? Actually, there were 9 of them in total. One of them was following alone and tried to escape just now, so I took action. Ngai explained, pointing in a direction. During small-scale battles, Soldier Kleb did not like having people snatch heads because it was related to personal military merit. Ngai, a natural archer, had changed some of his habits after being taught a few lessons by his companions. Ngai had always been looking forward to a large-scale war. The more enemies, the better. In his eyes, they were walking military achievements. Osana's laughter was hearty. That head is yours, Ngai shrugged. Master Greene asked me to stay and take care of Dick secretly. This was an obvious excuse. Ngai's real mission was to find opportunities to assassinate Illyrio. Greene's order was not to reveal his identity, and he was given 1 year. But now, when Ngai saw the governor's mansion on fire, he thought it was a blessing from the gods, allowing him to complete the task ahead of schedule. After sneaking in and investigating, he discovered that Governor Illyrio seemed to have. Ainge felt an indescribable disappointment as he watched his dreams of becoming a knight go up in flames. The shortcut he had hoped for was gone. He could only look up at the sky and sigh. By the way, who are you going to choose to marry, Barona or me? On the ship, Viserys observed Daenerys's guards as they effortlessly cut down their enemies. His eyes gleamed with admiration. Are these Earl Greene's soldiers? Are they incredibly strong, or are the enemies just too weak? Dick, sensing the need to clarify, responded confidently. Your Majesty, it's us who are strong. Kleb soldiers live and die for battle. Each one of them is an elite warrior. This is why the Snatchers have been trying to suppress us. They fear our revenge once we regain our strength. Barona, though confused about their true enemy, nodded in agreement with Dick, adding credibility to his words. Viserys looked pleased. The Reaver is a thief who lives in constant fear of revenge. Earl Greene is a loyal minister of Targaryen, and I will never forget his contributions. For Viserys, anyone who could help him reclaim the Iron Throne was a loyal ally. Daenerys, smiling, listened to the discussions about Crabbe's fighting prowess. Soon, the sailors began to put away the planks, and Osana and others returned to the ship. Ainge, who had followed Osana aboard, greeted Daenerys proactively. Good night, Your Highness. I am Ainge, the personal guard of Earl Greene. Viserys felt a twinge of anger when Ainge saluted his sister first, but upon hearing Ainge's name, he lost interest. A mere commoner was not worthy of his attention. Daenerys, however, was curious. Good night, warrior Ainge. Why are you here? Ainge, embarrassed by Daenerys's beauty, looked away and scratched his head. Lord Greene was concerned about your safety in the governor's mansion, so he assigned me to protect you secretly. When I saw that you were about to leave Pentos, I had no choice but to reveal myself. Barona added, Your Highness, Ainge is the strongest archer in Kleb's territory. She looked at Ainge with admiration. Daenerys felt her cheeks flush slightly. Ainge, thank you. How would you like me to arrange things for you? Ainge placed a hand on his chest. Your Highness, I will follow you for now. Although the plan has changed, my mission remains to protect your safety. Despite the unexpected turn of events, Ainge felt it would be shameful to return to the territory without completing his mission. Moreover, his instincts as a natural archer told him that greater achievements awaited him. Daenerys looked at the burning governor's mansion for a moment before turning towards the bow of the ship. Everyone followed her petite figure. Viserys clenched his fists, then slowly released them. I will wait for 1 year. If the promise is broken, my sister will witness the true wrath of the sleeping dragon. Princess Daenerys, where are we going? Someone asked. Tell the captain we're heading south, she replied. The next day, aboard the Mermaid in the narrow sea, the morning sun rose slowly, casting a red glow over the horizon. Suddenly, the first mate shouted, Captain, we've spotted a pirate ship. Lake Snow suddenly woke up and quickly walked over. After observing for a while, the smile on his face grew wider and wider. You're right, it is indeed a pirate ship. Lake, did you encounter a pirate ship? Greene's voice called out, causing Lake to immediately turn around. Facing Lake's expectant gaze, Greene's eyes twitched. After a brief pause, Greene tapped his chin in approval. Lake, receiving Greene's confirmation, excitedly shouted, We found a pirate ship! Get closer to it! Yes, Captain! The crew responded in unison. Lake was eager to seize the opportunity with Greene on board. He had already witnessed the devastating power of the Lord's bow and arrow and was eager to capture more pirate ships to expand Kleb's fleet. Greene, noticing Lake's high morale, smiled and said, "Marshal, prepare your bow and arrows." The sea is vast, and encountering a pirate ship is a rare event. If possible, Greene also hoped to encounter more pirate ships during their voyage. It would be an excellent opportunity to train the newly recruited sailors and capture a few more ships. Since they had named it the Kleb fleet, they aimed to start with 10 warships and gradually expand. Greene pinched his chin thoughtfully. With Hanjohn dead and only King Robert remaining, the adaptation training for sea-ship troop transport needed to be intensified. Greene had been eyeing the chrysanthemums in the valley for a long time. 10 days later, at Mermaid Harbor, the morning mist evaporated over the sea, forming a thin veil. 9 ships flying swamp marigold flags loomed in the distance. The ship Greene was on, the Mermaid, slowly docked at the harbor. Chapter 116, Dominance, Mermaid Harbor, Government Affairs Office. After reading Margaery's handwritten letter, Greene rubbed the thumb of his right hand against his index finger. Margaery's handwriting was beautiful, her words rather bold. It was hard for little Rose, but fortunately, Lord Greene had always been open-minded and never cared about the minutiae. Greene put away the letter, stood up, and walked to the window, looking outside. The breeze blew, causing the seawater to ripple. Under the sunlight, the sea surface sparkled like countless gems shining. Duke Mace, Duke Eddard, Duke Stannis, Duke Renly. Thinking of these dukes, Greene's eyes trembled slightly. He thought of Peter and Varys again. Although they both had their own agendas, their purpose was the same, to plunge Westeros into chaos. Greene felt a bit tired after thinking for a long time. He really preferred to push forward directly. So, who did Greene envy the most in this world? Of course, it was Ma Long, who held the script of the heroine Shuangwen. Although she was a little pitiful in the early stages, later on, her cheating life did not need to be explained. King Robert, who could summon hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses with just a single shout from the top, was still there. Hold on. Don't waste time in the early stages. For the sake of the tribe, Chief Greene regained his energy. He returned to the table and picked up the quill. First, he dealt with military affairs. For example, Greene informed the regiment commanders of each regiment that he would personally interview the candidates they recommended for 30 captains at the regiment's garrison and select them directly. Then there were the personal letters. The first letter, written to Queen Cersei, read, "I have just arrived at Mermaid Harbor and will be able to return to the Red Keep soon." The second letter, written to Daenerys, read, "I have arrived safely in Westeros and hope that you are well in Pentos." The third letter, a reply to Margaery, read, "I will arrive in King's Landing soon, hoping to meet the old lady who wants to spank me." The next day, Greene crossed his legs and leaned on the armrest of the chair. Opposite him sat Brother Zari from the Archbishop of King's Landing. The middle-aged Brother Zari had a high hairline, a plump figure, and a kind face. The faith of the 7 gods was the most important religious belief in the 7 kingdoms, and people often simply called it the Church. In Westeros, there were only 3 places where the 7 gods had the lowest influence: the North, the Crabclaw Peninsula, and the Iron Islands. The old gods of the North and Crabclaw Peninsula and the drowned god of the Iron Islands were more respected. Therefore, in order to distinguish it from the ancient beliefs, the god of the Church was sometimes called the New God. When Greene began to regain the old land of Kleb, the monks stationed on the Crabclaw Peninsula had come into contact with Whispering City. The Crabclaw Peninsula was located in the royal territory, but was outside the royal territory. It was said that the Crabclaw Peninsula believed in the old gods, but due to the never-ending struggle for hundreds of years, the people of the Crabclaw Peninsula believed in force. Greene needed the faith of the 7 to better integrate the Crab's Claw into Westeros and to solidify Kleb's rule over the Crab's Claw. But Greene remembered their old High Bishop saying that the law of kings was one thing and the law of the gods was another. For Greene, the Crabclaw Peninsula was his personal property. He was willing to put a beautiful coat on it, but he would never tolerate anyone overriding Kleb's rule on the Crabclaw Peninsula. Dear Brother Zari, I am only concerned about one issue, whether the appointment and dismissal of the territory's bishop is in my hands. Greene said it was respect, but his current sitting posture already showed his attitude. Brother Zari's voice was unhurried. Lord Greene, we are very grateful for your support of the faith of the Seven. However, the appointment and dismissal of bishops are matters of the Church, not the state. We must ensure that our religious leaders are chosen based on their piety and dedication to the faith, not political considerations. Greene's eyes narrowed slightly. I understand the importance of piety and dedication, Brother Zari, but the stability of the region is also paramount. I need to ensure that those appointed are not only devout, but also loyal to the governance of the territory. Brother Zari smiled gently. I assure you, Lord Greene, that the Church seeks only to serve the people and the gods. We have no interest in political power. Greene leaned back, his expression thoughtful. Very well, Brother Zari, I will trust in your judgment for now. But remember, the stability of the Crabclaw Peninsula is my responsibility, and I will do whatever is necessary to maintain it. Brother Zari nodded, his expression serene. Of course, Lord Greene. We all seek the same goal, peace and prosperity for the people. With that, the meeting concluded, leaving Greene to ponder the delicate balance between faith and power in his quest to solidify his rule. Your trust and support are invaluable. May the gods bless you. Greene raised an eyebrow, silently contemplating. Brother Zari's tone was sincere. However, the Archbishop hopes to strengthen this precious trust. Earl Greene, we are unanimous in our prayers that the mercy of the gods reaches this area. We also hope that the Kleb family brings lasting peace to the Crabclaw Peninsula. Brother Zari's words sounded pleasant, but Greene found them lacking in substance. He disliked dealing with people who weren't straightforward. Adjusting his posture slightly, Greene frowned. Brother Zari, please speak frankly. Do you agree? After a brief pause, Brother Zari admitted, to be honest, we have never had such a precedent. Greene shook his head slightly. The Crabclaw Peninsula is in a unique situation. I believe you understand this well. He continued, my territory is preparing for a new round of war. If everything goes well, the Crabclaw Peninsula will experience a rare peace, and my responsibility will shift to maintaining that stability. Brother Zari smiled and nodded slowly. Count Greene, thank you for your candor. We also hope for peace, and we are unanimous in this desire. Greene sat upright, his tone sincere. You are right. Honesty is paramount. We must acknowledge that there have been issues with our mutual trust over the past 10 years. This is not just my personal view. Ignoring past problems won't make them disappear. My conditions are not excessive. I have always been sincere. Brother Zari, despite Greene's blunt remarks, maintained a kind demeanor, but was momentarily speechless. The monks who frequently stayed on the Crabclaw Peninsula knew more about the situation than the big shots in the Red Castle. Some even privately referred to Earl Greene as the king of the Crabclaw Peninsula. We feel your sincerity, which is very precious to us, and we will cherish this trust, Brother Zari said. Greene frowned. It seems you brought a negative answer. Brother Zari quickly explained, I bring the most sincere intentions. Greene waved his hand, interrupting with a mocking tone. No, Brother Zari, you only brought sweet words. What I felt from your words was contempt and arrogance, reminiscent of memories I had almost forgotten. Brother Zari's peaceful expression finally faltered. He was about to speak, but Greene interrupted impatiently. Brother Zari, arrogant guests are not welcome on the Crabclaw Peninsula, but I still respect your rights as guests. You and your companions can leave my territory safely. Brother Zari looked sullen. Earl Greene, we are monks of the 7 gods. Greene responded coldly. Friar, have you forgotten Lord Stannis? Brother Zari was stunned. Lord Stannis was a painful memory for them. At 13, Stannis witnessed the ship carrying Duke Stephen and his wife sink in Shipwreck Cove, resulting in their deaths. From that day, Stannis despised the sea, then gods who had taken his parents. He swore never to worship any god who drowned his parents. Stannis was a man of his word, especially on Dragonstone, where he left a lasting impression. The monks, with their extensive information channels, knew the area well. Brother Zari remembered that Lord Stannis seemed to think highly of Lord Greene and had even hired a priestess from Urlor. Realizing this, Brother Zari's temper cooled instantly. He regained his kind expression. Count Greene, Greene, please don't be anxious. The most difficult thing between people is to understand each other. We are sincere. Sighing, he continued, you have peace in your heart. This is the most beautiful character. The gods are kind. May the gods bless you. Be flexible in doing things. He is all about creating a new chapter in the history of our teaching. The next day, at the dock of Mermaid Port, Greene reluctantly bid farewell to Brother Zari, who was rushing to the head church. As Greene regretted that he could only accompany him to the terminal, he received information from Pantos Trading Company. Daenerys killed Illyrio? Is this an early awakening? Greene rubbed his dark hair with his slender fingers. Could it be another version of the heroine Shuangwen script? Wang, Greene took steps towards the Government Affairs Office. King's Landing, Maegor's Tower. Cersei Lannister faced the red mark on her face and said angrily, I will regard this as a medal of honor. Robert Baratheon's voice was like a bell. Then put it on quietly, or I will honor you again. Queen Cersei raised her chin stubbornly and glared at King Robert in front of her. Damn it, just coming back here gives me a headache, Robert complained first, then shouted at Cersei. Jon is dead. As my eldest son, Joffrey, I agree that you don't have to pretend to be sad, but you absolutely cannot celebrate. You also sent me wine and food, encouraging his ridiculous behavior. Damn it, what kind of mother are you? Gods, this stupid woman is still my queen. Queen Cersei shouted, Joffrey is not only the heir to the Iron Throne, he is also the son of Cersei Lannister. The Red Keep is his home, and he can do whatever he wants. You, King Robert flushed with anger at Cersei's ridiculous words, and couldn't help raising his hand again. Facing the furious Robert, Cersei took a step closer without fear. Damn it! Robert, still sane, put down his hand. If he didn't control his anger, Robert feared he would be the first king to slap his queen to death. Thinking of his eldest son, and thinking of his wife, Robert wanted to drink. Jon died suddenly. In addition to his two younger brothers, the timid inflatable fish also came from such a distance to join in the fun. Also, why hasn't there been any news about that bastard Ned? Will the running wolf also spend the winter? Robert warned, Cersei, don't let me discover your stupid teachings again. If it happens again, I will send Joffrey to Storm's End. By that time, unless I die, you will never see him again. Cersei said angrily, Why? Why? Just because it's me sitting on that iron chair. Robert snorted, said nothing, turned around, and strode out of the room. Cersei was trembling all over as she stared at Robert's leaving figure. She was so angry. Outside the room door, Robert found Jaime Lannister standing in front of him, glaring at him. King Robert mocked. Another Lannister? Why does the Kingslayer want to return to his old ways? Jaime's eyes flashed with uncontrollable anger, like an enraged lion. King Robert's tone was contemptuous. Lannister, if you dare not stab me in the back, then put away your useless anger. After saying that, Robert's majestic body knocked Jaime away, leaving a cold snort. Jaime's teeth chattered, and veins bulged on the back of the hand holding the hilt of the sword. The Great Sept of Baelor, also known as the Sept of Baelor, is located on the top of the Visenya Hills in King's Landing. It is the center of the Seven Gods' faith and the residence of the Archbishop P. The sanctuary itself is a magnificent marble-domed building with 7 crystal towers rising from it. In a corridor inside the church, Wallace held his hands together and complimented, Duke of Metz, only the fragrance of roses can soothe people's sadness after losing their prime minister. Your timely arrival has given them hope again. The Duke of Metz stroked his beard and said, We are all looking forward to Prime Minister Jon's recovery, and his death cannot help but make us feel a profound loss. Varys nodded and said, You are so kind and humble. If I were to compare myself to you, I would only feel the panic of suddenly losing Prime Minister Jon. Padir's attire was still immaculate, but he couldn't hide the wariness on his face. Prime Minister Jon single-handedly trained me to become the Lord Chancellor. This is something everyone knows. He shook his head with a bitter expression and continued, I always thought I was serving the kingdom, but now I see clearly in my heart I was actually serving Duke Jon. My lords, I am very hesitant, not even knowing how to proceed in the future. Peter's sincerity was evident, and the Duke of Metz quickly comforted him. Peter, you are too humble. I have heard about your abilities in Highgarden. Managing the kingdom's finances is no easy task. Peter looked grateful. Duke of Metz, your arrival has calmed my hesitation. It is a great honor for me to be praised by you. The Duke of Metz patted Peter on the shoulder. The royal ministers are the pillars of the kingdom. I hope you will overcome your sorrow soon. The kingdom's affairs cannot be managed without your hard work. Varys smiled and said respectfully, Duke Metz, your words bring comfort. You have inspired us unintentionally. We will do our best. Peter raised the corners of his lips and said, You see, everyone is inspired by you. You are the true pillar of the kingdom. The Duke of Metz stroked his beard. As long as we can work together, the kingdom will soon be stable. Everyone agreed enthusiastically. However, a cold snort broke the friendly and pleasant atmosphere. When the stern-faced Stannis appeared before them, the corridor suddenly fell silent. Stannis said coldly, I heard your laughter from far away. Is there a wedding here? Ha! Renly laughed loudly and walked over. Stannis, although I have seen your ability to break the atmosphere many times, I still admire you every time I see you. The sky gradually woke from the darkness, and the first rays of sunlight penetrated the mist, bathing King's Landing in soft, warm colors. The bells tolled rhythmically in the distance. Greene stood on the deck of the bow, gazing at the majestic King's Landing and the towering Red Keep. Memories from his previous life played in his mind. Greene was back. Chapter 117, Night of Flowers. As soon as Greene entered King's Landing, he learned from Joffrey that the influential figures in the city had gathered at Baelor's Septumul. Sensing an opportunity, Greene headed directly to the Red Keep. Approaching Maegor's tower, Greene noticed the solemn atmosphere. He frowned, flicked his blue cloak, and quickened his pace. The sound of his hurried footsteps echoed in the empty tower. When Greene reached the Queen's chamber, he quickly spotted Jaime Lannister guarding the door. Jaime's face was dark, and he looked slightly embarrassed. Greene glanced at the ajar door and greeted him politely. Good day, Sir Jaime. Where is Her Majesty the Queen? Jaime smiled bitterly and reached out to pat Greene's arm. Good day, Cersei. The Queen, today is inconvenient. Before Jaime could finish speaking, Cersei Lannister's voice came from the room. You two, come in. Greene and Jaime exchanged glances. Greene's eyes questioned. Why is it inconvenient? Jaime's eyes responded. Come in and see for yourself. Greene curled his lips, withdrew his gaze, and pushed open the door. He entered the Queen's bedroom with Jaime. Queen Cersei, wearing a burgundy strapless dress, sat beside the bed. The red mark on her left cheek was very conspicuous, but she made no effort to hide it. Cersei straightened her back and raised her smooth chin slightly. Before Greene and Jaime could salute, Cersei's green eyes moved slightly, and she said, Earl Greene, come here. Greene paused for a moment, then walked to Cersei and lowered his head. He glanced at her red and swollen cheek, and with suppressed anger in his voice asked, Is this done by the king? Cersei did not speak, but Greene saw a thin layer of mist emerging in her beautiful eyes. She's playing me. Cersei is no weak woman. Greene sighed inwardly at Cersei's talent. She understood certain characteristics of men very well. The atmosphere had been heightened to this point, and to maintain his consistent persona, Greene could not back down. At this moment, Jaime gave Greene a sense of security. Greene's eyes were cold, and he gritted his teeth. Queen Cersei, please give the order, and I will kill him immediately. Cersei leaned down, reached out, and took Greene's head into her arms. The corners of her lips curled up imperceptibly. So soft. Greene wondered if he should wear a helmet next time. Greene, this is a medal of honor, Cersei said, stroking the hair on the back of Greene's head. What really makes me angry is that Robert dared to threaten me with Joffrey. He wants to send Joffrey to Storm's End and forcefully separate us, mother and son. Greene spoke in a muffled voice. Your Highness, what do you want to do? Cersei felt the warmth and curled her lips. She slowly lowered her head, and after leaving a warm kiss on Greene's head, she released him. Greene's body was a little stiff. Boss Cersei is very skilled at handling men. Greene was stunned for a moment before he stood up and walked back to stand next to the nonchalant Jaime. Well, the men of Westeros only pay attention to one thing. Ahem. Greene took back his thoughts and looked at Cersei. Jaime, Greene, That drunkard dared to threaten my son. I can't swallow this anger. Remembering Robert's threat, Cersei's anger was reignited. Jaime said, Queen Cersei, we will find a way. After saying that, Jaime nodded imperceptibly. Cersei's eyes trembled slightly. Her anger immediately dissipated, and she raised the corners of her lips happily. Greene seemed unaware of the secret interaction between Cersei and Jaime. He lowered his head slightly, thought for a while, and then said, Your Majesty the Queen, I heard that Duke Renly looks very similar to the young His Majesty Robert. Cersei snorted coldly, not wanting to answer, but thinking that Greene, her favorite, had never disappointed her, she nodded slightly. Seeing Cersei nod, Greene continued, Your Majesty, if we can use Duke Remlance to Robert, we might be able to turn the tide in our favor. Majesty Robert has made you angry. He is the king, after all, so we can tolerate it for the time being. But Sir Jaime and I are going to teach Duke Renly, who looks like him, a lesson first for the Queen. It's okay to let off some steam, right? Jaime had been holding his breath. He was a little moved when he heard it, but after thinking about it, he still said, Earl Greene, Renly is the Duke of Storm's End. He is not only the king's brother, but he is also the Minister of Justice. Even small things can easily turn into something big. Although Jaime spoke sensibly to stop Greene, he remembered that Renly had planned to harm Cersei. To be honest, he was actually very moved by Greene's proposal. Cersei was very interested. Earl Greene, what do you want to do? Glancing at Jaime, who quietly pricked his ears, Greene pursed his lips and said, Your Highness, my method is not clever. Sir Jaime and I are both swordsmen, and swordsmen have their own methods. I heard that the bigwigs in King's Landing are gathering at Baelor's Sept because of Prime Minister Jon's funeral. It should be very lively there now. Didn't Lord Renly always show off how powerful his guards were? Sir Jaime and I can deliberately provoke Lord Renly. This issue can be left to me. Sir Jaime is a Lannister after all, and some things are more sensitive. Greene had no intention of keeping the so-called adults friendly. Since we are gathering to pursue our own interests, it is natural to match the corresponding atmosphere. The devil is often hidden in the details, starting from provoking small conflicts. Jaime raised his eyebrows and interjected, You're not worried about yourself. Jaime meant well, and he was subtly reminding Greene that Renly was not someone to be trifled with. Greene shrugged and said, So I need your help, Sir Jaime. Greene is a noble of the royal family, and Renly is not his lord, so as long as the scale is right, it won't be a big problem. Thinking of this, Jaime acquiesced to Greene's proposal. He was still holding back his anger, so this idea seemed to be a good one. This kind of petty quarrel does not interest Cersei. If Greene wanted to kill Renly directly, she would be very interested. Now, the premeditated plan is just one step away, and Cersei has a little patience. Today, Jaime made a clear statement, and Greene's performance also satisfied Cersei. In her cheerful mood, Cersei was reluctant to encourage the two men's childish behavior. Cersei's tone was rare and gentle. Two swordsmen, I am waiting for you to return victoriously. Greene and Jaime were not going to fight, and if they brought too many people, it would be easy for others to mistake them for coming here specifically to provoke. Although they did deliberately provoke them, they couldn't leave too obvious an excuse. Everything should come naturally. Greene kept a low profile and only brought 4 Klibber blue robes. Jaime chose 12 Lannister red robes, which was the minimum standard for his travels. Jaime's morale was a little too high, thanks to Cersei's encouragement. On the way, Greene said worriedly, Sir Jaime, your main task is to watch the show. Jaime, who was riding a horse, had blonde hair and a white cloak, and he looked very dashing. Jaime's face turned slightly dark, and he glanced sideways at Greene and said, Earl Savage, don't you like to make things big? Sir Jaime is a gifted eloquent. Greene spread his hands. Sir Jaime, I will not break my promise. Jaime understood that Greene meant what he had promised him to do with Renly. The corners of Jaime's lips curled up slightly. Lannisters always pay their debts, Baelor's Great Sept, white marble square. Jaime pulled the reins and raised his chin in one direction. Greene looked in the direction Jaime pointed, and he spotted the green figure under the fluttering crowned stag flag. The green figure was surrounded by everyone, and Greene could hear laughter coming from time to time. Renly is indeed very high profile. Is the atmosphere still so joyful? It seems that Duke John's funeral journey here. Renly's smile remained. Boo. His eyes narrowed slightly, assessing Greene. Earl Greene, I assure you, the funeral proceedings for Prime Minister John are still ongoing. We are merely taking a brief respite. The laughter you heard was just a moment of levity amidst our mourning. Greene nodded, though his expression remained skeptical. I see. It is just that the atmosphere seemed quite festive for a funeral. James, sensing the tension, stepped in. Earl Greene, perhaps we should not judge too quickly. Grief affects everyone differently, and sometimes people find solace in moments of joy, even during sorrowful times. Renly's smile widened, though it did not reach his eyes. Indeed, Sir Jaime, we all cope in our own ways. Now, if you will excuse me, I must attend to some matters. He turned to leave, but not before giving Greene a final, scrutinizing look. As Renly walked away, Greene turned to James. He seems different from what I expected. James sighed. Renly is a complex man. He has his own ways of dealing with things. But remember, we are here for a purpose. Let's not get distracted. Greene nodded, though his eyes followed Renly's retreating figure. Of course, let's proceed. The two men continued their walk through the grounds, the tension from the earlier encounter still lingering in the air. The nobles around them whispered among themselves, casting curious glances at Greene and James. As they approached the main hall, James leaned in and whispered to Greene, Be careful with your words. We are in a delicate situation, and any misstep could have serious consequences. Greene nodded, his expression serious. I understand. I will be more cautious. They entered the hall, where the atmosphere was markedly different. The somber mood was palpable, with black drapes hanging from the walls and the scent of incense filling the air. At the far end of the room, a large portrait of Prime Minister John hung, surrounded by candles and flowers. James and Greene made their way to the front, where several high-ranking nobles were gathered. Among them was Stannis Baratheon, his stern face betraying no emotion as he spoke with a group of advisors. James approached Stannis and bowed slightly. Lord Stannis, it is good to see you. Stannis nodded curtly. Sir Jaime, Earl Greene, I trust your journey was uneventful? Greene nodded. Yes, my lord. We came to pay our respects to Prime Minister John. Stannis' eyes flicked to Greene, his expression unreadable. Your presence is noted. We appreciate your respect for the deceased. Greene inclined his head. Thank you, my lord. If I may, I have a few questions regarding the current state of affairs. Stannis raised an eyebrow. Questions? What kind of questions? Greene hesitated for a moment, choosing his words carefully. I am curious about the future of the council and the direction we will be taking in the coming months. Stannis' gaze hardened. The council's direction will be determined by the needs of the realm. We will continue to serve the people and uphold the law. Greene nodded. Of course, my lord. I merely wish to understand how we can best support the council in these trying times. Stannis' expression softened slightly. Your support is appreciated, Earl Greene. We will need the cooperation of all the nobles to navigate the challenges ahead. James stepped in. We are here to offer our assistance in any way we can, Lord Stannis. Together, we can ensure the stability of the realm. Stannis nodded. Very well. We will discuss this further in the council meeting tomorrow. For now, let us focus on honoring Prime Minister John. With that, Stannis turned back to his advisors, leaving James and Greene to find their places among the other nobles. As they settled in, Greene leaned over to James and whispered, This is going to be more complicated than I thought. James nodded. Welcome to King's Landing, Earl Greene. Nothing here is ever simple. The smile on Renly's face vanished, and his blue eyes fixed intently on Greene. Greene, maintaining a gentle demeanor, addressed him. Duke Renly? The atmosphere grew palpably tense, and the onlookers watched the scene in silence. Moments later, a young man clad in golden armor strode out from behind Renly. He shouted, You are intentionally offending Lord Renly. The young man had a slim build, long flowing brown hair, and striking golden eyes. His facial features were gentle and elegant, making him quite handsome. Greene had to admit he felt a bit intimidated by the man's appearance. Greene recognized him as Loras Tyrell, known as the Knight of Flowers, and Renly's personal bodyguard. Ignoring the conspicuous golden rose badge on Loras's armor, Greene turned to Jaime and asked, Sir, who is he? Jaime glanced at Greene and replied, The Golden Rose of Highgarden, Sir Loras Tyrell. Greene nodded dismissively and addressed Loras. Sir Tyrell, where did I offend Lord Renly? Please, tell me directly. Loras hesitated, his lips moving but no words coming out. After a brief pause, Greene raised an eyebrow and continued. Sir, did you just accuse the Queen's Chief Affairs Officer without any basis? Greene invoked his position as the Queen's Chief Affairs Officer, a role that, while not the highest, carried significant weight. It was a special position, as the chief officer could represent the Queen to a certain extent when away from the court. Chapter 118, The Golden Rose. Greene Kleb was not one to back down from Loras Tyrell. Silently, Greene raised his right arm, palm facing upward, as if sensing something in the air. He lifted his gaze and looked into the distance, sighing softly. His eyes reflected a deep regret. I thought King's Landing was filled with sadness. It was crying. The crowd fell silent. The jovial atmosphere from moments ago had evaporated, replaced by a complex mix of emotions. Some felt ashamed, others embarrassed, and a few were disapproving. Renly's face darkened, his blue eyes barely able to conceal his anger. From a young age, Renly had always been surrounded by praise and admiration. The idea that a minor noble would dare to embarrass him publicly was almost inconceivable. His eyes flicked towards Jaime Lannister, who stood beside Greene. Was this a Lannister conspiracy? Renly had never held a favorable opinion of the Lannisters, and Greene's audacity only fueled his suspicions. Renly's intense gaze bore into Grimm, who met it with a look of contempt that Renly couldn't miss. In a gentle tone, Greene asked, Lord Renly, does the death of the old Duke make you sad? The contempt in Greene's eyes ignited Renly's fury. The Baratheon motto is, Ours is the fury, and Greene had pushed Renly to the brink of a prairie fire of rage. Feeling the weight of everyone's eyes on him, Renly nodded stiffly. Unlike Grimm, Renly was not a time traveler. He was in his early 20s and had not yet reached full mental maturity. Moreover, he was facing Grimm, who had no regard for social hierarchies. As Duke Renly, he could have ignored Greene's question, but as a candidate for the king's hand, he needed to respond. Failing to do so could lead to damaging rumors. Greene, respecting the rules of the game, nodded in acknowledgement of Renly's response. A conspiratorial smile played on Greene's lips, causing Renly's eyes to tremble. He was convinced it was a Lannister plot. Then, Greene began slowly, but before he could continue, the handsome Loras Tyrell stepped in front of Renly, facing Greene. I told you not to offend Lord Renly, Loras shouted coldly. Greene raised an eyebrow, looking at Loras, whose face was as cold as ice. Sir Tyrell, are you trying to slander me again? Loras's golden eyes seemed to blaze with fire, and his hand tightened on the hilt of his sword. I will not engage in verbal disputes. The gods will be fair, and my sword will be the proof. Greene glanced amusingly at Jaime beside him. Sir, he doesn't want to challenge me, does he? Jaime shrugged. Obviously. Greene's contempt only fueled Loras's fury, pushing him to the brink of violent rage. The smile vanished from Greene's face, replaced by a cold, steely look. Everyone present can witness this, Greene declared, his demeanor suddenly shifting. Loras felt as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast, but shook off the thought, confident in his sword skills. The crowd retreated, giving the two men space to fight. Loras wanted to teach Greene a lesson for daring to offend Renly. With a bang, Loras drew his sword, looking every bit the sharp, skilled warrior. The onlookers couldn't help but marvel. Then, in a swift, heavy blow, Greene struck Loras, causing him to faint. The Knight of Flowers, known for his good looks, was spared any harm to his handsome face by the kind-hearted Greene. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned, unable to react. Renly, concerned only for Loras, hurried over to check on him. He knelt down and gently cradled Loras in his arms. Loras's eyes remained closed. Loras stood tightly, looking slightly embarrassed, but still extremely handsome. At this moment, he bore a striking resemblance to his sister, Margaery. Renly's eyes were sharp as they slowly swept across Greene and Jaime. Jaime raised his chin, his eyes fierce. The Golden Lion was never afraid of the crowned stag. Greene, holding the hilt of his sword with his right hand, stood casually by his side, seemingly indifferent. Greene felt the hateful glares from the noble ladies in the crowd, which gave him the illusion that he was some kind of villain. He sighed inwardly, thinking, they are all beautiful men, so why should they be treated differently? Having just defeated Loras, Greene turned his attention to Renly's other guards. "Is there anyone else who wants to try to slander someone out of thin air?" he challenged. Renly's guards glared at him, but Renly raised his hands to stop them from drawing their swords. He handed Loras to his attendants and walked over, first glancing at Greene and then addressing Jaime. "Sir Lannister, I will remember your greetings," Renly said. Jaime coldly replied, "Duke Renly, I will also remember yours." Renly was referring to the day's events, while Jaime alluded to Renly's plans to harm Cersei. This was a boss-level exchange of harsh words, Baratheon of the Stormlands versus Lannister of the West. Greene watched the two calmly, contemplating whether to escalate the situation further. Deciding against it, he quickly made other plans. He thought of Pedder and Varys, realizing that the three of them were all scheming for chaos. Unfortunately, their conflicting positions prevented any alliance. Otherwise, they could have easily outmaneuvered the so-called nobles. As Greene finished his thoughts, Renly snorted, glared at him once more, and left the marble square with his guards. The crowd dispersed, and Jaime smiled, saying, "Earl Greene, your way of provocation is truly unique. Renly must be deeply impressed." Greene replied with a tone of regret. Unfortunately, the others were stopped by Lord Renly. Jaime curled his lips. "It's not that you underestimate your courage. Aren't you worried that Renly will take revenge?" Greene raised an eyebrow. Would a Lannister be worried about Renly's revenge? He made it clear that they were allies. Jaime smiled casually, patted Greene's arm, and said, "If there is a martial arts tournament, let's compete." Making Renly feel deflated had improved Jaime's mood. This was a bloodless contest between the great nobles of Westeros, and the winner was Jaime Lannister. Jaime bid farewell to Greene, who guessed that Jaime was eager to return to the Red Keep to claim credit from Queen Cersei. As for the reward, it was better left unmentioned. Greene then made his way towards the interior of the Cathedral of Baelor. Greene walked through the Hall of Lights, which had many colored lead glass balls hanging from the ceiling. He had to traverse this long corridor to enter the church from the main door. Not long after, he heard laughter and chatter nearby. Greene frowned slightly and looked closer. He saw Mace Tyrell, tall but somewhat overweight, Pedder Baelish, skinny as ever, Varys, plump and enigmatic, and other ministers of the Red Castle. The Duke of Mace was the happiest among them. The corners of Greene's lips curled up slightly. The scene reminded him of an inflatable fish being targeted by two foxes. Greene slowed his pace and walked towards Duke Mace and the others, not forgetting that he had just bested the Duke's son outside. Everyone gathered for the benefit of their families, so there was no need to mention such matters deliberately. Unless Loras was the patriarch or heir of the family, he alone could not represent the entire Golden Rose family. For instance, just because Loras turned to Renly did not mean that the Golden Rose family would follow suit. Renly was still a contender for the position of Duke of Metz as Hand of the King. "Hey, isn't this Greene?" The Duke of Metz's voice boomed with happiness. Greene was about to approach the farewell ceremony, but the Duke of Metz spotted him first. "Duke Rose, I am very honored to see you again," Greene said joyfully. The Duke of Metz laughed and stroked his beard. Okay. I heard that you were entrusted with an important task by His Majesty Robert and were sent to the other side of the narrow sea. I didn't expect to see you so soon." The Duke of Metz seemed to be in a good mood and treated Greene warmly, almost as if he were his nephew. "The matter has come to an end for now, and I will return to King's Landing," Greene replied respectfully. The Duke of Metz nodded, still stroking his beard. "Greene, it is good to gain experience while you are young. I believe in your abilities." He patted Greene encouragingly. "Thank you for your guidance, Duke Rose. I will definitely keep it in mind," Greene said gratefully. The Duke of Metz nodded slightly, pleased with Greene's humility. Greene then greeted the others present. There was no need for formal meeting etiquette. He simply greeted people according to their status, starting with those of higher rank. Everyone could see that the Duke of Metz was very close to Greene, and since he was the Queen's chief affairs officer, they all wore friendly smiles and waited patiently for the ceremony to be completed. Greene noticed the haggard appearance of Pedder and expressed concern. "Lord Pedder, you seem very tired. You look like you need a good rest." Petter shook his head slightly. The old duke left too suddenly. There are many things to handle, and I can only cope with them. Varys nodded in agreement. It is indeed tiring. The kingdom needs money every day. The Government Affairs Office cannot do without Lord Petter. After a pause, Varys added with regret, the relationship between Lord Peter and the late Duke was deep. He is undoubtedly the saddest among us. Peter's eye twitched slightly. Greene smiled and said, Lord Petter, now that Duke Metz is here, you can relax a little. I hope you recover soon. As Lord Varys said, the kingdom's finances cannot do without your hard work. The Duke of Metz touched his beard and said, That's very good. That's what I meant. Varys clasped his hands together. Earl Greene is right. It should be so. Greene and Varys exchanged a subtle nod. Illyrio had been stabbed by Daenerys, and they still needed to discuss this matter privately. With one person missing, would Varys and Illyrio's joint conspiracy continue? Greene thought that the plan, carefully prepared for more than 10 years, could not be abandoned halfway. From Varys's perspective, in a way, maybe Daenerys had helped him. To absorb the various legacies left by Illyrio, Varys would definitely be busy for a while. Peter curled his lips and said, Earl Greene, thank you for your kindness. I will recover as soon as possible. He nodded slightly toward the Duke of Metz and continued, When I met the Duke of Metz, I actually regained my confidence unconsciously. Varys also nodded. We have reached a consensus on this. Greene placed his right palm against his chest. My lords, I feel the same way. I have always believed that the Duke of Metz is the pillar of the kingdom. This young man's tongue is so sweet. Everyone was silent for a moment. Then they all agreed, praising the Duke of Metz for being the pillar of the kingdom. The Duke of Metz smiled and stroked his beard. One stone cannot build a high wall. What the kingdom needs is the concerted efforts of all its lords. Everyone praised him again for a while. Greene mingled among the crowd, admiring their masterful performances. Although the Duke of Metz had gained some weight, he was still handsome. His demeanor and actions certainly befit the supreme commander of the Reach. However, beneath the surface, it doesn't matter. The superficial Greene only cares about the appearance of the Duke of Metz. Suddenly, Greene felt a chill in the air. He turned his head and saw Lord Stannis approaching from a distance. Without drawing attention, Greene discreetly withdrew from the crowd of flatterers. Greene Kleb Lannister Tyrell Targaryen felt as if he were in a battlefield of conflicting loyalties. He pondered for a moment. He didn't recall ever aligning himself with Baratheon on Dragonstone. Could it be that Lord Stannis had already considered him a subordinate in advance? Greene glanced surreptitiously at the Duke of Metz, but the Duke was too engrossed in the flattery to notice anything else. Greene distanced himself a bit more, and after some thought, signaled to Peter with a wink. The astute Peter quickly caught on and looked towards Greene. Greene subtly pointed in one direction. Lord Chancellor Petter naturally followed Greene's gesture. Although it was still a bit far, he immediately recognized Stannis's figure. The most dangerous mistake in the Game of Thrones is to place your bets too early. Petter decisively and quietly withdrew from the crowd of flatterers. Petter observed that Greene had positioned himself well, so he joined him. The two exchanged knowing smiles without saying a word. Meanwhile, Varys was holding one of the Duke of Metz's hands affectionately, and Greene noticed traces of makeup on the Duke's sleeve. Greene decided it was best not to disturb them. Chapter 119, Running Wolf Heading South. After waiting for a while, gauging the distance, Greene Kleb glanced at Petter Baelish. Petter tapped his chin, and the two moved to greet Stannis Baratheon, who was approaching them. Petter raised the corners of his lips and nodded slightly towards Stannis, his movements graceful. Greene greeted him, saying, "Good day, Lord Stannis." He also nodded to Davos Seaworth, who was following Stannis. Lord Stannis's eyes were sharp, as if he could penetrate the secrets of people's hearts. His gaze first landed on Peter, then shifted to Greene. "At least you two still know that a funeral is being held here. Count Greene, has your mission been completed?" Greene replied seriously. "Your Majesty, Duke, I led the soldiers to Pentos based on the information provided by Lord Varys. As soon as I made some noise there, I came across the death of the governor of Pentos in a sea of fire. The situation in Pentos is sensitive now, and all outsiders are viewed with suspicion. To avoid unnecessary conflicts, I temporarily returned to King's Landing. Stannis nodded almost imperceptibly. Handle everything you encounter and cherish the opportunity to train yourself. Peter's eyebrows raised slightly. Was Lord Stannis encouraging Greene? Was it an illusion? This wasn't the Stannis he knew. First Duke Mace, and now Duke Stannis. Peter felt a pang of jealousy when he looked at Greene. This feeling passed quickly, and Peter found it amusing. At this time, everyone who had been flattering Stannis noticed the low pressure he exuded, and their voices gradually dropped. Varys had already let go of Duke Mace's hand, holding his own hands with his head slightly lowered. The Duke of Mace stroked his beard and looked at the sullen Stannis with a smile. Neither of them had forgotten the siege of Storm's End. While King Robert was willing to pardon those who had been enemies with him in the Reaver War, as long as they swore loyalty, Stannis, with his strong personality, would never compromise. The Duke of Mace understood Stannis's character. This man had once been forced to eat rats to survive. He would not forget such hardships. Stannis glanced around at the people present with his sharp eyes, and everyone fell silent. He snorted coldly and walked towards the door. Everyone moved out of his way. After Stannis left, the Duke of Mace, who had been smiling all the time, sighed and said, "This is Stannis's character. He did not target you intentionally. Now is the time when we need to work together. You are all important ministers of the kingdom. The kingdom cannot do without everyone's hard work. I think everyone understands this truth better." After the Duke of Mace finished speaking, the atmosphere immediately became harmonious again. Greene thought that if the Duke of Mace were the hand of the king, the working atmosphere in the Red Castle would be particularly harmonious. But if Lord Stannis became the hand of the king, hiss! The ministers in the Red Fort would probably be dragged out and hanged. And if Duke Stark took the position of hand of the king, don't even mention it. Petyr came to Greene's side, and the two looked at the crowd that had become lively again. Petyr's voice was hoarse. "Earl Greene, who do you think will be appointed as the new Prime Minister?" Greene's tone was helpless. "Lord Petyr, you know better than I do. In fact, our opinions are irrelevant. It depends on His Majesty Robert's final choice." Petyr didn't show it on his face, but he was a little surprised at Greene's honesty. The smile on his face gradually deepened. Greene hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, "I heard that His Majesty Robert and the Duke of the North have a deep relationship, and we cannot ignore this." Petyr raised his lips and said, "So, the answer is still unknown. Also, Queen Cersei's influence cannot be underestimated. Her opinion cannot be ignored. She seems to prefer the Duke of Highgarden?" Greene and Petyr said as they walked away from the crowd in unison. Greene rubbed his hair and Ed, "Lord Petyr, to be honest, I'm finding it difficult to grasp Her Highness the Queen's thoughts." Petyr showed an understanding smile. "Haha, you are not alone. All the royal ministers are facing the same problem as you." At this moment, Varys approached them with a smile. He nodded slightly towards the two of them. "Earl Petyr, Earl Greene, I saw that you were having a great time chatting, and I couldn't help but be attracted. Please forgive me for taking the liberty of joining." Greene shrugged. "Lord Varys, you are the Chief Intelligence Officer. Your joining will definitely make our discussion much easier." Varys seemed very interested. "That's really joyful." Petyr smiled elegantly, though his smile was very shallow. "We are guessing who will be the next Prime Minister." Greene spread his hands. "We talked about the personal friendship between His Majesty Robert and Lord Eddard." Varys clasped his hands together. "Duke Eddard has grown up with His Majesty Robert in the Eagle's Nest as the adopted son of Lord John since he was 8 years old. Their relationship is as deep as brothers. Whether it was the war more than 10 years ago or the conquest of the Iron Islands Rebellion 9 years ago, Duke Eddard always firmly supported His Majesty Robert." Western Crabclaw Peninsula. Night had fallen, dyeing all the flags black. More than 100 campfires had been lit in Kleb's camp, and Kleb's soldiers were repairing beside the campfire. Some young Kleb soldiers took advantage of the fading skylight to practice blocking and thrusting skills, sweat dripping from their chests. In the regimental commander's tent, Perpili put his thumb and forefinger into the salt dish and sprinkled a large amount on the roasted meat. Emparo, You need to add some food." The day's march had been long, and Amparo's face looked a little tired. She reached out and grabbed a piece of meat. "Sir, the thorn core is ready. I think the mountain savages in the west will be very surprised." The corner of Pell's mouth curled up slightly. "This time we have sufficient armaments, and we must try to reduce our casualties. We must save more strength. After the westward advance, the war between Kleb and the valley will not be too far away." Amparo chewed the roast meat and looked at the swamp marigold flag hanging in the tent. Both of them were taciturn people, and for a while there was only the occasional crackling sound coming from the brazier. After a while, Pell, who felt full, clapped his hands. "Amparo, when you are canonized as a knight, Sir Mason and I will be witnesses." Amparo swallowed the food in her mouth and nodded in thanks. "Sir, that would be a great honor for me." Pell, who had always been stern in front of the soldiers, smiled rarely. "In the future, the entire Crab Claw Peninsula will be Kleb's military camp, and Lord Greene needs more loyal and reliable knights to protect him. You have proven your loyalty and reliability with your actions, Amparo." The next day, the sky was slightly bright. The color of the sky gradually transitioned from dark to soft blue, presenting a peaceful beauty as if the whole world was waiting for the beginning of a new day. The low and long bugle sounded, like the cold wind of a long winter, making people shudder. As the bugles died down, the archers unleashed a hail of arrows. The bows and arrows fired by the thorn core greeted the enemy like hailstones. Hundreds of branches, thousands of branches, countless in an instant. Many mountain savages fell to the ground after being hit by arrows, and their shouts turned into howls. At this time, the second wave of attacks had fallen from the sky, and Kleb's long archers put the third arrow on the bowstring. On the east side of the battlefield, Pell stood in front of a phalanx of thousands of soldiers. Lord Greene kept smashing down the golden dragon, which can. The weapons of Kleb's soldiers had undergone a qualitative improvement. Their armaments resembled a slowly blooming steel rose in the dawnlight, with spikes gleaming menacingly. The relentless barrage of arrows from the thorn core began to wane, and Pell shouted, "Sound the war drum!" Dong, 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 dong. The rumble of war drums filled the air. With a swift motion, Pell drew the long sword from his waist and proclaimed loudly, "Fight for Lord Greene." Pell waved his sword, and thousands of voices echoed in unison, "Long live Kleb!" Under Pell's command, the soldiers shouted slogans and marched resolutely towards the enemy. In front of the thorn core stood the spear core, arranged in a formidable half-moon formation resembling a steel hedgehog. Amparo observed Pell's movements, estimated the distance, and commanded Reyna, "Relay my order, the last 3 arrows." On the battlefield, spears clashed from all directions. A war horse collapsed, vomiting blood and dying. A mountain savage let out a strange scream and charged at Pell, only to be struck in the chest by a Kleb soldier's battle-axe, dying instantly. The Kleb soldier raised his battle-axe high and let out a fierce battle cry. This cry was echoed by war cries from all corners of the blood-stained battlefield. Winterfell, Lord's chambers. Eddard Stark sat quietly by the fireplace, his neatly trimmed beard beginning to turn gray. He looked up and said, "Catelyn, you must stay in Winterfell." Catelyn Tully's heart suddenly thumped with fear at her husband's words. "Ned, please, don't leave me here," she pleaded. Duke Ed's tone was firm and unyielding. "No, you must stay." Catelyn looked stubborn, but Ed continued, "Winter is approaching, and I'm worried about Robert. I will go south as soon as possible. During this period, you must manage the north on my behalf. There must be a Stark in Winterfell. Robb is 14 and will soon be a man. He needs to learn how to rule, and I won't be here to teach him. Catelyn, you must personally involve him in your confidential meetings and cultivate his ability to act independently. He is my heir and must be fully prepared." Her husband's words pierced Catelyn's heart like ice. Instead of a simple farewell, Ned was preparing for the worst. Catelyn's fear deepened. Would she never see him again? Never feel his warm embrace again? Gathering her courage, Catelyn asked the question she dreaded most. What about the other children? Duke Eddard stood up, walked over, and hugged his trembling wife. In a gentle tone, he said, "Except for Sansa and Arya, the other children will stay here to keep you and Robb company." Her husband's warm embrace soothed Catelyn's uneasy heart. She raised her head and asked doubtfully, "Arya?" Thinking of his youngest daughter, Arya Stark, Ed's lips curled up slightly. Arya should learn the rules and etiquette of the South. In a few years, she will be getting married. I hope it's not too late. Catelyn couldn't help but scoff. Their little girl really did need to learn some rules. Ed kissed the tears that had not yet fallen from Catelyn's eyes. "I know this hurts, my dear Catelyn. Thank you." Catelyn closed her eyes and shook her head slightly. She couldn't bear to leave anyone in her family. After a pause, she suddenly opened her eyes, stared at Ed, and asked, "What about Jon?" Catelyn was referring to Lord Eddard's illegitimate son, Jon Snow. She had known since childhood that it was common for noblemen to have illegitimate children, so she wasn't surprised when she learned that Ned had fathered a child with a peasant girl during the war shortly after their wedding. Ned had reunited with her for a few days after their marriage and then hurried off again. When Ned Stark went south to fight the Targaryens, he left Catelyn safely in Riverrun, far from the battlefield. They were separated, and at that time, her thoughts were consumed by their infant son, Robb. She barely thought of the husband she hardly knew. Catelyn understood that her husband was constantly facing life and death, and it was natural for him to seek comfort. If he left behind a child, she hoped he would at least provide for the child's basic needs. But the Stark family was different from others. Ned brought his illegitimate son home and openly called him his son. No matter what Catelyn said, she couldn't convince him to send the bastard child away from Winterfell. At that time, Catelyn thought that no matter who Jon Snow's biological mother was, Ned must have been passionately devoted to her. That was something she could never forgive him for. Catelyn had learned to love her husband wholeheartedly, and she could turn a blind eye to as many illegitimate children as Ned might have, as long as they did not appear before her. However, Jon Snow was always present in Winterfell, a constant reminder and an eyesore. What disgusted Catelyn the most was that the illegitimate son looked more and more like Ned as he grew older, even more so than any of the sons she had given birth to. Duke Eddard hesitated for a moment and said, "He and Robb have a very good relationship. I hope." Catelyn interrupted angrily, "He must not stay. He is your son, not mine. I will not let him stay here. Jon must go." Catelyn knew she was being harsh, but she was speaking the truth. It would be no good for the bastard himself if Ned left Jon Snow at Winterfell without him. Lord Eddard's face looked bitter. "You also know that I can't take Jon south. There is no place for him in King's Landing. A child with a bastard surname will be ostracized. You should be very aware of how others will gossip." Catelyn didn't want to give in, or maybe she wanted to take this opportunity to solve a problem that had been bothering her for years. "I heard that your dearest brother, our Lord Robert, also has many illegitimate children in King's Landing, and they are living well there." Duke Eddard's voice was filled with anger. "Catelyn, how can you be cruel enough to treat him like this? He is just a child." Catelyn could sense the pain in Ned's eyes when he looked at her, a silent appeal in his gaze. Seeing her husband's distress, Catelyn felt extremely pained, but she gritted her teeth and resolved not to compromise this time. The Tully family motto was, family, duty, honor. As a daughter of the Tully family, everything Catelyn Tully did was to protect the family she loved most. Lord Eddard looked out the window, his long face remaining silent for a long time. Finally, Duke Eddard sighed with a tired tone. "I will take him south with me." Ned finally agreed, and Catelyn was so happy that she wanted to kiss her husband immediately and comfort him. However, she didn't show any of this on her face. She knew her husband, the Honorable Wolf, needed time to process things, and showing too much excitement now would only anger Ned. She would prepare more golden dragons for him, ensuring that the child would at least have enough food and clothing in King's Landing from now on the wall. His eyes were sharp, and his mind was filled with thoughts of strategy and governance. Greene's study was a reflection of his meticulous nature. Shelves lined with books on history, warfare, and politics surrounded him, and the scent of old parchment filled the air. The map of Westeros, detailed and expansive, was marked with various notes and symbols, indicating his plans and areas of interest. A soft knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. "Enter," Greene called out, his voice steady and authoritative. The door creaked open, and a young squire stepped in, bowing respectfully. "My lord, a message from the front lines," he said, handing over a sealed scroll. Greene took the scroll, breaking the seal with a practiced hand. As he read the contents, a slight smile played on his lips. "It seems our preparations are paying off," he murmured to himself. The squire waited patiently, knowing better than to interrupt his lord's thoughts. After a moment, Greene looked up. "Inform the commanders that we proceed as planned. The westward march must not falter." "Yes, my lord," the squire replied, bowing once more before exiting the room. Greene returned his gaze to the map, his mind already several steps ahead. The Crabclaw Peninsula was not just a territory, it was a symbol of his vision and ambition. He had inherited a land plagued by chaos and lawlessness, but he was determined to transform it into a bastion of order and strength. His thoughts drifted to Samwell, the young man who had shown such promise. Greene had seen something in him, a spark of potential that, with the right guidance, could become a blazing fire. Samwell's dedication and hard work had not gone unnoticed, and Greene knew that he would play a crucial role in the future of the Crabclaw Peninsula. As the evening shadows lengthened, Greene's resolve only grew stronger. The path ahead was fraught with challenges, but he was ready to face them head-on. The Crabclaw Peninsula would rise from the ashes of its past, and under his leadership, it would become a beacon of hope and strength in Westeros. With a final glance at the map, Greene stood up, his mind set on the tasks ahead. The night was still young, and there was much to be done. He walked over to his desk, picking up a quill and parchment, and began drafting orders for the next phase of his plan. In the quiet of his study, the only sound was the scratching of the quill on parchment, a testament to the relentless drive of a man determined to reshape his world. Greene's eyes swept across Castle Crow's Roost, lingered for a moment at Maiden Spring, and finally settled on Seagull Town in the valley. He held a copy of Genealogy and History of the Main Nobles of the Seven Kingdoms in his hands. His brown eyes trembled slightly as he rubbed his thumb against his index finger. Today, Greene had learned from Varys that Duke Eddard in the north had not yet left Winterfell. Given the current situation, King Robert would not confirm the candidate for the new prime minister until Duke Eddard arrived in King's Landing. This period would be about a month. Would King Robert directly preside over the kingdom's affairs in the meantime? The kingdom's government affairs could not be delayed forever. Greene guessed that, according to King Robert's habits, he would choose someone to act as prime minister. Duke Mace, Duke Stannis, Duke Renly. King Robert was not an idiot, and none of the three were suitable. Greene thought the candidate would likely be Grand Maester Pycelle, who was easy to manipulate. Greene sighed inwardly. It would be great if he were the Lord Chancellor now. 1 month would be enough for him to clear out the Valley nobles in King's Landing. The Crabclaw Peninsula and the Valley nobles were at odds with each other. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts, and the figure of housekeeper Serana appeared at the door. "A visit from my master, Lord Tyrion Lannister." In the backyard of the Crab Mansion, a beautiful garden was surrounded by rows of neatly trimmed shrubs and trees shaped into various forms. In the pavilion, Tyrion took a sip of summer red and grinned. "Greene, how about Pentos?" Greene knew what Tyrion was referring to. "The nighttime entertainment there is more exciting than here. If you go, you might not want to come back." Tyrion leaned forward, almost lying on the small round table. "Tell me more specifically." Greene picked up his wine glass and took a sip of summer red before replying. "The colors are so rich and vibrant that it's hard to describe. You can only understand it if you see it with your own eyes." Greene's simple answer seemed to spark Tyrion's imagination, and he laughed. Tyrion's wretched appearance made Greene smile as well. Tyrion stopped laughing and suddenly said, "When we have time, let's go to the north together and see the legendary Great Wall with our own eyes." Greene raised an eyebrow. "Tyrion, you've jumped so far into this topic. Just now you were obsessed with the beauty of Pentos, and now you're talking about the Great Wall? I'm a little worried. Could your next sentence be that you intend to stay on top of the ice wall and join the Night's Watch?" Tyrion grinned. "Ha ha! I don't want to be a bachelor for the rest of my life. How can that happen? All the girls in the Seven Kingdoms would protest." Tyrion laughed for a while, then said, I just want to find a chance to climb the Great Wall and pee at the edge of the world. Greene shrugged. It's a good idea. I think you can follow the Rangers and enjoy the battle. Tyrion said suspiciously, You want to use me to laugh the wildlings outside the wall to death? Do you think that counts as military merit? Greene's lips curled up and he blinked. Not laugh to death, but think about it. If the dwarf lifts a big shield, the savage archers will have a headache. Tyrion laughed. I think the brothers in black would be very excited. Hearing you say that really makes my heart move. Damn it, you really deserve to be captured by the White Walkers. After a pause, Tyrion gloated. Greene, I heard that you knocked out the Knight of Flowers in the Temple of Baelor. Did you know that half of the girls in the Seven Kingdoms wanted to sleep with him? You are now the object of hatred of all women in King's Landing. Soon, this news will spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms, and you will become the public enemy of women across the country. Greene sighed helplessly. Tyrion raised his forehead and looked at the sky. It's over. It's going to be even harder for me, the half-savage Earl, to find a marriage partner. Holding his stomach, Tyrion laughed heartily. Ha, I should sympathize with you, but at least it's hard to do that today. After a moment of laughter, Greene sighed helplessly. All right, I can tell you the reason, my lord Tyrion. Tyrion smiled. Sir Greene, you always speak to my heart. I really want to kiss you. Greene spread his hands. His Majesty Robert took action, and Queen Cersei was very angry. Sir Jaime and I went to cause trouble for Duke Renly. Tyrion's eyes sparkled with mischief. If you can't teach the king a lesson, why not teach the king's brother a lesson? Fortunately, my brother Jaime is more stable. Sorry, I came back late today. I will make up for it later.